He seemed to be the calmest and most laid-back, chill student in his class. He never drew anyone's attention and always tried to keep a low profile. Many of his classmates didn't like him, simply because he seemed to ignore everyone who tried to talk to him. Angry, the bully tries to slap him while he's sleeping, but with his eyes still closed and half asleep, he grabs the guy's arm, which shocks the trash, and in an instant asks if there's something he wants. The guy pulls his arm back and says he's a real weirdo. Others in the class tell him not to worry about a loser like that, but what no one knows is that the protagonist lives two lives. In the morning, he's a student, and at night, he works as the most lethal assassin in the city. His name is Isekai'd, and he's just a 17-year-old student. On a sleepy day like any other, suddenly a magic circle appears under the entire classroom. Everyone panics trying to understand what's happening, and before they can react, they all appear somewhere else. While some students look terrified and others try to organize themselves, Isekai'd is already sung Jinwoo's aura for absolutely no reason while leaning against a wall, but all this is quickly interrupted when a woman dressed in white and an old man appear. She introduces herself as the saint who summoned them to that place. Isekai'd quietly changes position, farming aura on another pillar. The usual cliche unfolds. The model student steps forward, trying to understand what's going on. The saintly woman, the one I wish would heal me, explains that they were invited as the heroes of this world. But suddenly, the hot-headed guy tries to punch the old man, thinking he has a chance. But with a simple move, the guy's forehead gets flicked. The saint warns them it's best to stay quiet and behave. "Op, mommy, I'm behaving. But why you're only exposing your belly button?" Then she starts explaining about the Demon King, and the protagonist thinks this is way too cliche. The hot-headed one still doesn't give up, but the saint uses a little healing spell on him, instantly recovering his wounds. Some students are shocked and impressed, and she reveals that this is the magic granted by the system. Then she goes from student to student, awakening their powers. Some summon swords, others summon pens. The hot-headed guy gets an explosion spell, and the whole class celebrates. Just as the saint is about to leave, our sleepy Araji Jinwoo calls out from the back, saying she forgot him. When she activates his power, the skill he receives is the most useless thing ever. He can simply see other people's stats and abilities. And that's when he discovers that Eleonora Degara's the saint is 18 years old, meaning it's all good, guys. No one's going to jail. At least he's relieved because it's easy to understand. Then he feels something at his side. It's Arashi, punching him into the ground. Apparently, he tried to hit the protagonist and asks, "Hey, idiot, what'd you think of my explosion, huh? What did that little red eye of yours see?" The others laugh at him just because he has a red eye. They treat him like the class loser. "You guys want to pick a fight with our aura farmer?" Naga says that's what he gets for thinking he's special and being last to receive a talent. Araji, though, doesn't understand why they're acting like that. They don't even have enough info to know what will be useful. Besides, the divine protection feels like a borrowed power. Who knows when it might be taken away? And he's sure there are countless other ways to kill people. The saint cuts through the chatter, saying that now that they've received protection, it's time to start learning how to use these powers to kill the Demon King. She asks that for today, everyone rest. Later that night, each of them is taken to their rooms. Araji, however, decides it's time to start the second shift of work. He's going to gather information. Some guards are patrolling around the castle, complaining, "Damn, why the hell are we walking back and forth out here?" Another one answers it's because the so-called heroes showed up and they can't be allowed to escape. Still, he doesn't believe those guys can even fight. How would trash like that ever defeat the Demon King? The saint must have some trick up her sleeve. Of course, Araji overhears all of this. He also realizes that for some reason, the saint is tightening the castle's defenses to keep a closer watch on them. He activates his talent and sees that one of the guards is named Jin and has fencing at level 1. Then he bolts like Naruto, thinking they can't detect when he uses his ability. He manages to get a rough map of the castle's layout and notices how heavily fortified it is. In front of a huge gate, 2 soldiers stand guard. Escaping this place is going to be harder than he thought. While sneaking across the grass, he stumbles upon 3 girls chatting in the middle of the night. The brunette on the right says maybe they shouldn't be doing this. He'll get mad. The one on the left insists it's fine, they're only practicing a little. Nagas lifts up her flames, saying they all have to understand. Nobody's able to sleep anyway, and a bit of training will be great for strengthening their powers. Soon they're at it. Fire, plants, water, all flying around while Araji quietly watches. They're using divine protection, and he's curious to see how it works. But suddenly, something rushes past him, giving him a strange sensation. One of the girls glances sideways, wondering what that weird noise was. Before they can figure it out, a huge beast bursts out of the bushes in front of them. The 3 freeze in confusion while Araji wonders what kind of lizard this is. He's never seen this species before. He uses his power and learns it's a 4-year-old lizard Val, aggressive but without any special abilities. The problem is that its stats are way higher than the girls. The monster raises its head, inhales, and unleashes a roar. The girls start running, but the creature charges right after them, while Araji observes from a distance. Its aggressive nature drives it to attack without hesitation. It moves quickly, but its legs only carry it straight forward. No strategy, no real intelligence. Araji decides to test its skin's durability, so he throws a knife. It hits, drawing only a shallow cut. The beast halts for a moment, and Araji notes the throw was effective, though the wound wasn't deep. The trio is sprinting in panic when Naga stumbles on a rock and falls. She's scrambling to get up, but the lizard is already closing in. Seeing how near it is, she screams desperately, but the creature is already swinging its claw. She raises her arm and cries out for help, when suddenly, boom, the beast collapses dead right in front of her. She's left shocked as the other two rush to pull her to her feet. They wonder who saved her. Either way, whoever it was, they'd better get moving before more monsters show up. Isekai'd stands off to the side, farming aura, thinking, I had no reason to save them, but I would have felt guilty ignoring it completely. So it looks like monsters really do roam this world. Things aren't going to be as easy as I thought. Just then, he senses something off and hides behind the fallen lizard, trying to figure out if someone else is there. Realizing he needs to return to his room, he slips away. But behind a pillar, a hooded figure steps forward, places a foot on the lizard's body, and mutters that he thought these heroes would be a disappointment. But one of them carries the same scent as him. Next chapter, the monster's carcass lies sprawled on the ground, and everyone is left shaken. Gaius tells everyone that this creature was found close to the castle. The group is lost in thought while another student is already crying in despair. The old knight explains that the Demon King drives monsters insane, making them crave human flesh. These are exactly the kinds of creatures they'll have to learn to fight. Then the blonde boy who was inspecting the body says it looks like some kind of magic was used to finish the creature off. Probably someone nearby was interested in the hero's powers after learning the candidates had appeared. He even uses the word sorcery, and Isekai'd wonders if that's different from magic. Mido jumps in, demanding to know what this business is about monsters being controlled by the Demon King. The blonde explains that powerful demons have servitude magic, which allows them to control weaker creatures. Basically, he's saying the Demon King is extremely strong and controls everything. But the old knight cuts him off, saying not to listen to that weirdo. Isekai'd already knows who he could ask for more information, but he's also worried about the idea of this monster having been controlled. He remembers when he saw the monster's profile earlier. It showed that condition, and now it makes sense. That murderous intent he felt must have come from a demon. He has to be careful. He barely noticed that presence, and only for a moment. Whoever it was could even be among them right now. Suddenly, he feels something watching him from behind, and a voice says that this fear will only lead him to death. Isekai'd is shaken, while Arashi loudly declares that nothing has changed. He just has to kill these demons as fast as possible and get back to his country. For once, the classmates actually agree with him. They know they have to get stronger because fighting is their only choice. The poor side characters are trembling, knowing they're just cannon fodder waiting to die. Isekai'd realizes that reality is finally sinking in for all of them. That's when Leonora steps forward and tells them not to be afraid. All they need to do is learn how to use their powers. They were chosen as hero candidates, and their growth rate is much faster compared to the people of this world. A week passes after the training begins. Flipping through a book, Isekai'd mutters, well, I can understand all the words written here. Honestly, it's already strange that we can communicate so easily. I look outside the window and see everyone having fun. It looks more like an amusement park than a group of heroes in training. At first, I thought my divine protection, the Eye of Judgment, would be useful in battle. But the truth is, it's useless so far, and I've only been allowed to stay in this library. The saint had even said, how about you read a book, boy? And of course, the whole class laughed at him. He thinks to himself he really should have let the trio of girls die back then. But something doesn't add up. This is too suspicious. If they're so worried about monsters, why is there nothing in their history or culture about demons at all? Watching the training, he notices that just like Leonora said, everyone is improving at an incredible pace. The strongest are Narumi, Arashi, Kenzaki, Hashimoto, and Nagas. But even more than them, there's one person growing at a truly insane rate. Someone attacks, a sword spins out of his hand and sticks into the ground, and the soldier immediately surrenders. Of course, it's Mido. He thanks everyone for their advice and says it's thanks to them he's growing so fast. Isekai'd checks his stats. Mido is already rank A in attack, and his divine protection is level 8. Isekai'd thinks, unbelievable. Just a week ago, this guy's stats were low. Even among us who are all growing quickly, this guy stands out as a real genius. But could it be that divine protection affects more than just power? The classmates walk up to the protagonist and sneer. Hey, look, there's the loser. Get out of here. Go read your little books. Isekai'd just thinks to himself, everyone's the same as always, looking at me like they're trying to humiliate me somehow. And now, after getting these powers, they're only getting more reckless. One guy stretches out his hand, asking why he's being ignored. But then something brushes his foot, and suddenly that fool sees himself flip upside down. While Isekai'd calmly asks, what happened, Muda? You tripped for no reason? You alright? The poor guy has no idea what just happened. That's when Arashi steps in, telling everyone to calm down, because they're coming. The Saint and Gaius appear, watching them all. She praises their work and says they've been developing faster than she expected, which is why the time has come to move forward with the plan. Narumi immediately asks, you crazy saint, don't tell me you're gonna ask us to kill the Demon King already? She replies, of course not, she wouldn't go that far yet. All she wants is for them to start training by fighting monsters. The group is hesitant. No one's eager to put their life on the line. Isekai'd, though, looks more worried than anyone else. In reality, he probably won't even have to fight, so he should just relax. Next chapter, they're explaining how the combat exercises will work in the forest. The place is full of obstacles, so they won't be able to move in big groups. That's why they'll be split into teams of 2 or 3. Right away, the eager girls jump in. Mido, can I go with you? I want to go with you too. He of course accepts. The guy's got women clinging to him, the harem practically building itself. Meanwhile, poor Arashi ends up stuck with a bunch of guys around him. Narumi uses his pre-boy charm to pair up with a purple-haired girl. Gaius beams, saying everyone's formed incredible teams. but there are still two people standing off to the side. The blonde girl admits it looks like no one wants to team up with her. Apparently, it's because everyone's afraid. She tells Araji they don't really have a choice, so they'll have to go together. He says he doesn't mind, while thinking it's odd that he got paired up with Kenzaki Rin of all people. She's confident that her personality feels somewhat dull. On top of that, she's prideful, the type who won't let anyone block her path. She glares at him and asks, "What are you staring at, loser?" Araji just turns his head slightly and answers, "Nothing important." She turns away too, and it already feels like they'll make a solid pair. Then the Sing announces a special mission. Whoever kills the most creatures will receive prizes. With that, the tests begin. Inside the forest, Araji trails a little behind, while Kenzaki declares her ability is superior to everyone's, so he should just stand back and not get in her way. Araji shrugs. "All right then, go ahead, strong girl. Handle it." She looks a little hurt and asks if he has no pride at all, saying something like that. But he's thinking he doesn't care about any of it. He's more interested in observing her combat skills. After all, he's already sensed 4 strange presences surrounding them. Suddenly, a shabby goblin shows up, and Kenzaki asks if that's the monster they were supposed to fight. The creature approaches, but she simply stretches out her hand and orders it to kneel. Immediately, it slams face first into the ground. Araji is impressed. Her domination ability really is powerful. Basically, any command she gives directly influences her target's actions. But Araji points out there are still others around them. She orders the goblin to drop its weapon and put its hands behind its back. Soon enough, though, sweat beads on her forehead, and Araji asks, "What's wrong? Already tired?" She admits she can't keep using her blessing for very long. Araji understands it must consume a lot of mana. Araji warns her it's better to finish that one off quickly because more creatures are coming. But Kenzaki hesitates, saying that monster, whether she likes it or not, looked almost human, and it was even crying in fear. The protagonist tells her it's strange for her to say that since the thing literally just attacked them. Clearly, it's an enemy and there's no reason to let it live. She admits she already knows that. Araji thinks that even though she has good power, she's still too weak. She's used to peace, and in dangerous moments like this, hesitation will only get her killed. And sure enough, right in front of them, 3 more appear. Calmly holding a stone, Araji tells her, "They're here, girl." She answers that she knows, uses her word magic again, and the 3 drop to the ground. Araji doesn't move. He just asks, "So, what are you going to do now? Tell me." She snaps at him to stop standing around and do something to help her. But he replies, "Wait, weren't you the one who told me not to do anything at all?" Realizing she's contradicting herself, she says, "Fine then. She'll do whatever it takes." She orders the monsters to snap their own necks, and incredibly, it works. Araji thought they'd hesitate and she'd have to improvise somehow, but no, it actually worked. Even he's impressed. "You can force a command like that?" She admits she can, but unfortunately, it's harder and the success rate is low. Now that she's felt how it works, she realizes it won't be easy. Araji reminds her that these monsters are enemies who attack them. Whether they're creatures or even humans, they have to kill anyone who tries to kill them, unless she's not interested in staying alive. Kenzaki frowns, asking why he's so calm when he doesn't even have a power. He tells her not to worry, staying calm is one of his better traits. Then he asks, "So, what now? You want to head back since you're scared?" Kenzaki freezes for a second, but turns away, saying, "No way, we're moving forward." Araji thinks that since she's this motivated, maybe their team will work out after all. They start wondering how the others are doing. Narumi is sprinting through the forest in a panic with the only girl who agreed to team up with him. He asks what they should do, and she admits she has no idea. She thought the monsters would be weaker. Suddenly, Narumi stops and declares it's all or nothing. At the same time, he unleashes a burst of wind, she launches a rock bullet, and they combine the attacks to hurl a massive stone. But when it crashes into the creature, it doesn't do a thing. Narumi stumbles back, terrified at what they've run into. Turns out they're up against an armored bear. That's just cruel, throwing side characters against something like that. Next chapter, Kenzaki is thinking she has to give everything she has so she can return to her world and see her grandfather. She's sure he must be very sad without her right now. Araji, however, asks, "So, what's the plan, girl? Feels like we're kind of lost, don't you think?" She tells him not to worry. They're moving in a straight line, so all they need to do is keep going and then head back. But Araji responds that she's underestimating this forest. She snaps at him to shut up, and he realizes her biggest flaw is that she's overly confident and full of herself. He tells her to stop staring at him, when suddenly they both hear a scream. Kenzaki instantly recognizes it as Hashimoto's voice. When Araji asks what they should do, she says they're going to help. He finds it odd. Why is she suddenly acting so kind? She tells him to quit nagging and hurry up. Elsewhere in the forest, Hashimoto is being slammed to the ground, completely battered. Narumi shouts, asking if she's okay, and she answers yes, but begs him to just run. He grabs her, saying there's no way he's leaving her behind alone. Nice words, but when he looks back and sees that armored bear's paw coming down, he nearly soils himself. Then suddenly, some power freezes the monster in place. It's Kenzaki using her command ability. Narumi asks what they're doing there, and she warns it won't last long. Araji glances over and realizes, of course, her power is weaker against stronger creatures. He asks if Hashimoto can move, and Narumi says she's in a lot of pain but at least still breathing. Araji tells him to throw her over his back and get out of there. Narumi insists he wants to help, but the protagonist snaps that he's risking her life by staying. That's all it takes. Narumi slings her over his shoulder and says, "Thanks man, I'm out. Later, bear." Now the problem is Aravi's to handle. He activates the Eye of Judgment and it reveals the beast's defense is rank A. Its fur is thick and the armor looks impenetrable. On top of that, it has the odd trait of being a mutant species. Kanzaki warns she can't hold it any longer. Aravi says that's fine. It's enough. They'll run too. But as she turns, she suddenly collapses, legs trembling from overusing her energy. The bear starts lumbering closer and Araji realizes he'll have to act. And out of nowhere, the kid pulls out a smoke grenade. Where the hell did that come from? The boy looks up a soldier. He tosses it, clouding the beast's vision, then scoops the grenade casing back up and tells her, "Relax, I'll handle this." He tells her to keep quiet. She covers her mouth, confused, asking what kind of smoke bomb that was. He explains casually, it's one he made while everyone else was training. But that's a lie. The truth is, he always came to school loaded. Weapons, knives, a smaller knife, grenades, everything. Kanzaki apologizes, calling him the stereotypical American civilian, and he asks why. She admits that she was the one talking big about saving everyone, but in the end, she was the one saved. He tells her not to worry about it, but she's blushing, saying she wants to thank him properly. He waves it off, telling her she's too soft-hearted. That's probably why so many people like her. She's about to say something else, but he tells her again to shut it before the bear comes back. She asks if they should run, but he says, "No way. That bear's still nearby and will just get spotted again." Sure enough, the armored beast crashes into the path of the fake protagonists of this story. And that silly guy really did gather a harem already. First mission, and it's starting like this. He activates the evil slaying sword and charges forward, or at least he activates it, freezes up for a second, then rushes in. The bear lunges to bite, he dodges, grips the sword tight and hacks at its arm, managing to land a blow outside the armor. But the skin underneath is tougher than expected. Then Naga's hurls a blazing fireball, screaming for the monster to die. The attack hits hard, actually tearing into it. That girl came in hot. Mido praises her, but the bear lets out a roar that snuffs out her flames. It fixes her with a glare and she stammers in disbelief, asking how that's possible. He tells her to calm down, reminding her that her attack worked. The beast is clearly moving slower now. If they keep pushing and fighting together, they can take it down. She nods and the trio of trouble continues the fight. But from the shadows, a sharp-toothed figure watches, muttering that it's only a matter of time. He's the veteran assassin known as Demon Delphus. Unfortunately, the armored bear won't be able to beat them. Their rapid growth and composure are astonishing, especially that boy. This was supposed to be a simple patrol mission, but now the plan is going to change. This has to end right now. Mido slashes again, and the giant bear is already shredded. He shouts that it's time to finish it and drives his sword deep into the beast. Meanwhile, the demon watching mutters that the boy will take this lesson to the next world. The most dangerous moment in a fight is when you think you've already won. He's about to strike when suddenly, there's a knife right at his face. He freezes, trembling with an overwhelming sense of death creeping over him. Araji steps out, aura flaring, and says his parents taught him the biggest mistake an assassin can make is believing their enemy is dead. The demon drops his dagger awkwardly, thanking Araji for the lesson, saying he'll remember it. But inside, he's shaken. How did this kid get so close? And worse, that wasn't even supposed to be the focus here. He needs to find a way to escape, but that chance vanishes when a blade slices into his calf, dropping him instantly. Araji approaches calmly, warning him not to scream. If he does, he'll die much faster than Araji wants. He says he'll ask some questions, and the demon had better answer truthfully. Any lie means instant death. First question, who is he? But instead, the demon snarls, "Who the hell are you, kid?" Araji drops a cringeworthy line. "I am one who lives in the shadows, someone from another world." The vampire-like demon is rattled. What kind of ominous presence is this? Araji presses, asking if the man he killed earlier that day was him lurking nearby. He admits he knew he was being watched, but he didn't expect his stalker to reveal himself so easily. That's why he deliberately used Mido and the others as bait to draw him out. Delphus is shocked that this kid had planned it all from the start. Araji says what he needs now is information, since he's new to this world. He'll squeeze everything he can about the demons out of him. Delphus laughs, saying it won't be easy to make him talk, but then he screams in agony. Araji is merciless. He already slashed behind his knees, and now he cuts the tendons behind his arms, leaving him completely immobilized. He tells him flatly that unless he wants to taste death in hell itself, he'd better start talking. Frothing with rage, the demon spits back that this brat is underestimating him. Then a strange purple liquid starts leaking from his mouth, eyes, and nose. Araji realizes instantly the bastard had poison ready to kill himself before revealing anything. Looks like the Demon King's army will be far more troublesome than he imagined. That's when suddenly a system general appears. Alongside her, Kanzaki steps in, spotting the scene and asking if that's a dead body on the ground. Araji clearly didn't want anyone knowing about his abilities. He immediately demands, since when rewatching. She admits she'd been there since the moment the demon hit the ground. So Araji explains the truth, that this guy was an assassin from the Demon King's army, and the strange power emanating from the bear was connected to him. Kanzaki asks if he's saying this person was trying to kill them. He answers that it's more than obvious. Of course they'd be targeted. They're the hero candidates. Did she really think they'd just live an easy life? She admits she was being naive, but asks how he noticed the assassin without being noticed himself. Strangely, Araji decides there's no reason to hide it, and reveals his family were assassins. That's why he can easily detect people in the same line of work. The claim is so outrageous that Kanzaki is stunned, blurting out that he must be insane. Arati simply replies that whether she believes it or not doesn't matter. What does matter is the corpse lying at their feet, that he's certain of. Besides that, he warns her not to tell anyone what she just saw. The class will already be shaken enough because of Hashimoto's condition. Kanzaki agrees, saying it's fine since he actually seems like a good person. She never imagined he cared that much about his classmates. He pulls his hood back, saying he understands that not everyone there is like him, used to fighting. Now it makes sense. He's revealing part of his abilities to Kanzaki because he knows she could be useful later on. The whole group gathers again in another part of the forest. Hono Shiori, who awakened healing abilities, starts using her power. She asks her friend to hold on while the golden light spreads across her body. Everyone watches, and Narumi quickly asks if she thinks Hashimoto will be okay. Shiori says yes, but it'll take at least an hour to fully heal her. He thanks her, then says Midu is truly amazing. Midu brushes it off, saying it's nothing, he just has strong people on his side. That's why it worked. Araji is standing nearby just observing, wondering why the hell Kanzaki won't stop staring at him. That's when the saint appears with the old knight, saying it looks like everyone survived. Everyone greets Leonora, but Narumi wants to know if they were being watched the whole time. Gaius answers that obviously they were. Did they really think they left? They were keeping an eye on everything. The blonde demands, then why didn't they help sooner? His friend almost died. The old knight answers that it was the perfect training opportunity. If things had gone too far, he would have intervened at the perfect moment. Midu argues that's weird. She was about to die. How could they claim they'd save her? Gaius tells them they'll have to get used to it. Military training has to put their lives at risk. The battles they'll face from now on will be far more dangerous. Midu steps forward again, saying that's not what he means. They were told only weak monsters would be in this area. Leonora steps forward and explains that it was the work of a demonic assassin. Of course, nobody understands what that means. She clarifies that armored beasts don't normally live here, so most likely the assassin was scouting their strength as hero candidates. The old knight adds that if that's the case, then the assassin is still hiding somewhere. Leonora agrees, saying they truly need to strengthen their defenses. She urges them to understand that this is actually a good sign. They need to get stronger or soon every one of them will die. The students look uncertain. How could they possibly get stronger than this? They were already training hard every day and risking their lives. Midu tells her to stop. This is going too far. Everyone is shaken after that fight. She admits maybe it is too much, but if they don't grow stronger, they'll die. Of course, this doesn't sit well with the so-called hero, who thinks this woman clearly doesn't care about them. That's when Arashi finally reappears after so long, shouting that she summoned them here just to throw them to their deaths. In a flash, Gaius steps in front of Leonora, warning Arashi to watch how he speaks to Lady Leonora. Everyone realizes it. If they keep mouthing off, the old knight will beat them down. Midu tries to calm things, but Arashi keeps going, saying that woman must have a death wish, and then yells at Midu to stop acting so composed. He insists they're just being used. The hero, however, says the obvious. If they disobey or make enemies out of these people, there's no way they could stand against the entire country. The old knight then tells everyone to be like him and understand their situation. Yes, they're pawns, but they are important pawns. As long as they don't do anything stupid, they'll be treated well. But Arashi doesn't care. He says he's excited for the entire country to be his enemy. He's already activating his power, seemingly ready to unleash an explosion, aiming a blast straight at the old knight. Smoke fills the air, and Arashi laughs, calling the old man pathetic. But of course, from the middle of the smoke, the knight suddenly appears, and in less than a second his hand smacks Arashi across the face. One clean hit to the mouth sends him flying onto his back. The old knight tells them their power right now is disgraceful and warns that tomorrow things will be much harder, so they better be ready. Arashi starts to get up with a grin, swearing that one day he'll kill that bastard. The next day, after those brutal military-style tests, the researcher steps up as the one who will explain the training. He says he heard some of them got injured yesterday, and asks if they're fine now. Hashimoto says yes, she was wrecked yesterday, but after being healed, she's doing okay. The blonde asks about the guy who got punched in the face. He doesn't answer, but it's clear he's fine. The blonde remarks they're lucky to have someone nearby with divine protection. Now it's time for him to explain today's training. They're standing in his research area, and he's bringing out monsters for them to practice against. Midu asks if the monsters are inside that building. The blonde just puts his hand to his eye and says it'll be easier if they take a look. The doors open, and inside the cages are tired goblins. Oh my god, put those poor things down already. They don't even deserve to live. There's also a starving lizard. And great, at least one ogre. Okay, so it's basically a whole prison full of creatures, and they're walking around observing them. The blonde explains that all of them are monsters he created himself for his experiments. And honestly, he doesn't give off good vibes at all. The saint says this is Steady's laboratory. He's supposedly perfect for training soldiers. He answers cheerfully that he's glad to help, collecting data on the monsters. But Midu already notices something feels very wrong here. Not long after, they're standing in the middle of an arena, and the monster tests begin. From above, Araji watches, noticing that everyone's surprisingly calm. They're being forced to fight, but it seems the experience in the forest yesterday toughened them a bit. Still, When he sees Nagas fall to the ground, he realizes they're still afraid deep down. She gets up exhausted, while the ogre in front of her looks more like a puppet, huge, deadly, yet barely moving. Midu complains to Steady that this monster is way too strong for her. Steady just smiles and says he doesn't think that's the case. Besides, Leonora told him to keep training strict, and Midu is wrong. Since they have divine protection, they shouldn't be losing to a monster of this level. That's when Nagas snaps, shouting she's sick of this. She conjures a massive fireball, declaring that the most important thing in battle is willpower. Well, that's actually Steady's line, saying that's exactly why they can't hesitate, because hesitation could mean death. Midu asks if they really stand a chance. The blonde says of course they do. Thanks to divine protection, they can unlock new derivatives, new skills. At that moment, Araji passes by and Midu asks if something's wrong with him. Araji tells him that with the Eye of Judgment, he can see the boy gained a new skill, something called Divine Attack of the Kamikaze Monster, Protection Level 1. What a terrible name, he thinks. Midu, though, is eager to test it. Steady says he'll prepare something for him. Soon enough, Midu is in the arena face-to-face with an orc. He activates both his sword's ability and this new skill, and damn, the kid hasn't even started yet, and already he's forming swords the size of a building. Even the poor little orc, who's been trapped in a cage his entire life, is trembling in fear at having to face this. But Midu steps forward without hesitation, saying he can't afford to show mercy. Damn, I actually felt bad for the orc. The poor creature tried to get up, but Midu just slashed its arm. The monster writhed in agony, only for him to deliver another blow that sent its head rolling to the ground. From a distance, Araji notes that with power like that, the armored bear they faced before would have been wiped out easily. Now he's eager to see if his judgment eye will eventually grant him new abilities too. Looking around, he realizes Midu isn't the only one who got something new. Arashi has awakened the protection of the landmine. Not that Araji is thrilled to help him, but at least he now knows divine protection powers can evolve. That means everyone is only going to keep getting stronger, and he can't always rely on what he remembers from his own world. Night falls and everyone gathers in Arashi's room. Narumi asks if he's serious and Arashi confirms. The plan is to kill Gaius. After that, they'll tie up Leonora and force her to reveal how they can return to their world. To be honest, their chances are slim to none, but it's not the worst plan since clearly this world isn't treating them well. The idiots are fired up, shouting things like, "Yeah, it'll work, let's kill them all." Arashi asks Narumi for help too, saying he must be sick of those people's attitudes. Narumi asks if he really thinks they stand a chance. Arashi admits he's not sure, but insists that if everyone works together, their chances improve. Narumi is afraid of dying, but he also realizes the missions they're being sent on are far from safe. After some thought, he agrees to join the plan. Next chapter, training continues. Midu shows off his massive sword while everyone else practices honestly. Araji can't stop watching, thinking about how hard the guy works, trains tirelessly. Midu responds that he's still weak, so he has to keep getting stronger. But Araji points out that he could probably already beat half the knights in the country. Midu, however, says that's not enough. To defeat Gaia, he needs overwhelming destructive power, the kind of strength to protect everyone, no matter what. Araji asks what he thinks of Leonora and Gaius. Midu says obviously they're using them as pawns in this war. Still, he believes they weren't lying when they promised not to harm them as long as they obey. Araji then asks, "So, you're going to risk your life to kill the Demon King for them?" Midu doesn't flinch. He says yes, he's decided. But his plan is to be the only one who fights. He'll become the nation's main hero and slay the Demon King alone. Then he'll negotiate so that everyone else can live in peace. Araji says it's an impressive, even noble idea, but doubts Leonora would ever agree. Midu answers, "Then I'll swing my sword until she does." Right in the middle of this conversation, Leonora herself shows up beside Gaius. Steady greets her immediately, and she asks him to take care of everyone while they're away. Nagas blurts out, "Wait, where are you going?" Asing answers that they're heading somewhere interesting and they'll be gone for a few days. In the meantime, Steady will handle things. Without further explanation, she excuses herself and begins to leave. But someone's smiling and the atmosphere is tense. It feels like trouble is coming. In the carriage, Gaius asks if this is really a good idea. Leonora calmly sips her tea and asks what he means. He says it's obvious. He's certain that boy Arashi is plotting something. She takes another sip, unbothered, and admits that yes, they do intend to rebel. Gaius presses for the plan, and she simply says she doesn't have one. She's just curious to see how they'll try to pull it off. Besides that, Leonora says it's perfect to let them keep training and plotting while she's away. Gaius mentions that he knows they're still developing. It's unlikely, but maybe. She cuts him off, saying nothing will happen. There's no way they could ever face her directly. Some kind of contract must be protecting her, saying. Gaius agrees, and she adds that he should see this as an opportunity. Just like an artist drawing, only needing to add a little detail, she's eager to watch the hierarchy form among them. If they start a rebellion, even better. She'll crush them completely and erase their will. Besides, she's noticed other suspicious things, so for now, she prefers to let them act freely. Back in the forest, Araji is already sprinting, dodging monsters. He whips out a knife and hurls it into a beast's head, dropping it instantly. He activates the Eye of Judgment and checks his talent list. His skills have evolved. Killing that demon before, the poor bastard who didn't see it coming, clearly pushed his growth. Just then, he senses something charging. An ogre swings at him. Araji sidesteps, saliva flying from the monster's mouth as it lunges. He draws 3 blades and throws them, but the brute's armor is too thick. Keeping calm, he activates his eye, spots the weak point, leaps behind it, and drives the blade into its neck. The beast collapses. That's when the message hits. He gained a new skill. He can now see the weak point at the nape. That's why the stab hurts so much. Not bad, though still nothing compared to Midor's powers. He knows he needs more ways to survive in this world, and he'll have to grow much stronger. Walmart goblins swarm him, and his eye reveals their weak points are the heart and head. Obvious, yes, but still powerful. He throws his knives, landing every strike, and they drop instantly. He thinks to himself, of course, those are the weak spots for humanoid creatures. For some monsters, though, this ability won't matter much. He needs something different, creatures where this power truly makes a difference. That's when he senses movement. A lantern's light cuts through the dark. Oh great, you again, Kanzaki. You want something but don't know how to ask, huh? Hunting for me in the middle of the night in the forest? He asks what the hell she's doing here. I came to find you. You weren't in the dorms, so I figured you'd be out here hunting. Good guess. Now go. The forest's dangerous. No, that's exactly what I should be telling you. Araj reminds her he's used to the night and orders her to head back. She snaps, telling him to shut up and answer what he's really doing out here. He explains he's testing the new divine protection he just received. She looks surprised but recalls Steady mentioning such things. Curious now, she asks what protection he got. Cruel move, he reveals half a secret, which is worse than saying nothing. He refuses to tell her. She protests that he can't act like this, especially since she came out here because she was worried about him. He asks if she's really that interested in him. Blushing, she stammers that she only said it like that. He turns away, telling her to head back. He's fine and will keep testing things. She insists she'll stay with him, but then her expression suddenly changes. She sees flames rising in the forest. Through the trees, a house is burning with goblins attacking townsfolk. Or maybe other students? Could this be the first death? Someone about to be crushed? Not this time. Miru Shunji charges in, swinging his massive sword. The girl sighs in relief, thank you. But goblins close in on him immediately, only to be incinerated in a blaze. Nagas, irritated after being woken up, mutters that she was having such a nice night's sleep. So, what's going on here? Arashi says it doesn't matter. They don't have time to complain, only time to deal with it. While the fire rages, our protagonist and his partner rush forward, trying to figure out why the dorms are in flames. Monsters are everywhere, and Narumi breathes a sigh of relief seeing they're both okay too. Araji demands to know what happened. I was gone for 10 seconds and now everything's burning. What the hell went down? But no one has an answer. Araji, though, already suspects this is the work of a human. They need to track this person down fast. Suddenly, a voice remarks that his judgment is sharp. It's Steady. Knew it? Could never trust that blonde. No normal person runs a lab breeding monsters for experiments. Araji asks if these creatures weren't the ones he'd been raising. Steady admits they are his little cuties he's been preparing. On top of that, he gave them medicine to toughen them up a bit. Otherwise, they'd be useless. Araji presses him, asking why he'd do this. Was he trying to kill the hero candidates? Steady explains that, unfortunately, those were orders from above. He was told to wipe out the candidates, even if it meant sacrificing his current position. He insists he has nothing against anyone there, but this was his mission, and he has to see it through. Kanzaki, confused, asks if he's saying the order came from Leonora. Steady scoffs. No, not from a viper like her. The order came directly from the Demon King. Now everyone's shaken. What kind of connection does he have with that guy? Steady says it's not hard to understand. He's been given a role as a researcher for the Demon King, which is a far better deal for him. Araji calls him out for giving himself over to darkness, betraying everyone just to run twisted experiments. But Steady spreads his arms wide, proclaiming that humanity will never understand the beauty of these creatures. He lives only to study the magnificent nature of monsters. Meanwhile, flames roar, chaos spreads, and he's standing there with arms wide open. Then he orders his creatures to attack. Goblins charge forward. Araji calls for Kanzaki, who immediately activates her power, freezing the monsters in place. She commands them to see Steady as their enemy, but Steady just laughs, saying it's useless. With a single command, her influence vanishes. Of course, he's a scientist, as if he wouldn't know how to handle rebellious monsters. The Walmart goblins rush them. Araji draws his blade, telling her to get back. One slash to the neck, another, 3 down. Steady claps, praising the scene, saying there are plenty more where those came from. Another wave of creatures comes barreling at him, but Araji stays calm. A slash across the stomach, a stab to the head, done. A golem lumbers up behind him, but Araji swings his leg in a brutal kick. The beast stiffens and collapses to the ground instantly. The kid's carrying the whole team, and now the monsters themselves are in shock. But where's that so-called hero Midu? The mighty one? Nowhere in sight. Clearly, no one knows about Araji's true power because even Steady is baffled, wondering why his monsters are falling to this boy without divine protection. Araji activates the Eye of Judgment, scanning Steady's stats. Every offensive attribute is ranked F pathetic, but then he notices the condition, half demon, and the domination skill. That's why Kanzaki's powers weren't working on the creatures. Suddenly, Steady says he didn't want to resort to this, but he has no choice. He lets out a sharp whistle. Araji narrows his eyes, asking what the hell he's doing. Steady just smiles and says, "You'll find out soon enough." Suddenly, the protagonist flinches and has to dodge to the side as a fireball slams into the ground at his feet. And just like that, damn, the guy summons a dragon. The beast immediately inhales, preparing another fiery breath, while Steady smugly declares that yes, he has a red dragon. That's his trump card. The creature charges forward, smashing through houses, sending stones flying everywhere. Kenzaki freezes in shock, saying there's no way to dodge that, but Araji reacts fast. So fast, it's almost ridiculous. Just a single step back and he's clear. He asks if she's alright and orders Narumi to take care of her while he handles this. But seriously, where's the so-called hero? Did he die? Where the hell is he? The dragon bears down on him, ready to finish him off, and that's when Araji spots it, the weak point beneath its neck. Finally, his ability has found a real purpose. As the beast swoops past, he ducks under and slashes at the spot, but his cheap dagger snaps on the first strike. The dragon barrels past, its bulk crashing down, and Araji realizes that with his current power, there's no way he can end this fight alone. Just as he wonders what to do, Arashi makes his flashy entrance. He leaps from a rooftop, smashes the dragon across the face, and lands near its knee, grinning, asking what the lizard thinks of that. The dragon answers with a fire blast to his face. Surprisingly, instead of being roasted, he just ends up singed, a little smoky but standing strong. Seeing this, Araji thinks to himself, this bastard really did get solid powers, strong and tough. Arashi smirks, saying it hurt. But before he gets carried away, Araji steps up and tells him to listen. They'll have to work together to bring this beast down. Of course, Arashi scoffs, asking why he'd ever need help from trash like him. Araji stays calm and admits it's because he can see the weak points, but he doesn't have the strength to hit them properly. Arashi sneers, saying it sounds like the rookie's begging for help, not that he's interested. But Araji just warns him an attack is coming, and sure enough, the two of them leap aside as the dragon's massive tail sweeps past. In midair, though, the beast is already preparing another breath, and this time Arashi takes the full blast. He's scorched badly, almost done for. Araji asks him flat out, so you think you can do this alone? Arashi, surprisingly, doesn't hesitate. He admits he can't. He asks where the weak point is. Araji explains it's in the scales just under the neck. Strike that exact spot, and it will take far more damage. If he combines it with his destructive explosion, the beast will fall. Arashi nods, saying fine, and he'll trust him this time. From a distance, Steady shouts, confused why the dragon has stopped moving. Then he raises his voice like it's a duel in Yu-Gi-Oh, commanding the red dragon to kill him. The beast roars, the wind alone knocking them off balance, sparks filling the air as his voice shakes the ground. Araji dashes sideways, throwing knives to draw its attention, trying to create an opening for Arashi. The dragon snaps at him, but he keeps slipping just out of reach, forcing it to follow. Meanwhile, Arashi circles toward the neck, sliding into position with a smirk, saying he knows what needs to be done. He ducks low, activates his destructive explosion, and slams the strike right into the weak point. The dragon shrieks in agony before crashing to the ground, defeated. Steady can't believe his monster has fallen. Arashi grins, boasting it was too easy. Araji, unimpressed, tells him for someone who just got roasted, he sure talks a lot. Then he turns to Steady and asks if he still wants to keep going now that his trump card is gone. Steady insists yes, he still has countless other creatures, until he realizes every last one he brought is already lying dead on the ground. And of course the missing hero Midu finally shows up, not from fighting the dragon, but surrounded by 4 girls. He smugly says, looks like the only one left is that bastard. Steady thinks about running, but just then Narumi appears at his side, saying he's not going anywhere. Startled, the fool stumbles like a complete idiot, nearly falls flat, but gets caught by a water spell. As soon as he lifts his head, a sword is already pressed to his face. Araji glares at him, saying this bastard wasted the whole night that should have been for resting on a pointless fight like this. Steady panics, begging for calm, promising to tell them everything if they don't kill him. But suddenly, his eyes turn red. No one understands what's happening. Then purple tears stream down his face, and just like that, he's dead. Araji comments that he must have been under some kind of curse. Mido guesses it's because he was about to spill information. Meanwhile, Araji's mind lingers on the Demon King. The enemy never stops, always sending someone after them. A day after the incident, someone says it's unbelievable. It's the Saint Leonora looking troubled, saying she's deeply concerned that something like this happened while she was away. Narumi shoots back that she should take responsibility, since she was the one who left Steady in charge of everything. Leonora laughs softly, apologizes, calling it a misunderstanding. She explains she never thought a demon tamer that weak could cause so much trouble. That's all she meant. The meaning is obvious enough. Nagase asks if she already knew he was a spy and still allowed him to act. Leonora only repeats that she warned them training would grow harsher, and this was part of it. One of the students snaps back, calling her a witch, asking if she realizes most of them nearly died in their sleep. Gaius cuts him off, telling the child to control himself and blaming him for being careless while sleeping. Araji knows it's insane, but in a way, they're not wrong. He reacted too late to the monsters and only stepped in when things were already dire. The Saint then says it's time to talk about something more important. They'll be traveling to the royal capital. Midu asks what for, and she explains there will be a parade to celebrate the arrival of the hero candidates, and of course, they'll be leading it. Night falls, and Gaius tells the soldiers to get some rest. They're clearly already on the journey, setting up camp. Someone counts a total of 30 men. It's Arashi, noting the number of soldiers. But what he observes is that most of them aren't impressive. One of his followers points out that he could drop one with a single punch. So what should they do? Arashi says it's obvious. The perfect chance to put their plan into action has arrived. His friend agrees. Only 30 soldiers and the camp is set up in an open field. They're being underestimated. No one suspects tonight will be the night of their rebellion. All they need to do is alert Narumi's group and prepare. But Aragi, watching from the corner of his eye, already knows the truth. They're more than ready for this. Leonora and Gaius carry themselves with total confidence, certain they can handle any problem. At that moment, Araji pulls Midu aside for a private talk. Meanwhile, in the shadows beyond the trees, Arashi's group prepares to strike. He knows that anyone not paying attention must already be asleep, making this the perfect opportunity. Narumi agrees, giving the order to begin. But just as they move, Midu and his group step into view. He takes a step forward, declaring that he heard about their plan to kill Leonora and Gaius. Naturally, Arashi demands to know who the bastard was that revealed it. Midu just says he overheard while passing by. Nagas asks if they're really plotting something this insane. Sure, Leonora and Gaius are a pain, but this crosses the line. Arashi snaps back that the insane ones are them, for seriously thinking they keep obeying and serving as lapdogs for those two. Midu admits the situation isn't exactly good for them, but insists they need to find another solution. Arashi snaps back, telling him to come up with a better plan then. Midu says his plan is to become strong enough to defeat the Demon King alone. In exchange, he'll demand safety for everyone else. Arashi laughs, telling him to wake up like Leonora would ever listen to something that ridiculous. But Midu insists that once he has the strength to make it happen, he'll also have the strength to negotiate. Even so, Arashi responds that it's out of the question. He doesn't want some so-called hero protecting him, so Midu better step aside because he's not taking back what he said. And just like that, it's fight time. Midu warns him that if he wants to go through with this, he'll have to get past his group first. But his people don't look shaken at all. Arashi charges in saying Midu will regret it, and slams a knee into his stomach. Midu is sent flying back, shocked at Arashi's raw speed and power. At the same time, Arashi is stunned too because Midu actually managed to block part of the strike. Right then, the few soldiers rush over, asking what's going on. Midu quickly answers that they're just having a disagreement and doing some sparring. The soldiers tell him to calm down, it's too late at night for this nonsense. Realizing the situation will only get worse if he keeps pushing, Arashi spits that he's done with this. He walks off, saying it's pointless dealing with such a bunch of weaklings. It's not worth talking to anyone there. Next chapter, we're finally arriving at the capital of Daguerreast. Everyone's celebrating, selling their stuff, and Narumi, that fool, is all impressed. Hashimoto complains, saying there are too many people around, while Nagata shrugs and says that compared to her concerts, this is way less crowded, so it's fine. Meanwhile, the citizens are staring, whispering, wondering if it's really who they think it is. Gaius shouts for everyone to clear the way, announcing that the candidates for heroes have arrived. The crowd raises their arms, yelling, "These are God's chosen ones. They're incredible." The heroes of Team 1 stand there confused while everyone cheers wildly. Except for Midu, of course, acting like a tough guy again. Honestly, he's getting tiring, really looking like he deserves a good beating at this point, strutting around with his arm raised like he owns the place. Naturally, Arashi isn't thrilled, while the protagonist realizes that people actually put a lot of faith in these so-called heroes. Kanzaki feels uncomfortable with the thought of so many lives depending on them like this. Araji, meanwhile, notices the castle towering over the city. At the very top, King Reigns welcomes everyone, telling them to rest after their long journey, and that's exactly what they do. Some collapse straight into bed, others go off to heat things up. But later that night, there's a grand feast, and by the next morning, Mido's already out training again. The protagonist, as always, is off farming aura and gathering information about the region. He notices a heavily guarded gate, realizing it's riskier than he thought to move around inside the castle. By the way, when I said Reigns was the king of the kingdom, I misspoke. He's actually a holy knight. Anaraji quickly sees that this man has serious influence in the city. He observes him talking to soldiers, asking, "Where are the hero candidates?" Reigns calmly replies that the kids are resting in their rooms. The soldiers want to know if they're truly the ones chosen by the Creator and God. Reigns answers that he's already noticed they're far more powerful than children have any right to be. The knight admits he knows this, but he's worried about the Demon King's followers. Allowing the heroes to enter the capital so openly will definitely stir those people into action. Some mustache fellow agrees, saying there's been too much suspicious activity lately. They need to be more cautious. Hearing all this, Araji grows more and more suspicious. But Reigns insists there's no need to worry. Surely the candidates will protect the capital. They'll end this matter soon enough, so the meeting ends and the group disperses. Still curious, Araji decides it's time to dig for information among the citizens. Later that night, in a pub, the atmosphere is loud with laughter and drinking. Someone approaches the old guy at the counter and orders a bucket and the best food available. The man sees the boy and just nods, no problem. Meanwhile, drunken voices at the bar shout, "Hey, did you see those idiots pretending to be heroes? Just a bunch of stupid kids." A blonde guy snaps back, "Don't trash them like that, man. We have to trust the saint. Unless you want to hear the church nagging you non-stop, right? That clears things up. The church holds real power here. It seems people fear the church even more than the king or nobles." The old man slams a mug on the counter and serves him. The boy takes the chance to say he wants to discuss a few things, like he's new to this country and doesn't know much yet. He's been hearing talk about the Demon King's followers. So who exactly are these people? The old man scratches his ear and says, Well, you already know the country's at war with the Demon King's army, right? And from what they say, that guy is terrible. He's got powers that easily tempt greedy humans, so a lot of people end up corrupted. From the looks of it, some of those working for the Demon King are even among the nobles. Araji says that's truly awful, while thinking to himself that this place feels like it has some kind of terrorist organization. Walking through the city, he realizes that everyone genuinely believes the heroes will defeat the Demon King. That faith, along with the existence of his followers, is exactly why the hero's presence makes everyone restless. Suddenly, Kanzaki shows up, saying she found him again. Seriously, this girl must have a bloodhound's nose. There's no other explanation. She asks what he's doing, and he replies that he's gathering information. They're in an unfamiliar place, so that's just basic. Hesitant, she admits she understands, but warns him it's dangerous to be wandering alone. On top of that, if he ever needs help, he can just ask her. You can already tell he's stringing her along with his aura farming act. He waves her off again, saying, "I'm fine, really. Just go stay with the other students." But she insists he stands still right there. Looks like she's not actually leaving. She pushes him to accept the help she's offering. Araji says fine, he'll accept. He's rushing too much into digging up information about the royal capital anyway, so why not? Let her talk with the townsfolk. The poor girl falls right into his trick, leaves happily humming, while a hooded figure nearby chuckles quietly. Back home, he realizes he didn't manage to learn anything useful, but he did discover the existence of a new enemy. Just then, a loud commotion breaks out, making him wonder what's going on so late at night. He arrives in a hall where all the candidates are gathered. He asks what's happening, and they explain Kanzaki has gone missing. Ronia was the first to notice since they're roommates, and now everyone's out searching for her. Araji realizes that no one noticed he'd been gone except Kanzaki herself. Really? No one cares about the boy. But whatever. That's when Midu wants to know if he has any idea what happened. He says no. Unfortunately, he doesn't know anything. He was sleeping in his room. Midu looks downcast, then tells everyone it's obvious she isn't in the castle. With dawn about to break, they'll have to start searching for her. Honestly, they should be searching at night. The girl could be suffering all kinds of cruelty right now, and they're going to wait for the sunrise. Naives agrees, while the protagonist thinks it'll be too late. Still, he understands that most people must be asleep at this hour, though deep down he knows delaying is the worst thing they can do. So he heads outside to search. They go back to where he had run into her earlier and find her student ID card lying on the ground. As he bends down to pick it up, 4 men suddenly appear, coming at him from all sides. The protagonist dodges the first, stares him down, startling him, then grabs his arm and pulls him into another, making them crash into each other. Spinning around, he kicks another one straight in the face, sending him to the ground. A brawl breaks out, and within seconds, the last one left is trembling. Araji tells them they're poorly trained as spies and lousy soldiers on top of that. They all seem like ordinary humans, so what are they doing here? The man hesitates, but Araji warns that now he'll have to spill everything. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the city, Kanzaki is tied up with her arms stretched out, furious, while her captors mock her, saying she looks fisty. From the look of it, she still intends to fight. She says her answer will always be the same. She's not going to reveal a single thing. The man asks her not to be so cruel. They just want to learn a little more about the candidates. And obviously, right? Villain in a Japanese story, what do? They immediately go for the cut, asking how long she can keep her mouth shut. But while they're plotting, they're already being watched by the King of the Pillar, who once again notes that these guys were just ordinary humans. Hard to believe Kanzaki was even captured. The strike comes sharp. 2 knives fly and pierce both their skulls. Their bodies drop lifeless to the floor while she's left stunned. Then the tough guy appears, saying, "Hey, are you okay?" She's still in shock, apologizing, but he just tells her to keep quiet, not make too much noise, and need to get out without drawing attention. She thanks him again, but right then, Araji feels that strange sensation once more. He stands and glances between the pillars, where something seems to be approaching. In an instant, a knight steps in and strikes the ground hard. And doesn't he look like Rains? The man rises, saying it's impressive he managed to dodge. Of course, it's that bastard declaring that Araji needs to be killed, calling him far too dangerous a candidate. The protagonist remembers, so this bastard really is from the Knight Order. What's he doing here? Rains admits it, yes, he is, or maybe it's better to call him a general of the Demon King's army. The protagonist prepares himself, thinking this cursed capital is crawling with enemies. Truly, this country was on the verge of collapse. Rains tells him to give up. The end is inevitable, because all the candidates will be killed. As Rains gets ready, Araji activates his eye. Rains Walter, 28 years old. And as always, something feels off. He didn't have any ability suggesting demonic possession. Plus, all his stats were rank B. Definitely not someone to underestimate. Rains glares again and charges, swinging his blade. Araji dodges, but in midair, the man locks eyes with him, activates a magic circle, and fires off 3 fireballs. The protagonist hadn't expected this bastard to use magic too. As he leaps away from the fireballs, trapped midair, Rains rushes in, declaring that his end has come. Araji tries to throw another knife, but the man sneers that it's useless. He activates the eternal flame on his sword and says it's over for the candidate. He raises his weapon for the final cut, when suddenly bang! The silver one pulls out a Glock and shoots him right in the forehead. Rains tries to form a magic circle, but the protagonist just formed an American circle instead. Poor guy drops dead instantly. I'd almost forgotten that bastard still had that Glock in his pocket. He mutters that Ryan's actually managed to surprise him. He hadn't wanted to waste his bullets, but in midair there was no way to dodge. Honestly, he's going to need to learn new ways to fight if he wants to survive in this world. Still in disbelief after 20 chapters, the kid finally invoked the Second Amendment. Kenzaki is completely shaken, asking if he really just shot the man. He says yes, it's standard equipment for an assassin. She admits it's terrifying to realize a classmate had a gun all along. But now her face is bright red. You came to save me, didn't you? The protagonist replies, coincidence, you idiot. Besides, what happened to your domination power? She explains that strangely the attack started when they slapped those shackles on her. From that moment, she couldn't use her ability anymore. It was weird. More than obvious, he already understands that those shackles have some kind of special property. He throws his coat over her shoulders and says, come on, girl. But she isn't having it. Hey, Shinjo, those guys, they're going to go after everyone in the class, aren't they? He nods, saying, yeah, most likely they're the target of a good part of the city, especially since that guy was the captain of the Knights. Then we see a bit earlier when he tortured the ones who had tried to attack him. The man was begging to live, but Araji told him it would depend on what he revealed. And that dropped to his knees, saying, I'm just following orders. Everyone said the candidates are enemies of the Demon King, and we had to kill them. Araji pressed him, asking if they had killed Kanzaki. The man replied, no. Of course she was still alive. They were planning to keep her captive for a while to lure the other heroes and get information. That made it clear to the protagonist that these people were everywhere, in large numbers. The sun was rising, right? And that's exactly when the others would have started searching for her. Luckily, Araji went out during the night and saved her. The protagonist also notes that this man who gave information didn't die from a curse, unlike Steady before. Kenzaki realizes that these people were Demon King worshippers, even without any demonic powers. She had thought the people of this world were all allies. But Aradi just tells her that from now on she has to be careful not to be tricked again. The only reason they managed to slap those shackles on her was because she clearly let her guard down. Embarrassed, she admits they were answering all the questions she was asking. She wanted to learn more and ended up distracted. Then she snaps at him, telling him to stop nagging her. All she did was lose focus for a second. And right then, someone calls their names. It's Mido showing up late as ever. But at least he's relieved to see they're safe. He gets all cheerful and asks if it was Shinjo who found her. The protagonist says they need to talk, and Mido immediately realizes something happened. Araji explains about the Demon King's cult, this group of humans who look like worshippers of the very enemy they're supposed to kill. And obviously that makes them the targets. Mido admits that now things are complicated. Since these are humans without any magic involved, it'll be much harder to identify who they really are, unlike with monsters. Araji agrees. That's why things are about to get much more difficult. Mido says he'll have to report this to Leonora, so she can strengthen their defenses. But Kenzaki cuts in, saying she's certain that woman will just tell them to deal with it on their own like always. Mido pauses, thinks, and admits she's probably right. She won't want to help, so it'll be better if they join forces and decide for themselves how to act. Meanwhile, the entire class is still out looking for Kenzaki. But then their talk is cut short by the sound of an explosion echoing through the whole city. In the distance, smoke rises, and they immediately dash toward it. At the same time, they find themselves surrounded. Hooded figures all around snickering. Mido realizes it's exactly the bastards they've been hunting. Aradi says it looks like they don't have a choice and tells everyone to get ready. Those guys don't stand a chance anyway, not with the three strongest right here. At the same time, Arashi's group and Nagasa's group are also surrounded. Poor totally spies, huh? They'll probably all get wiped out. Arashi must be thrilled, since he loves a fight. Meanwhile, the protagonist scans their stats. As usual, hostile, but nothing showing demonic traits. Most of them ranked around D and F. Strangely, Araju mutters that these guys are a real problem. They were trained fighters. Maybe not a big deal, but we'll see. Then the order is given and the whole group charges. At that moment, the protagonist calls out to Kanzaki, who activates her power, freezing 5 of them in place for a second. He throws 5 knives with deadly accuracy, and it's over. Truly, tough fighters. Mido's there shouting, you guys are amazing. But then, what the hell, people? They're humans. You can't just go around attacking them like that. Aradi, though, says he doesn't care. Enemies need to die. Mido's trying to play that knightly hero act. No, you've got to save people from evil. Suddenly, another attacker comes from behind, and Aradi has to defend himself. Still insisting on being the good guy, Mido shouts, why are you doing this? We're all human. Why are you helping the Demon King? The attacker just answers that they do everything for their master. Kenzaki reaches out, but the protagonist tells her not to. He wants Mido to handle it. Mido attacks, breaking the man's sword. Damn, you broke my blade. Mido says, buddy, drop that little sword and surrender, or you're gonna get your ass handed to you. The guy just laughs and screams that he'll never surrender to a filthy hero like him. He lunges for another strike. The cut sprays blood, and my god, Mido chose to get torn up rather than kill that idiot. The attacker is enjoying it, laughing like a psychopath. Then Mido moves in, you son of a bitch, and hits him straight in the middle. Done. Tired of it. Is that what you wanted, you bastard? There he is, ripped open on the ground. But the weirdo on the side begs for more, saying that's not enough. Araji tells Midu to finish him because he replies that he can just leave the guy to die on the ground, right? But our protagonist says that's not how the world works. You have to make sure threats are eliminated. The attacker's terrified. How can a classmate speak so calmly about this? He's just human too. The protagonist says it's a matter of choice. At that moment, their classmates are probably under attack across the city. Is he going to leave this guy and put everyone's lives at risk? He asks Midu to decide what's more important, the life of this guy on the ground or the lives of their classmates. This kid really convinced the hero on the psychological level, huh? Midu says he understands and plunges his blade in. He swears he'll save everyone and won't let anyone die at the hands of those people. Elsewhere in the city, it's a bloodbath. They go pick a fight with Arashi, who's thrilled. He's beating everyone up, collecting information with a grin. He gets everything he needs, thanks the informant, tells him to die, punches a blast straight into his chest. The man is scorched, his body falls charred while the heroes celebrate. At the Totally Spy scene, Nagaki's swinging around, throwing fireballs and roasting everybody. This is way too easy. Surely some enemies coming that they can't handle. She can't figure out why there are so many of them. She tells her friends to do something instead of standing there watching, but they're all like, they're humans. I can't kill them. They're human. Nagaki snaps, asking if they want to die, when suddenly one of them gets kicked in the back, another sliced. She can't understand why these two girls can't do anything. And of course, behind all this, the Saint's wondering whether everyone will actually pass the test. Yikes. In the little group of 5 girls, they're completely surrounded. Then the Saint appears and says maybe everyone's passed. I thought those guys were part of her plan, but they're actually angry at her, shouting that the Dan Saint showed up. She says it's cruel to attack the people she wants to protect. She clearly has to step in and save everyone. The attackers say it's the perfect chance to kill that idiot. She came without her escort. The Saint just laughs, saying it's funny to see a bunch of fools seduced by the power of a demon king think they stand a chance against her. They shout at her to shut up and rush in from all sides. Everyone's about to stab her when the Saint stays calm and suddenly smiles. She activates the Prostratus power, basically a stance, and instantly everyone's on the ground. She walks through them saying it's funny it thought her ability would be stopped so easily. Her aura spreads everywhere. She warns that her domination is superior in every way. The Totally Spies are confused, asking why they were rescued. The Saint replies she already said everyone had passed the test. Sure, it would have been better if they'd handled it themselves, but it wasn't a bad save. Nagaki thanks her and says fine then. The Saint says there's no need to thank her. It's her job to watch over her subordinates. Then one of the men on the ground grabs her clothes, begging her not to ignore them and asking what she thinks she's doing. The Saint glances over and says it's a shame. She didn't realize he was still alive. Fine then, she orders all the girls to kill them now. The girls' bodies get wrapped in her domination. They find they no longer have control and ask what's happening. The Saint forces one girl to raise her sword while the man on the ground begs for mercy, but she has no choice. She brings it down and drives it in. Of all things, the Saint's being pretty merciless. These girls need to learn to kill. The whole city wants them dead. There's a demon king. You can't keep pretending to be a good person. The fools are all crying while Araji says that's the power of a level 3 domination. Kenzaki realizes it's not only far stronger than hers, but the area of effect is huge. Araji knows they'll have to develop a way to deal with it, or else they'll be at her mercy forever. That night, 12 hours after the Demon King's attack, everyone gathers at the castle. The protagonist notices Nagaki looks shaken. One of the girls asks how everyone is, and she answers they're awful. Everyone's shaken. Hashimoto says she understands, while Narumi wants to know why they're acting like this, controlling people and forcing them to kill humans. That's terrible. I thought they were mad at the disciples, but they're angry at the Saint for making them kill people on the ground. Narumi agrees that it's inhuman. He asks if Nagaki's okay. She says she's calm, just a bit bothered, but she knows it will be much harder for the others to cope with this. Oh, you lassie heroes, you're all going to die like this. Good thing there's Araji to balance things, right? 1 bullet to the head, 5 stabs. The boy doesn't hesitate for a second. Midu is there crying, oh god, everyone's suffering, why didn't I get here sooner? His friends tell him not to beat himself up. He's not to blame. Kenzaki also says if she'd arrived earlier, she could have restrained everyone. Araji replies they're idiots. None of them had enough strength to resist Leonora's commands. When they were with Midu, they split up to help the rest of the team, but obviously they couldn't save everyone. And he knows this won't be the last time they run into that Demon King cult. At least with their general dead, they'll have some peace for a while. There's something more important though. He calls Kenzaki over and says it's time for a talk. She follows, blushing all over. What does she think he's going to ask? He looks at her and says, come on, Kenzaki, dominate me. She's like, what do you mean, dominate? Did he call for a duel? Of course not. What the heck? I wanted to see how that would play out, but next chapter, we're left celebrating anyway, since they killed part of the Demon King's army. The celebration was in full swing for the heroes' arrival, and everyone was impressed by their power, since they had survived that last battle. Now the capital was welcoming them with open arms while the crowd cheered and stared. But Araji found the whole thing suspicious. It seemed like what had happened was part of Leonora's plan to make the people accept them. If that was the case, then she was far more dangerous and thinking long-term in a way he hadn't imagined. Sometime later, everyone gathered in front of the castle gates. Leonora told them to return to the temple in Alpha City. Kenzaki didn't understand, but Araji explained that was the city where they had been summoned. Midu wanted to know if Leonora would come with them. She said unfortunately she had matters to resolve from the day before, so for now they would be under Gaia's care. Nagase reminded them they were being foolish. Had they forgotten that all the dormitories there had been burned down? She also noticed the other girls were still trembling. She asked Naomi if she was okay, but the girl looked completely shaken, one eye blackened, expressionless. The Saint asked if there was a problem. Naomi flinched, collapsed to the ground like an idiot, and had to be caught by her friend. Nagase tried to calm her while the Saint turned away, saying the matter was settled and she was leaving. But the shaken girl demanded she stay put. Her friend quickly told her to be quiet instead. Really, all the Saint had done was split the skull with her sword. Stop suffering already. This is a magical world where the goal is to kill the Demon King. Wake up. Honestly, I was starting to support the Saint with the exposed midriff. She was the real deal. Midu, however, wasn't in the same mindset and kept glaring. Araji noticed that Arashi, on the other hand, was itching for a fight. Then Gaius announced it was time to depart. Night fell, and they camped in the forest. Once again, that little gang gathered behind the trees. As Araji already suspected, they were planning something. Kanzaki guessed the same, but the protagonist confirmed it. Of course they were. Leonora wasn't around, and only about 30 soldiers remained, most of them weak compared to the heroes. It was the perfect chance to kill Gaius. Under those circumstances, he wasn't about to stop them. He'd just watch and see what happened. In the forest, Gaius asked if the monster that looked like a dragon was really nearby. Narumi said yes, come with him. He had seen something strange in the area. Was Gaius being tricked, or was he just playing dumb? He warned that this road led to the royal capital and would be dangerous if a dragon actually lived there. At that moment, Narumi cried out in alarm, saying the beast had appeared. Was that it? When Gaius turned to look, Arashi was already at his back. He unleashed a destructive explosion that looked like it landed full on. Narumi activated his legs and flew clear. Gaius managed to dodge, but his head was scorched and his forehead was bleeding. Arashi laughed, saying it was funny. Even his maximum explosion wasn't enough. This guy was one tough bastard. But judging by his condition, he clearly wasn't at 100%. Killing bastards was Arashi's favorite thing anyway. Gaius stumbled back right onto a landmine Arashi had planted and was consumed by flames from the ground. Arashi told him he'd been led into a trap, so he'd better realize, wherever he went, he'd end up blown apart. Even if he used mana to defend himself, the attacks were clearly hurting. Gaius admitted he hadn't expected them to use cheap tricks and tactics like this to ambush him. He really had misjudged Arashi. He spreads his arms and thanks them, saying, "Thank you very much. All I really want is to kill you." So these tactics you're seeing are all part of the plan. Right then, the rest of the Walmart adventurers show up behind him. Gaius stands, plants his sword to his forehead, and Arashi orders everyone to advance. That bastard was going to die today, and nobody was to show mercy. Gaius answers that it looks like there's no way to stop them. He reaches into his pocket, pulls out a little blue sphere, and tosses it into the air. It bursts like a firework. Midu and Kanzaki are baffled while Arati thinks Arashi slipped up. The camp soldiers see the signal and start looking around, wondering if their guide has disappeared. They assume he might be under attack and run to check. But at that moment, Araji arrives and slashes a throat clean. One guy tries to fight back, but Araji gets close and tells him it's nothing personal. Unfortunately, they have to die. Damn, Araji really gets involved. The attackers curse at him, but he dodges another strike and delivers a brutal blow under a chin. He throws one body onto another, so his survivor has to grab his friend, then stabs under the armpit as he passes. The attackers can't understand why the candidates are doing this, and Arati just replies it's not the time to ask questions. It's a brutal sequence. Back in the forest, Gaius is surrounded and everyone assaults him from the sides. He defends against a straight-on attack and blocks a punch from another. Narumi creates a wind spear and throws it, striking a man dead. Meanwhile, another kid channels power into his allies to make them stronger. Gaius realizes it's too dangerous and has to back off to dodge. But another kid comes in to hammer him from the side. Gaius says the kid's slow, but the attacker laughs and says that's useless. The kid's sword hits Gaius in the chest and nearly breaks. The knight can't believe these divine protections are really this strong. Then he senses something coming from his left. Arashi lands another explosive punch and hurls him back. Wow, he defended himself, but where's his arm now? Arashi laughs that the old bastard is persistent. Narumi says he's sure that signal was a call for help, trying to buy time. But Gaius says there's no need for that anymore. Look who showed up. The fierce one herself appears, the Saint with the exposed midriff, saying Gaius looks cornered. Oh boy, you're screwed. Back at the camp, everyone else is tied up. Midu asks what they're doing. It was Kanzaki helping our guide, who says she's simply following orders. Midu's confused and Manga says it's unexpected. Normally, Kanzaki ignores people. Then Arashi shows up and says, sadly for Midu, that Kanzaki is following his orders. Midu is stunned. Kanzaki says she captured 7, although some escaped. She tells him not to worry. The rest are taken care of. Right then, Midu steps in and asks what she means by taken care of. Arashi just says, yeah, I killed them all except those soldiers over there. None of the others are standing. Kanzaki comments that, as always, he showed no mercy while Midu asks why. The protagonist explains Arashi and his group were confronting Gaius, and to help, he decided to deal with the guys who would be easy targets. Now Midu understands why he hadn't seen Arashi that night. Naga says this rebellion might turn into something more serious than they expected. Is he really going to go through with a plan like this? Araji just tells her to take a look at what's going on and she'll get her answer. Mido, though, doesn't get it. Why is he teaming up with Arashi? He thought they were allies. The protagonist just says there are things he needs to do. Besides, if Mido wants to complain to someone, he can complain to Arashi. Don't bother him. The hero admits Mido's right. He doesn't have time to talk and orders them to move. They need to stop this lunatics group. The saint with the exposed midriff says it's impressive that Gaius lost. He answers that it's shameful. No escape. His time is up. From above, Narumi asks what they're going to do. Arashi replies they have no choice. There's no way he'll tuck his tail and run after coming this far. The others hesitate. They know she can control people. The saint herself explains there are limits to her ability. If someone has too much mana, even she has trouble controlling them. But these folks always rely on divine protection and barely know how to handle their own mana, so they're failures. That's why she can easily control everyone here. Arashi calls her a coward and says if she tried to face him head-on, she'd have no chance. The saint laughs and says their taunts are cheap. Since that's the case, she'll deal with him and break those claws of his. Even Gaius looks frightened and begs her not to use that enslavement magic. This would be over the top. The queen of the belly button tells Gaius to calm down. After all, she's the saint. She's way more beloved by God than any of them. Arashi charges and tells her to come at him with everything. Gaius is scared, but the saint simply reaches out, calls to the earth, and something erupts from the ground and strikes him in the chest. He's writhing. She calls to the wind, and it begins to slice from every direction, forming a cyclone. Narumi rushes to help while everyone else asks if Arashi's okay. The saint calls to the fire and one of them is vaporized. She calls to the water and another is trapped in a bubble and can't breathe. As one guy falls unconscious, everyone hesitates. The saint asks if they're finished, but someone says no. Arashi snaps absolutely not. She shouldn't think she's won. Mido's group has arrived and he orders Arashi to stop, wanting to know what he thinks he'll achieve acting like this. Arashi answers that if anyone wants to stop him, they'll have to fight, and he hates pacifists as much as anyone. Mido asks whether the rest of the group really thinks that way. Narumi apologizes, saying they can't trust the saint and her people. The hero is thoughtful while Nagas agrees with Narumi. Since things have reached this point, maybe it's better if everyone joins this cause. Hashimoto argues violence isn't the best way to solve things. The saint finds it comical that even in this situation they're still arguing. She thinks it's funny they assume they won't be punished for stopping now. The vibe is bad for everyone. No one can escape this. The saint stretches out her arms and orders the wind to destroy their enemies. Narumi says he won't let that happen and seems to try to summon a tornado to counter hers. But from the side you can see the saint's storm is much bigger. Poor Narumi is thrown around, spinning helplessly with everyone else. Mido steps back. The dorm room crew is all down on the ground. He asks if they're okay. Arashi tells Mido to calm down. No one's dead. If he wants to help, he should start fighting instead of just watching. He readies his sword and says there really is no other option. Someone in the back agrees. Naga says she's also tired of holding back her patients. Hashimoto adds that it looks like this is their only choice, and with that, everyone gets ready. The saint says fine, today she'll show them the distance between them. Behind a tree, Kenzaki asks Araji what they should do. As always, he's leaning against something with his arms crossed, saying that the moment she uses her magic to enslave them is when they'll step in. Until then, all they can do is trust their friends. The fight is about to begin when suddenly someone calls out to Leonora. It's Gaius, saying that even though he's not in the best condition, he's still her knight. The saint tells him not to worry and says she'll bless him with healing. In an instant, he's back at 100%, his arm restored. They get ready to face the heroes while Narumi is stunned. They went through all that to kill Gaius, and in a second, he's completely fine again. Nagais tells him not to worry. Everyone's here and they'll manage. Now all I can see is the saint's exposed stomach for some reason, and she says they can attack anytime. In her eyes, this battle is perfect to test them. After all, if they never defeat her, they'll never become true heroes. Mido charges in, asking for cover, and goes for the first strike. Gaius steps in front, blocks his attack, and they clash sword to sword. But Mido's blade is cutting right through his. Gaius is forced to retreat, realizing this kid really is powerful. Meanwhile, the saint calls upon ice, shaping it into spears to pierce her enemies. She launches them at Mido, but Nagatas forms a fireball that intercepts them midair. The saint just says that's not enough, as shards continue forward. Mido has to cut them down, though some still pierce him. Narumi calls out to him, telling him to brace himself. At the same time, Hashimoto raises stones, vowing she won't let the saint strike their leader. Turns out this girl has telekinesis. Narumi channels his wind line to slice through the stones, and together they launch a combined attack. But the belly button queen just stands there as the powers land full on, doing absolutely nothing. The rocks crash to the ground as she says she is loved by God. The divine protection and powers they've received have no effect on her. From a distance, the protagonist realizes this must be the saint's protection. Even though her defense stats are relatively low, she doesn't even need to use them, and any physical attack will probably be handled by Gaius anyway. Arashi charges again, throwing a kick. Gaius blocks and asks where that explosive power went. Was he getting tired? Arashi replies he doesn't need to waste that on an old man like him. He tells Mido to take on the saint while he handles this guy. Mido agrees, though he wonders how he's supposed to kill a woman immune to divine protection. Even the energy blade he's using shouldn't work. Then suddenly, the sword lands in his hand. One of the boys says this one will serve him better. He thanks him, while the saint watches with interest, saying this is getting exciting. It looks like the two of them are about to face each other. Midu says, unfortunately, yes, because there are people depending on him. And that's why Leonora must be defeated. He charges while she keeps smiling, slashing arcs like Street Fighter half-moons. He dodges them as Nagas from a distance, wonders how they're supposed to help. All they can do is use their blessing powers, but they don't work. Hashimoto agrees, saying it's frustrating, but all they can do is stand and watch. No, you idiots. The saint is immune. Throw rocks at Gaius to free up Arashi so that he can fight. Without meaning to, I'm pointing out plot holes here. Arashi dodges, slips past another strike, and swings a punch at the old man's face, sending him back. But the kid stays flexible, follows up with a kick that forces the old man to retreat, then drives a solid blow into his gut. The blast of force hurls him away. Arashi mocks him, asking why he's moving so slow. He thought his wounds had been healed, but clearly he hasn't regained all his strength. The old knight retorts that Arashi's at his limit too, and he can't rely on the divine protection he once had. Meanwhile, the saint launches 3 fireballs at Mido, forcing him to dive aside. He knows at this pace he can't win. None of his attacks are landing. He needs another way to defeat Leonora. After evading again and standing face to face with her, she says it's just as expected of Mido. Very few people in this nation could dodge so many attacks. Mido knows dodging alone isn't enough, but the fight feels completely one-sided. He needs to close the distance, yet her attacks never stop. His friends are useless here since they can only attack from afar. He has no choice but to push harder, risk everything, and close in. Leonora looks surprised as Midu suddenly dashes forward. He summons spears behind him as his body shoots like lightning. She slams her hand into the ground, turning it into quicksand beneath his feet. Before he can react, she ignites flames in her palm and scorches the boy's head. Nagai screams his name while Leonora realizes he had been storing energy the whole time, waiting for the perfect moment to release it all at once. His talent is terrifying, but even then, she's still above him. The poor kid collapses. Arashi is still locked with Gaius, wondering how he'll win without using his explosion. Gaius doesn't give him a moment's rest and presses forward, saying he's hesitating far too much. The blade slashes, blood sprays, and Arashi stumbles back, asking himself how he ended up in this mess. He's beaten this old man before, so why is he losing now? Gaius rests his sword on his shoulder and says that in the end, the boy's still an amateur. This is what happens when trash like him can't use divine protection anymore. But Arashi thinks differently. He was never that kind of person. He doesn't need explosions or divine power to show his strength. He forces himself upright, even with the sword embedded in his shoulder. Gaius is stunned. The blade is lodged in his collarbone, yet he's still standing. Shocked, he barely reacts before Arashi throws another punch, this one smashing square into his face. The old knight is launched back, spitting blood. Did he just get knocked out cold from that punch? Looks like it was strong enough. Arashi grins, declaring that he's finally beaten the bastard. Meanwhile, Mido thinks it shouldn't be this way. He has to be the one to protect everyone. His friends are suffering, and he refuses to watch anyone else go through that again. The boy rises once more, lightning aura crackling around him, and the saint is stunned by his resilience. He says enough. It's time to go all out. She responds that he doesn't even stand a chance of reaching her, but in a blink he's already at her side. As she turns to look, his blade strikes and sends her flying back. Blood pours from a cut on her arm, and she wonders if she really let her guard down. In another instant, Midu is already at her back. She spins, summoning an ice barrier, but his strike not only shatters it, it drives her back yet again. At that moment, she realizes it isn't about letting her guard down. He was actually managing to close the distance in an instant. She knew that was the earth-shrinking ability, a power only given to those favored by the gods. Midu said all he ever asked for was something that would help him protect people. In the same second, he drove his sword into her neck. The saint said that still wouldn't be enough to beat her. She activated Prostratus again, and Midu went face first into the dirt. She smiled, saying he'd made his choice. Now that the trump card had been used, Arati said it was their turn to move. Poor Midu was kissing the ground while the saint blushed, admitting she hadn't expected to need that technique yet. She was impressed with Midu. The dorm crew started to advance, but the saint told everyone to freeze. In a heartbeat, nobody could move a muscle. She told them they had done a fine job and everyone had passed the test. She hadn't expected Gaius to fall so quickly. Apparently, as a knight, he could be replaced easily, and everything could remain under control so long as those candidates were under her power. Narumi realized from the start, this was a fight they couldn't win. Midu understood that if they couldn't stop that ability, they'd never have a chance. The Sink admitted she was the one who performed the summoning, and therefore she could control them whenever she wanted. Otherwise, they'd be too large a threat to the world. Suddenly, 3 daggers flew in, and she raised an earthen barrier to defend herself. The knives clattered to the ground, and the saint said she'd been wondering where the boy had been hiding. She knew her dear subordinate had been killed by him. Araji appeared, saying he was impressed. A simple person like him had caught her attention. The saint replied that he'd been strange from the day he arrived. He'd received a worthless divine blessing like that, and yet had been unnaturally calm. He didn't seem like someone without information, and she was disappointed she hadn't expected him to throw himself into a battle he could only lose. Araji said that if this was about winning or losing, he'd decide. The saint told him to prove it, and immediately froze his body. Araji stayed calm, and said this must be that subordinate type ability she used. The saint asked if now he understood how her technique worked. Boom. He takes a shot to the arm and then another. The soldier takes him down and the saint is left baffled. Araji, meanwhile, was impressed she protected her vital areas. She wanted to know how he was still moving. He'd used the subordinate technique, but the protagonist was going all out, landing another hit, another to the leg, right beside her midriff. What the heck? Wrecking the girl's look now. The saint demanded to know what power made her defenses useless. The protagonist said this was a deadly little piece from Bjork. He didn't want to use it often, so she better start obeying. The saint calmed herself and went on the offensive. Even if he didn't obey her techniques, she could still attack him. She sent a blast of fire to burn him, saying he'd let his guard down. Her expression changed when she realized the only thing left was his shirt on the ground. Araji was behind her, saying if she moved, she'd die. Classic. He'd noticed from Midu's fight that she wasn't physically strong. She relied too much on that subordinate technique, so she should give up now. The saint still wanted to know how this was possible. He told her she likely never imagined it would work, but it did. Then we go back to that moment when he asked Kanzaki for that bold favor, brought her to the room and said, "Come on, dominate me." She turned completely red. "But what do you mean? I've never done this. Are we just going to start like this?" Araji was totally confused. The truth was that he had been studying information about the techniques of this world and hadn't found anything about this subordinate business. But he did find something that looked interesting. If two domination-type techniques are applied to one person, the first one placed keeps working. Kanzaki understood immediately. If she dominated him, it would mean another technique couldn't control him. He replied that maybe it was a possibility, but there was a risk her divine protection was weaker, and the other would still work. She pointed out exactly that. The saint's power was far greater. Araji answered that the difference was in the skill level. Kanzaki's domination was level 1, while the saint's was level 3. Kanzaki admitted that if that's the case, she probably couldn't evolve that far. That's when Araji revealed what he'd really noticed. When they fought steady, he didn't even have divine domination at all, just a simple domination over monsters. Even so, she with her divine power couldn't take control. His technique was lower level, but because he applied it first, she couldn't break it. If her divine skill followed that logic, then maybe the saint would also be bound by it. He believed it was worth trying. Back with the saint, she said it could only be Kanzaki. The protagonist with the Glock asked if she'd finally figured out how it worked. That was exactly it. At that moment, he was under control. The saint bit her lip in anger, and Araji told her this was the end. Click. He cocked the Glock. But surely it must be empty, right? Actually, no. What he did was put the same shackles on her that had sealed Kanzaki's powers. Now the saint couldn't do anything, and the boy said he'd borrowed them from the demon cult. The saint asked what he thought he was going to do. The protagonist said she could be released if she sent them back to their world. She revealed, however, that it was impossible. The only power she had was summoning. To return to Earth required very different techniques. Araji thought she didn't seem to be lying. Nothing in her profile suggested she had such powers. He then wanted to know why she told them they would go back to Earth after killing the Demon King. She explained that bringing humans from another world consumes an absurd amount of power. All she did was pray to God using her ability, and it worked thanks to the Lord's will. She believes it's exactly because of that connection, their mission to kill the Demon King, that when they finish, they'll be sent back. Araji looked unsure and asked if she was sure. She said yes, she'd summoned countless candidates like them. The only problem was that none had ever come close to defeating the Demon King. Araji asked why he'd never heard of these people. She explained that most had died, and the few survivors were hiding somewhere. The protagonist said now he understood why no one told them anything. It really didn't look like a hopeful future. The saint then asked if they planned to stay there forever. Sooner or later, the Demon King would attack, and they'd have to fight him. This proved they had no choice in the end. She said if they wanted to survive, the only way was to help this country. She was willing to pretend nothing had happened if they would simply release her. Araji said unfortunately she would have to die, and he raised the knife. But of course, Midu grabbed his arm and told him to stop. Araji wants to know why he's acting like this. As far as he knew, Midu had already abandoned those foolish ideals. Midu replies that he agreed because he thought the saint had a way to send them back home. But now he knows they can't kill her, because doing so might risk them losing their hero candidate attribute. The protagonist says they've already started a rebellion. At that moment, the saint herself says Midu is right. She let herself go too far, but they still need her to maintain their powers. Araji admits it makes sense, but there's no way he's letting such a dangerous woman escape. The plan wouldn't work twice, and all she has to do is kill Kanzaki, and then she's untouchable again. Midu, however, insists that all they need to do is force the saint to make an oath that she'll take better care of them, and then they can release her. Predictably, the rest of his group agrees, saying none of them are fighters. Plus, if they become criminals, how could they ever hope to defeat the Demon King? Even Nagas agrees, saying it's better to have her on their side than against them. Just force the oath. On the other hand, Narumi says absolutely not. He doesn't agree with trusting this woman. She's far too dangerous and should be eliminated. Midu says he knows she's dangerous, but if they kill her here, it's the end for all of them. The protagonist can only think that Midu is acting like this because he's worried about the whole class. He himself, on the other hand, is confident he can survive alone, though at the same time he knows it's reckless not to think about the future. Suddenly, his thoughts about being alone turn into action. Bang! He shoots the saint. Just like that, the belly button queen is dead, her head hitting the floor as everyone panics. Shido demands to know what Arati just did. The protagonist went full crazy, threw down a smoke grenade and told them they'd see him later. Wild. He really is insane. What a clean hit. The guy's American through and through. Of course, Midu was furious. Hashimoto said that bastard killed her when they had already decided. Nages agreed, saying he only ever thought of himself. Narumi wanted to know why his friend did this, calling him a bastard too. Kanzaki, meanwhile, was in shock, unable to believe he really killed her. In the end, everything went exactly as he'd said. We see a little earlier when he explained how the plan would work. The main plan was to capture Leonora and figure out how to return to their world. If they discovered she had no way of doing it, then they would kill her. She agreed, and he said the moment they found out there was no way back, Midu would try to protect her. At that point, he'd kill her anyway and escape. Kanzaki asked if he intended to carry the burden of killing her alone. He said that was why he let the soldiers escape, so they would spread the word about who was really behind it. While he would be branded a criminal, everyone else would remain safe. Soft-hearted protagonist, he came up with a fifth dimension plan just so everyone else could stay clear of trouble. Everyone except the belly button queen, of course, who took a bullet to the forehead. Kanzaki doesn't think things will work out so neatly. He says if they run into problems, they can use their status as hero candidates to negotiate with the rest of the country. It seems that whole misunderstanding about losing their powers if the saint died was just a translation slip, since he didn't hesitate even for a second. And now Kanzaki is standing frozen in place, wondering if Shinjo will be able to handle all this. The scene shifts to a castle under a red moon. Someone asks about the candidates from another world of the blessings of the gods. The blonde man at the front says yes, they've arrived and they're trying to eliminate them, but unfortunately, they've been failing. Sitting on the throne, the man says not to worry. When they inevitably come here, they'll deal with it. And finally, things would start to get interesting. This is the Demon King's Supreme General known as Winberg, which means it's not even the Demon King himself yet. Now we're back in the forest and our boy is wandering alone, drinking water from the river. We lost the belly button queen, lost the only waifu who was really into him. All he can do now is keep moving. Oh look, he spots a little town ahead. At night, as he gets closer, he figures since it's so late, sneaking into a place like this shouldn't be a problem. He reaches the wall, throws a grappling hook, climbs up, and starts wondering how he's going to make money. What he got from the soldiers is enough to survive for a bit, but nowhere near enough. He notices a tavern nearby, maybe a good place to find some way of earning. Everyone's smiling, having fun, when suddenly the room goes quiet, and someone asks what he's doing there. The protagonist walks up to the counter and asks for a mug to fill his belly. A guy beside him wants to know who he is. A traveler? He's never seen someone like him around here. Arati says yes, he was forced to leave his city and is looking for work. The guy assumes he must have been driven out by the Demon King's army and says it's truly a sad situation. Perfect misunderstanding for Arati. He just agrees, saying yes, that's the case, and asks if there's any kind of job without needing identification that he could take. Of course, it's the classic answer. The bartender tells him he should try becoming an adventurer. Araji asks what adventurers actually do, and the man explains they receive missions from the guilds to subjugate magical beasts. A drunk nearby warns him to be careful. You take on dangerous work, and you're dead in an instant. That's how it goes. But the bartender replies that he's sure this kid doesn't seem like an amateur. The drunk agrees, saying it's no wonder he's traveling alone. The protagonist replies that if it's only magical beasts, he can handle it. He asks how to become an adventurer. The man says it's simple. Just head to the guild in the middle of town and register. They're in need of plenty of adventurers, so they won't even ask for identification or anything like that. Araja notes that he knows a lot, and the man admits he used to be an adventurer himself, but after injuring his knee, he had to retire since he couldn't fight properly anymore. He serves the boy his meal, and with that Araji gets dinner, and then the next day wakes up in his room. Wait, what's this? Showing off that belly, trying to seduce someone? Come on, man, even the belly button saint never saw his stomach, and now he's flashing it like that. At reception, he tells the clerk he'll be staying a few more days, and the girl thanks him. He notices she didn't react strangely to his face, which means probably no one really knows what the heroes look like. That's good. It lowers the number of people wanting to kill him. Soon after, he spots the crest. That's the Adventurers Guild. He pushes the door open with swagger, seeing girls in hats, guys with axes, others bent over maps. He notices the reception desk in the back, heads there, and says he wants to register. He pays a silver coin, and the woman asks for his name and origin. He decides to hide his real name. No need to have people tracking down an Aragi, and says his name is Siren, a 17-year-old boy. His city was invaded by demons, and he fled here. The woman thanks him and begins the registration. Stamped down, she says she'll explain how the guild works. Of course, it's got the classic ranking system from rank A down to rank F. The stronger you are, the better the rewards, but also the harder the missions. And since he just started, obviously at this moment he's rank F and can check out the mission board to see what catches his eye. He takes a look and sees that most are about gathering different kinds of medicinal herbs and plants, and only one is about subjugating kobolds. That was a type of beast he had never even heard of, but he decides to accept it. Right then, though, someone calls out to him. The Walmart gang pipes up, "Hey, old man, never seen your face around here. You're thinking of taking on kobolds? Forget it. Trash like you can't do it." Aravi's already pissed at these clowns, wondering who the hell they even are. He glances back, thanks them for the warning. but says he's not in the mood to chat. The guys get mad at being ignored, while the rest of the guild knows those bastards are always looking for trouble. One of them yells at the protagonist, saying he needs to be taught how things work around here. He swings a big fist, but Aravi just raises an arm and blocks it easily. The guy shouts for him to let go, but then suddenly he feels something strange and starts desperately calling for his buddies. Another one charges with a bear-like strike as the first stumbles aside. A punch comes from Aravi's left, but just a few seconds later, all of them are lying unconscious on the ground. He walks away calmly, mission paper in hand, realizing that apparently this is the level of adventurers here. Compared to hero candidates, they are really weak. Either way, it was time to finish the mission and start leveling up. Out in the forest, he knows that in theory, following the tracks on the map, there should be a hideout nearby. The footprints he's seeing now look fresh. He moves through the bushes, noticing something's there, and whatever it is, it's not alone. Looks like these monsters were good at hiding. Maybe these were the kobolds. That's when he feels something behind him, a giant jackal holding a bloodied sword. The beast slashes, but Araji dodges, immediately noticing the weapon must have been stolen from humans. At the same time, another one comes from behind to strike him, but he ducks, throws sand in its eyes, spots another at his back, and nails it with a reversed kick. The beast collapses, twisted on the ground, and Araji snatches the sword, driving it into its shoulder. The jackal stares in shock like, "What? My friend's dead? Dead too now." 2 stabs to the chest and down goes another. Araji activates the Eye of Judgment and sees their stats are really low. No problem for him, and perfect for making money. Back at the guild, everyone's watching as he drops a bag full of kobold ears on the counter, asking if that's enough. The receptionist, confused, says yes, but wants to confirm he really hunted them alone. He says yes. Finding them was harder than killing them, since they were good at hiding and his exploration skill is still low. The people around start whispering, asking if kobold hunting is really that easy. Some say he must be an amateur. Others don't believe someone could stir things up like this so soon. The receptionist stands up and says she'll get his reward. Later that night, our boy's got a bag of money in hand. He actually earned more than he expected hunting magical beasts. For now, securing money to survive was most important, so he planned to stay in this city for a while. He needed to learn more about what was going on and gather as much information as possible. But suddenly, someone stops in front of him. Araji asks immediately if the guy wants something. The blonde bowl cut introduces himself as Lyle, a rank B adventurer, and says he's the one responsible for managing the guild in this city. The protagonist asks what the problem is, and the guy just wants to know if he's really Siren, the one who supposedly gave his men such trouble today. Araji calmly replies that he wasn't the one who started it, but Lyle tells him to quit lying, as if his men would pick a fight with some rookie and end up beaten like that. The protagonist says he understands what's about to happen, and in the next second Lyle rushes him, saying he won't hesitate to teach him a lesson. He swings the first punch, but Araji dodges it with ease, then the second, then the third, while Lyle starts losing his temper. He shouts that he's done playing, stomps the ground, and goes for a spinning kick, but Araji just ducks and snaps his balanced foot. Lyle crashes flat on his back like an idiot, while Araji walks off saying that yes, Lyle is strong, but his moves are full of openings. Lyle starts to get back up, telling him not to leave, but in the next moment Aravi's on him again, grabbing his arm and leg, locking him down with a hold on the ground. He even remarks that Lyle seems completely unused to fighting humans, probably what happens when someone only ever fights beasts. Lyle then asks why, if Araji is that strong, he's picking fights with his men. Araji just replies it was a misunderstanding and that he'll explain. Turns out Lyle isn't much of a villain after all. He's sitting at the bar, downing a drink, saying it's clearly all his fault then. He glares at his lackeys and says those bastards lied to him. They deserve a beating themselves. The shaved head goons all start apologizing, saying it wasn't on purpose. Their boss tells them to apologize directly to Araji, and immediately they're all crouched down bowing. Araji says he doesn't care, it's settled. What he really wants is to ask a few questions. Lyle agrees, saying since he's forgiving them, he'll answer whatever he wants. Araji then says, as you can see, I'm a traveler. I came here to make some money to continue my journey. Lyle nods but points out that his power is ridiculously strong. So what exactly is he aiming for? Why is he here? Araji replies that he's going from city to city collecting methods for traveling to another world. Everyone is shocked. That's something people consider impossible. But the pink-haired guy says there are those heroes who came from another world, the so-called candidates. Maybe, just maybe, it could be possible. The protagonist says that's exactly it. He's interested in learning how to reach the world those heroes came from. Lyle says, wow, that's a tough question. It must be something tied to magic, that's all he can say. Araji admits he knows it's not common knowledge, but he was hoping for at least some lead pointing him in the right direction. Lyle replies that there's a kind of sage in the city of Elbana, and maybe that's his best option. Of course, Araji doesn't know the place, so Lyle explains it's an elf woman who helps in that country. At that, the protagonist remembers that the name of elf sages wasn't unfamiliar. He'd read in books that these were people who lived deep in the forests. But most of the stories about them were closer to legend. They very rarely showed themselves to the world. One of the few known to have contact was this particular sage. Lyle explains that this person has lived for over 100 years and has vast knowledge about the kingdom, as well as being an extremely famous spellcaster with a deep understanding of magic and power. For Araji, this sounded perfect. exactly the kind of person who might know about interworld travel. But the orange-haired guy questions whether this sage is even alive. He's never heard any rumors, and no one has ever seen her, so the chances are extremely low. Lyle laughs and says that honestly, he doesn't know either and apologizes to Araji, saying that's all the information he has. Araji thanks him anyway, saying it's enough. It's getting late, so he heads out. But the others call after him, saying they're curious, asking, "What are you going to do once you travel to this other world?" Araji just says that'll be left to their imagination, then walks away. The next day, he's already getting a handful of silver coins for completing another mission. It's been a week since he arrived, and he's been stacking up money. The guys at the guild are all friendly with him now, inviting him out for drinks. He apologizes, saying not tonight. They think he's kind of a buzzkill, but say they'll see him later. During that week, he's been gathering information about the so-called sage. The name seems to be Aniclimax. About a decade ago, she was one of the kingdom's advisors, but now she's retired and lives out on the eastern border, right where the country is currently clashing with the Demon King's army. He no longer has a reason to stay here. It's time to seek out this person. Meanwhile, in the Holy City, a meeting is underway. The purple-haired man says that for the next month, he'll be the one responsible for treating the heroes. He asks if there's anything they want to complain about. He's a knight of the 8th Order, known as Captain Heinrich. Midu says they've had no problems so far thanks to him, that he's done a great job. The captain thanks him, saying those words make him happy, since the heroes are precious to this country. Hashimoto also thanks him while thinking he really is quite different from Leonora, even if he still comes across a little suspicious. Heinrich then says it's time to move to the main topic. It was decided in yesterday's council meeting that the hero candidates will be mobilized. Immediately, Midu asks if they'll be sent to the front lines. The captain answers yes and adds that there are countless battles happening now along the eastern border, and they'll be placed directly at the fortress on the front line. Midu says he understands, but asks Heinrich to keep his promise. Heinrich replies that yes, those not suited for combat won't just be thrown into it. Midu is relieved and happy to hear it. The captain adds, however, that in the meantime, they'll need to do other work. The country can't just keep supporting everyone for free. They'll have to work for their food and drink. Midu remembers the poor girl still shaken up and says it makes sense. Hashimoto asks what the next steps are, and Heinrich explains it's urgent. Everyone will be leaving tomorrow morning, so they should prepare. Walking through the halls, she's cheerful, saying it's good that they agreed to the requests. He agrees, saying he thought they would demand far more difficult conditions. Hashimoto is sure things will improve now that Leonora is gone. These people are much more modest and there's less to worry about. What she's curious about, though, is what that boy is doing right now. Midu looks thoughtful, and it feels like their lives are about to get complicated very soon. We see the moment when the heroes group meets with the king and some priest or bishop, and they report that the Singh has been killed. The man immediately asks who did it. Nagas quickly reveals it was that bastard Araji Kai, one of the hero candidates who possessed a strange power. The old man asks where that boy is now. She replies that the traitor ran away. The knights consider it, saying if that's true, they need an inquisitor to deal with the matter quickly. The old man, however, says it's an interesting story, and that it seems awfully convenient for all the heroes. Arashi immediately demanded the old man explain what he was thinking. The bishop replied that he didn't want to deny their story, but there was still the possibility that all of them together had come up with a plan to kill Leonora. One of the knights interrupted and said, "Bishop, that's not what happened. I was there and saw everything. The candidates were trying to stop the fighting, trying to protect the saint, even discussing keeping her alive when Arati suddenly killed her out of nowhere." Other knights nearby agreed, saying they saw the same thing. With so many voices confirming it, the bishop said that since most of her knights were reporting the same, it made sense. But then he asked, was this boy Araji really that strong? Midu answered yes, the boy was strong, and had been hiding his power the entire time. He was so strong that with just the movement of a finger, he could kill someone. The old man thanked them for their concern and led them to another room. Strangely, Kenzaki was using her ability there, and Midu thanked her, though it wasn't exactly clear what she'd done. She'd have used domination on the soldiers, but did that mean she'd have to kill them later or just erase their memories? It wasn't clear. Still, Midu felt relieved, while Hashimoto said it was good to know they no longer had to worry about anyone. Besides, Araji would do whatever he wanted with his life. They didn't need to keep thinking about him. Midu laughed and agreed, but deep down he knew the truth. Araji had taken all the blame onto himself, and Midu, who had promised to save people, in the end hadn't been good for anything, not even a... Now the class president is gathered with everyone else. He immediately informs them that they'll be mobilized to the front lines and that those fit for combat must depart the next day. With battle approaching, many of them are terrified. After all, things are starting to get real. Hearing that, Rihanna asks why they're scared now. It's too late for that, and they need to make up their minds. Harsh words from her, leaving the extras even more frightened. Another girl asks if they're the only ones being sent to the front lines. That's when the class president explains they'll be accompanied by a squad of knights with Heinrich as their captain. At that moment, the blonde girl everyone likes decides to ask a question. She wants to know if there's any news about Shinju. Then the class president announces that a bounty has been placed on that man's head, and that many are already after him. That news seems to have left her a bit saddened. But before Kanzaki can leave, the boy has something to say to her. However, he's immediately cut off by Nagasarina, who declares that it doesn't matter if he's a traitor. On the day she meets him, she'll burn him to the bone. Now, with her hands against the wall, the blonde gazes out the window, lamenting deeply, wishing she had been taken away by that criminal. The next day goes just as promised. The caravan of students heads toward the front lines. Arashi, as usual, isn't in a good mood. One of the girls complains about the march, saying it's getting way too exhausting. But she's quickly reminded by one of her classmates that their last break wasn't long ago and that they'll march until sunset. Other students begin to complain about the exhaustion too, since all they've been doing for the last 2 days is walk. Amid all the whining, the brute raises his hand, signaling everyone to stop. The extras immediately ask Arashi if something's wrong. He tells them he sensed the presence of a magical beast behind those bushes. Instantly, his classmates are gripped with deep fear. They're already worn out. But one of the mounted soldiers doesn't like that at all and demands to know why the boys stopped the march. At that moment, the class rep apologizes, explaining that he also sensed magical creatures nearby. The soldier, now traveling with them, says he can't see anything, and even if that's true, they must still obey orders. Those arrogant words make Arashi furious, ready to solve things with violence. And since that's his role in this story, he grabs the soldier by the neck. He lifts the man clean off the ground, showing who's really in charge. Everyone's getting agitated now, and the class president tells Arashi to stop, but the brute refuses to take orders from trash. While he's talking, something wicked begins to stir. Arashi has to let go of the poor soldier, letting him drop back to the ground. Turning his eyes toward the bushes, several Trombolone rabbits emerge, ready to prove they've watched every movie Wolverine ever appeared in. The poor soldiers recognize those creatures instantly. It's time to prepare for battle. The Trombolone rabbits charge forward, ready to show those claws aren't just for decoration. The first soldier in the front line is about to experience the worst moment of his life. He raises his sword in front of his face, but it's swatted away effortlessly. Looks like this nation's conscript training is seriously lacking. Now the Trombolone rabbit is ready to turn its prey into mince. The soldier stares in terror, but luckily for him, a massive fireball explodes nearby. It's the class brute showing just how much he loves violence. He's already crushing skulls with ease. The first rabbit's been sent straight to its maker. The soldier, with his underwear completely drenched in filth, thanks the young man, who simply tells the trash not to get in his way during this fight. After saying that, with a satisfied grin on his face, Arashi goes back to doing what he was born to do, living for violence. His flaming fists carve a merciless path forward. He shouts with joy, smashing through and annihilating every creature in sight. The extras behind him breathe a sigh of relief. If things keep going like this, they probably won't need to fight. But for Arashi, that's not enough. The strength of these beasts and what he has now are nothing compared to that fool known as the protagonist. Slowly, his mind drifts back to that dark night when that man stood there holding a gun. He fired straight into the saint's head, her skull blown apart. From the start, he never feared Arashi. In fact, he didn't react at all, and that coldness always drove Arashi insane. Until the brute found out the hard way that this guy was way too strong. Now that he's got explosions in his fists, he sees this as his chance too, believing that this way, he's become far stronger than his challengers. That's when the class president notices Arashi deep in thought, as if his mind's somewhere far away. Snapping back to reality, the brute says it's nothing. Back on his horse, he declares that he doesn't like taking orders from weak people. Meanwhile, something's happening at the border of the Daguerreast kingdom. The walls are heavily guarded by soldiers who, as we learned from the last battle, are extremely unprepared. Captain Amelia, representative of the Holy Order of Knights, warmly welcomes the hero candidates. She's in charge of patrolling that border, though she was promoted not too long ago. Heinrich immediately asks what happened to the previous captain. To everyone's surprise, the old captain died a few weeks ago. She wishes these young ones could rest a bit after their short journey, but before she can finish speaking, she's interrupted by some alarming news. The Demon King's army is approaching at great speed. Turning her attention back to the students, the captain says they'll be tested immediately. The class president is eager for it. Looking at his classmates, he tells everyone to get ready for battle right now. Arashi, of course, loves that news. He's dying to burn creatures with his flaming fists. The fortress alarm blares through the air. The Demon King's army is closing in. Looking out to the horizon, they can see the great march of demonic creatures approaching. The class president and his friends stare in fear. Heinrich quickly orders everyone to open fire. They must annihilate the creatures while they're still at a distance. The archers are already in position, and the mages begin casting their spells. Within seconds, flaming arrows soar through the air, striking monsters that haven't yet reached the fortress. Even so, they keep advancing. Those wounds mean nothing to them. The class president is shocked by their resilience. Captain Amelia warns that they don't die easily and must never be underestimated. Now, the young man wants to know how they're supposed to defeat enemies that strong. The captain orders everyone to follow Heinrich's commands. She's heading to the battlefield herself to stir up some chaos. In the middle of the chaos, Heinrich is struck by nostalgia, wondering what the old captain would have done in this situation. And just like me, the class president's baffled by how calm he is. Near the wall, Nagaisrena says there must already be people down there. Before the class president can process her words, a massive explosion erupts. Now the demons are confused, they don't understand what's happening. That's when the brute reveals himself, standing atop a pile of corpses. A few other students are with him. The demons are enraged by such audacity, but before they can react, another explosion goes off. Arashi couldn't care less about what the demons think. He's simply going to wipe them out, no matter what. While the battle rages outside, some creatures manage to breach the wall. They're cutting down soldiers with ease. One of them is about to turn a soldier into sashimi. But before that can happen, the demon's taken down. It's the class president who saved that extra. Thanks to his heroic actions, he ends up attracting even more enemies. But the blade he wields is special. It slices through anyone who tries to kill him, leaving nothing but a trail of corpses behind. A bit more confident now, he believes he can win. His power keeps growing stronger. Trying to motivate his classmates, he says this is a winnable fight. They just need to let go of their fear. And indeed, those poor extras start to feel a little braver. Charging to the front lines, the class president realizes he can't hesitate. After all, if he falters, his friends will too. And as their leader, he can't afford to be naive. That's something you learn from our protagonist. Immediately, the nerdy girl joins the fight using her telekinesis, quickly followed by her classmate, who controls fire. All the students are engaged in the battle now. In no time, countless demons are finding out whether there's life after death, and those less fortunate are being torn apart while still alive. The soldiers are stunned by this display of power. At that moment, Hamrick orders his men to provide tactical cover for all the hero candidates. Following his command, they advance into the fight. Outside, the Brute has already wiped out all of his enemies, yet his face shows nothing but disappointment. Before long, they manage to withstand that wave of attack. Captain Amelia raises her sword, announcing that the Demon King's army has been defeated, lifting everyone's spirits high. As the sun sets at the end of the day, the class president stands lost in thought. Heinrich approaches him. After all, this was his first battle, and with it, his first victory. For the class rep, though, lessons like this are hard to digest. A battle of that scale carries immense risk. Even so, the captain tells him he led his classmates well. But still, he must never lower his guard because their enemies are cunning. Though the demons' numbers have dwindled, those of higher rank pose an entirely different level of threat. The young man promises to keep that in mind. Far away in the demons' refuge, they gather once again. The survivors return to report to their leader the crushing defeat they've suffered. The great demon Stonegaya is furious, vowing to crush his enemies' bones as vengeance. Meanwhile, our protagonist continues walking through the forest. Soon his journey to find the sage will come to an end. On the way, he's suddenly ambushed. Several tentacles lash out toward him. But the boy's reflexes are incredible. He dodges every strike. Watching closely, he realizes those tentacles look a lot like some kind of creature's tongue. Scanning the forest, he spots several monkeys that resemble baboons. Immediately, he activates the power of his eyes, something like an LA Express version of the Sharingan. By analyzing the baboons, you can see all their abilities. The creatures are mediocre, so he grips his dagger, ready to handle this fast. Once again, the monkey tries to strike him with its tongue. Again, the monkey whips its tongue at him. But this time, after dodging, the boy's caught off guard as the creature lunges forward, nearly slashing him with its claws. He jumps back to evade the attack. Even though they're weak, their coordination is surprisingly good. The monkey tries again with its tongue, but this time it regrets it, because the tongue gets sliced clean off. The poor beast cries in pain as our protagonist continues cutting through it with precision. The monkey, desperate, tries one last time, but fails miserably. Too slow for the boy's speed. With a swift motion of his blade, he ends its life. The lifeless body collapses to the ground. The other monkeys, seeing this, hesitate to keep fighting. Our protagonist asks if they're scared now. Proving he's someone who finishes what he starts, he wipes out the rest of the monkeys effortlessly. Realizing the forest is growing more dangerous, the closer he gets to demon territory. It's strange for such creatures to appear here. It's time for him to venture deeper, since stronger beings are surely waiting for him ahead. After a few more kilometers, he reaches a massive mountain, Urugana Mountain. The peak is called the Reaper Wolf, and rumor has it that the sage Yubana lives there. According to his memories, there should be a small village at the mountain's base. He keeps walking, and the sun's already rising. Then his eyes catch something horrific. The village is in flames. He rushes there, panicking, thinking it must have been attacked by the Demon King's army. And indeed, what he finds is a massacre. Demons are slaughtering people. This place was supposed to be far from the battlefield, so the protagonist realizes he needs to tread carefully. Watching from the shadows, he overhears some demons talking. Apparently, the massacre is going perfectly according to plan. Their leader says they can stop here and enslave the surviving humans. However, he wants to know if his subordinates have found any information about Yubana. One of them reports that the sage resides at the mountain's summit, right at the peak of the Reaper Wolf. To the demon commander, that's terribly inconvenient. Their top priority is to capture the sage no matter what it takes. After resting tonight, they'll begin climbing. But the demons are clearly uneasy because they know that Peak is home to countless deadly wolves. Even in battles against highly intelligent magical beasts, their technique is somewhat lacking. It's said that the 4 divine kings once managed to tame a dragon, but for ordinary demons that's impossible. The commander himself isn't skilled in magic either. That's why he tells them not to think too much. There's only one option: make it work. With that, his entire army becomes far more motivated. Our protagonist realizes that the demon's military organization is truly impressive, but he focuses his attention on that demon named Hector, since he's a high-ranking one. There are very few like him in the entire army. It would be difficult to face him in battle. Hector suddenly senses that someone is watching him. He turns his gaze toward the rooftop where our protagonist is hiding, but finds nothing. Even so, he remains suspicious and orders his soldiers to search the whole area. Our protagonist is impressed by the sharp instincts of this enemy. Meanwhile, the demons move through the village streets, searching for the intruder. But the boy has already begun his escape, moving quietly and swiftly as always. Then his eyes catch another grim sight. Several people have been taken hostage, including women and children. He hesitates for a few seconds, deep in thought, but he has to leave the village. He must stay focused on his main goal. Now he needs to climb the mountain and meet the sage. It takes some time, but he finally reaches the upper path. It's a difficult climb, and now he must follow the tracks of wild beasts. He can already feel that the ground isn't very stable. He's in a hurry, but he has to stay careful. It doesn't take long for him to sense another presence nearby. Maybe the rumors were true. There really are dangerous wolves here. And as he walks through the forest, their presence grows stronger. The pressure they give off is overwhelming. Then, from the darkness, he hears the distinct howl of his enemies. Several Reaper wolves charge toward him. Fortunately, he dodges the first attack, leaping up into a tree. These magical beasts are the infamous Reaper wolves of this mountain, and many who vanish here are devoured by them. Once again, our protagonist activates the analysis power of his AliExpress Sharingan, watching each of those creatures closely, identifying all of their attributes. While he's doing that, one of the wolves rams the tree, shattering it completely. As he falls, the boy quickly plans his next move. He channels magic into a small leaf, strengthens it entirely with mana, then throws it straight at one of the wolves. The strike hits perfectly. The beast won't be moving its neck again. The boy lands on the ground, radiating fierce energy, completely in his element. Now the other creatures charge at him, only to meet the same fate as their first comrade. No matter what the wolves try, they keep getting beaten down. Some are already on the ground, barely able to move, while the ones that haven't joined the fight hesitate in fear. The boy realizes that reinforcing his body with mana is incredibly effective. He just needs to do it consciously. He learned that from Leonora. Those who depend on divine protection usually have poor mana control. That's why they couldn't resist the slavery spell she cast back then. Our protagonist decides he'll grow stronger solely to overcome his own weaknesses, and this battle is the perfect chance. It may not be as powerful as divine protection yet, but it's enough to deal with these creatures. He keeps fighting, wiping out all the violent canines. He moves swiftly through them, heading straight for the leader. The weaker wolves can't even tell what happened. Their leader lets out a desperate howl, only to be silenced by the boy's blade. When the battle ends, he hears something interesting. As soon as the leader falls, the remaining wolves retreat. It seems they possess some degree of intelligence. Despite everything, the fight was quite interesting, and the boy continues walking through the forest, realizing he's being followed by wolves, and that's not all. There's some kind of strange presence within those creatures. He's able to predict their every movement. At that very moment, an attack is about to strike, but our protagonist is completely aware of it. Dodging the first wolf and striking the second with his dagger, the poor creature is torn apart completely. With his enhanced eyes, our protagonist can see up to a second into the future. After that slaughter, the wolves that try to flee now truly have to run for their lives, but the boy intimidates them fiercely, commanding the monsters to stay put so he can keep training. A few minutes pass and no wolves remain alive anywhere near him. After that, he uses his appraisal skill on himself, realizing that his divine protection is only at level 1. His appraisal ability, however, keeps growing stronger, and it's what allows him to glimpse flashes of the future. But after that battle and all the walking, the boy's exhausted. He sits down trying to recover, certain he's getting close to his destination. Just as he lets his guard down, something stirs in the forest. From the sound of it, he thinks the Demon King's army might be approaching. He immediately steels himself to keep moving. It's not time to rest. Near the mountain's peak, several demons have gathered. On their way to find the sage, they come across an elven girl. They assume she must be the great sage's disciple. Hearing that, the girl becomes visibly anxious. But the demon commander doesn't care. He orders his troops to eliminate her at once. The girl is badly wounded and exhausted. She can't believe her end will come that day. The demons advance toward her with wicked excitement. Certain the worst is coming, the elf closes her eyes. That's when our protagonist appears, holding her in his arms. She can't make sense of what's happening, but she's been saved by a stranger. And to her surprise, he's human. The boy, calm yet intense, is already analyzing the battlefield. The demons are shocked by the appearance of this new enemy, while our protagonist coolly assesses the situation. Aside from the leader, a high-ranking demon, there are 10 lackeys ready to fight. The elf girl doesn't understand why he saved her, but he ignores her questions completely. All he needs to know is whether she's truly the disciple of the great sage Ubana. The girl nods in confirmation. For our protagonist, that's all he needed. Meeting a sage is essential. He's already used his appraisal skill on her. She's a half-elf capable of casting enchantments. The demon captain, furious at the interruption, declares that nothing has changed. Both of them will die. Our protagonist wants to help the girl, so the sage will owe him a favor. That's why defeating all these enemies has become necessary. The demons charge at him, but the boy activates his red eyes again, seeing into the future, easily dodging their attacks. For him, this is child's play. Now it's time to show the demons that life only gives you one chance. He grabs one of the creatures by the arm, leaving the others terrified, and strikes repeatedly with his dagger, turning the demons into messy, humanoid puzzles. The remaining ones, still alive, are speechless and terrified. As long as he can see the future, close combat isn't his weakness. The demon commander orders his troops to use magic and stop being idiots. Immediately, the survivors obey, launching multiple energy spheres at the boy. Seeing the attack, our protagonist is genuinely surprised. The difficulty has gone up fast. However, the elf girl isn't completely helpless. She casts one of her enchantments to protect them, creating a wind barrier that destroys all the incoming energy projectiles, clearing the battlefield to our protagonist's surprise. The elf thanks him for stepping in, saying that because of those few seconds he bought, she was able to reorganize the forest spirits. But the demon chief remains furious. This is going to make his mission much harder. Our protagonist senses that the true enemy is about to enter the fight. He tells the girl to handle the lackeys so he can focus entirely on the commander. Since he's the only one capable of facing someone that formidable, the girl obeys his command, but she doesn't like being called elf. She insists her name is Mare. With that, the boy launches his attack, fighting alongside the great sage's disciple. The problem is, the elf girl feels ignored since he still didn't call her by name. Trading blows with the high-level demon, our protagonist has to stay focused. Their strikes are powerful, and the demon's sword swings toward him with tremendous force, boosted by sheer muscle power. Both of them are drenched in sweat and exhaustion. Finally, the boy spots an opening. But the truth is, his opponent is extremely fast. He almost landed a fatal strike during that last exchange, and the demon is shocked that his attack didn't kill him outright. Even so, he's sure he inflicted a serious wound on the human's body. At last, our protagonist gets a taste of what it's really like to fight a high-ranking demon. The commander doesn't even look impressed, though he admits that if it were an ordinary human, he'd already be dead. Our protagonist now needs to think coldly and strategically. He appraises his enemy again, realizing the demon's swordsmanship is decent. Since he no longer holds the technical advantage, the boy decides to try something new, something that might turn things around. Seeing his hesitation, the demon assumes he's going to attack and charges forward like a speeding locomotive. Fortunately, the boy's red eyes let him see the future. He dodges the strike that would have surely killed him, but the demon keeps pressing the assault with brutal force, slashing shallow wounds across his body. That's when the protagonist realizes that seeing the future doesn't help much if he keeps getting hurt. Confident in his victory, the demon mocks him again, only to be caught off guard by the sight of a metallic object, 9mm caliber, unleashing 15 rapid shots. The bullets slice through the air toward the demon, who manages to block them using his quick reflexes. For our protagonist, that's genuinely impressive. Even so, the enemy is now badly wounded. Racked by pain, the demon gives into his rage, charging forward again, this time to end the fight for good. The boy fires off a few more rounds, but the demon's speed surpasses that of the bullets. Unfortunately, the protagonist runs out of ammo, and creating distance, he decides to throw several knives instead. None of them manage to pierce the creature. Only then does the demon notice something unusual approaching. A grenade has been thrown straight at him. The boy waits for the result while the demon tenses up. The explosive lands on the ground, and moments later, flames engulf the grotesque creature. The onlookers panic, fearing the worst might have happened, but their captain orders them not to interfere in that battle. Even the elf girl was astonished. She wanted to know more about who this boy really was, someone with such mysterious abilities who, despite being human, could stand on equal ground against a high-level demon. Now, our protagonist switches back to his knives since he's out of ammo and grenades. As expected, the demon is wounded but still alive. Unfamiliar with how those weapons work, Hector is visibly shaken. He roars in fury, striking fear and panic into the hearts of his enemies, then vanishes into thin air a second later, only to reappear and catch our protagonist off guard with a flurry of sword strikes. Once again, the boy realizes he has to rely on other abilities. He needs to analyze those movements with precision, and little by little his power grows sharper. That's when he unlocks weak point detection. Time feels frozen for him now. He spots a perfect opening on the demon's neck and positions himself to strike it cleanly. In the blink of an eye, this time he's not the one being cut. Hector stands there confused, having just been promoted from demon to decorative fountain. With the battle over, our protagonist realizes that combining future sight with weak point detection is incredibly effective, but it comes at a heavy cost. His body collapses from the strain. The lesser demons are trying to figure out if their captain has really been defeated. One of them suggests finishing off the human now that he's drained of energy. The elf girl wants to help, but the spirits are disoriented again after her earlier interference. The demons charge forward in rage, but before they can reach the boy, they're engulfed in flames, completely incinerated by a mysterious power. Our protagonist, witnessing the magnitude of that attack, realizes it's far stronger than Nagasa's. At that moment, a woman appears on the battlefield, apologizing to the elf girl for arriving late. With a bright smile, Mare calls her master. At last, our protagonist has found what he's been searching for. The beautiful woman standing before him is none other than the sage Ubana. She thanks him for saving her disciple's life. The sage seems genuinely grateful for what he's done. The boy replies that it was just a coincidence, but he still wants to confirm if she truly is the sage Ubana. She immediately affirms it, saying that compared to her younger days, she's just an old lady now. Unfortunately, our protagonist doesn't have enough mana left to use his appraisal skill, but one thing he knows for sure, this woman is powerful. There's no way he could defeat her in battle, not in his current condition. The woman clearly senses that he came to the mountain for a reason, and indeed that's true. He tells her as much. The sage had already suspected it. After all, no one comes to a place this dangerous without a purpose. She thanks him once more for saving her disciple. The elf then suggests they return home, since the corpses could attract wolves. The sage agrees and invites the boy to come with them, saying he could use a place to rest. Clearly worn out, he accepts. Now that he's in the sage's company, he realizes the situation turned out favorably. It was worth the risk of that battle. Before long, they arrive at the women's home. There's nothing remarkable about it. It's a simple dwelling. Inside, the elf excuses herself to take a bath. Our protagonist asks why the sage lives in such a remote place. She says there are many reasons, but mainly because she enjoys being close to nature, and too many humans have tried to take advantage of her. Now the boy understands why she lives in isolation. It's nearly impossible to reach this place. Even so, the sage says few people as skilled as this young man ever managed to find her. Still, she's not heartless enough to turn away unexpected guests. Sitting together on the sofa, she asks what the boy is looking for. The truth is, he wants to find a way to return to his original world. The sage is immediately intrigued by those words, realizing he's someone summoned from another realm. He explains that he's one of the hero candidates tasked with defeating the Demon King. Setting her teacup on the table, the sage remarks that he must belong to the third generation of summoned heroes. That revelation shocks the boy. It's something Leonora had mentioned briefly before. Unfortunately, it seems the previous hero candidates didn't survive their mission to defeat the Demon King. The sage explains that the last summoning happened 4 years ago, and the first one took place 10 years prior. All of those summoned tried to defeat the Demon King, but ended up being annihilated in the process. Saint Leonora had tried once more to make the summoning succeed, even though there were already people against using it again. The sage herself was one of those people. Calmly sipping her tea, our protagonist tells her that if Leonora was ever a problem, she isn't anymore, since she no longer exists in the world of the living. And soon, even if they wanted to, such a summoning ritual wouldn't be possible again. What truly shocks the sage is the realization that it was he who ended that woman's life. He explains that there are many ways to end a person's life, even when there's a huge gap in strength between them. The sage seems oddly pleased by this story, finding it poetic that Leonora was finished off by one of her own pawns. At last, she understands his true motivation for wanting to return home. Getting straight to the point, she tells him it's impossible. After the initial shock, the boy tries to come to terms with that truth. Curious and unwilling to give up, he asks if the sage knows of any clue he could investigate. But she tells him that the knowledge needed for something like that has long been lost to time. It's information he'd already heard from Leonora. Now, all that's left for him is to defeat the Demon King. Standing up and walking to her bookshelf, the sage agrees perhaps demonic arts could help him in some way. Taking that as a potential lead, our protagonist decides to pursue the subject further. As the conversation nears its end, the sage apologizes for not being able to help more. She acknowledges that she still owes him a debt for saving her disciple's life. Even so, she believes he has what it takes to defeat the Demon King. Letting out a deep sigh, the boy admits that he doesn't actually want to take on such a burdensome task. Still, if there's no other option, that's what he'll do. The sheer coldness and conviction in his tone send a chill through the sage's spine. She feels a visceral fear. She realizes this young man is unlike anyone she's ever met. Regardless, the boy stands up and thanks her for all the information. He only asks that if she discovers anything new, she contact the Adventurers Guild. In truth, the sage is torn inside. She isn't sure if she can trust him with the knowledge she still holds. After their talk, the elf girl emerges from her bath, refreshed and cheerful. She suggests that the boy take one as well, since he's covered in dirt from the journey. And honestly for him, a bath doesn't sound like a bad idea right now. Before he can head to the bathroom, the sage speaks up with a suggestion of her own. Both of them are surprised by her sudden comment. The sage proposes that her disciple accompany him on his journey. The girl, shocked, asks if she really should. But the sage reminds her she has no other disciples here, and that Mare should start thinking about her own goals in life. Faced with that request, the girl looks completely conflicted. Our protagonist, however, refuses immediately. He doesn't want the company of a loud, talkative girl. At the eastern border of Eldora, the battle rages on, and that's where the boy is headed next. The weather is good, and apparently he's not traveling alone this time. The girl explains that the territory once belonged to the Holy Kingdom, and that the climate here is quite different from that of Eldora. The protagonist immediately recalls the invasion that took place there by the Demon Kingdom's forces. The elf girl tells him that near the mountain where they are, there's a large city called Nutrat, surrounded by a few smaller villages. Their small caravan will take several more days to reach their destination. He asks what happened to the people who lived in that region before the invasion. She explains that half were exterminated and the other half were turned into forced laborers. Only a few managed to escape across the mountains. Finally, the boy realizes how unfair the fate of some people truly is. He would prefer to do all this alone, but having someone who knows so much about this region's history is actually a huge advantage. That's why the day before, he'd done everything he could to refuse that invitation. The girl, who was initially surprised by his rejection, ended up furious. As the two young travelers argue, the sage seems rather entertained. That's when she explains that her disciple possesses vast knowledge about many things, knowledge learned directly from her. The protagonist wants to know if that's true. He also asks what the girl stands to gain by traveling with him. The sage says her disciple still doesn't fully understand how the world works and that she wants to give her a chance to gain real experience. She just didn't want to let the girl do it alone. Our protagonist realizes he's being turned into her babysitter. Excusing herself from any responsibility, the sage explains that she no longer has the vitality of youth, and even though she looks young, she's nearing the end of her life. And besides, a noble and heroic person has appeared to save her disciple's life, so there's no one more fitting to accompany her. Mare is genuinely grateful for what happened, but our protagonist is heading into enemy territory full of demons. It's going to be a dangerous journey. Knowing that the sage asks what Mare wants to do, it's up to her to decide. The girl's eyes fill with determination and hope. She decides right then and there that she'll follow him wherever he goes. But it doesn't take more than a few hours of travel before she starts complaining about how tired she is. The protagonist reminds her that this is only the first day. Mare doesn't have much physical endurance since her focus is spellcasting. Seeing how exhausted she is, he decides to end the day's march early. Worried, Mare recalls that he once said he'd abandon her if she became a burden. While setting up camp, the boy tells her not to be ridiculous. He's not going to leave her just because she's tired. Then he suggests she help him pitch the tent and gather wood. Before long, the sky full of stars stretches above them. The girl quietly eats by the campfire while the boy watches her closely, curious. Eventually, he speaks to her in a cold, serious tone, warning her that their journey will only grow more dangerous from here. He makes it clear that he won't hesitate if it means returning to his original world, and she doesn't need to follow him to that point. To him, what Yubana said was true, but he understands that the girl must have her own reasons for agreeing to come. Choosing her words carefully, Mare admits she's been through a lot. She reveals to him that the village she grew up in was destroyed by the Demon King's army. Even though the war is technically between humans and demons, the collateral damage means nothing to either side. The demons destroy anyone in their path, and that's how she lost her entire family. She only survived because her father sacrificed himself as bait. Back then, she couldn't do anything, and after the attack, she was left to starve. That's when her master found her and took her in. Our protagonist isn't particularly interested in her past. What he truly wants to know is her goal. So Mare explains why she became a spellcaster and a disciple of that noble woman. Her greatest wish is to wipe out the demons. For years, she's been preparing for that purpose, seeking revenge, determined to personally take the lives of those responsible for destroying her family. Curious, the protagonist asks if she knows the name of the one responsible. Mare nods. It was one of the 4 divine kings, Wimberg, the ruler of the wind, and one of the most powerful leaders in the demon army. Now, our protagonist realizes that she's traveling mainly to get close to that man. However, the boy himself has no interest in engaging directly with such enemies. Mare explains that Yubana had never allowed her to go on a journey alone. This is the first permission she's ever been given in her entire life, and she still doesn't understand why her master was so lenient this time. Because of that, she decided to place her full trust in the guidance of our protagonist. Receiving that kind of trust from her leaves him genuinely puzzled. He immediately recalls the conversation he had with Yubana, how that girl's obsession with revenge was so consuming that, if left alone, she would have rushed straight toward her own death. Noticing that the boy has gone quiet, Mare apologizes for bringing up such a sensitive subject. She tells him there's no need to worry, she has no intention of dragging him into her personal revenge. That was the confirmation he needed. She plans to handle this on her own. With that settled, he decides to end the conversation since they need to sleep. The girl stands up, bids him goodnight, and says she'll have the forest spirits watch over their camp. Once the fire burns out, the boy sits there thinking. He knows the 4 divine kings are incredibly powerful, but his thoughts are soon interrupted by the sound of the girl snoring beside him. Stepping outside, he looks up at the stars. The last battle against a high-level demon hadn't been easy, and the ones ahead will be even tougher. He needs to grow stronger no matter what, but that's not his only concern right now. On the western border of the kingdom of Daigaris stands Fort Truss. Several officers have gathered there along with the heroes and the captain. Now that all the hero candidates are assembled, the bald man wants to launch a major offensive. The older officer across from him understands the idea but doesn't know where the attack should begin. At that moment, the captain points to a location on the map, Fort Arliss. It used to belong to the humans, making it a good starting point to reclaim. Captain Heinrich finds the plan reckless, saying it would completely change their defensive strategy just because of the last victory. The bald man, eager and arrogant, asks if Heinrich's platoon is afraid. That comment alone is enough to irritate Heinrich deeply. The truth is, the captain agrees with him. The enemy is underestimating human strength and won't be expecting a surprise attack. After that, she asks if Midu is fully recovered from his injuries. The class representative confirms that he has and assures her his sword will be in the fight. After the meeting, they walk down the corridors together. According to Heinrich, the plan will be carried out the next morning. It's rare to see Amelia acting so boldly. The nerdy girl with her hair tied up asks if everything will go well since everyone in that meeting seemed confident. The class rep agrees with the offensive strategy. It's the best chance to strike while the enemy is still reorganizing. The captain reminds them that the entire operation depends on their execution. They're placing complete trust in the hero candidates. At that moment, the girl realizes there's no choice but to fight. The captain says he'll provide support however they need, but those young fighters are essential to the mission's success. Right then, the class representative gets a bad feeling about what's coming. The next morning, just as planned, the army marches forward, concealed by the early mist. Seeing that, Mangas asks why they're advancing at this hour, since the sunlight might expose their surprise attack. That's when the captain explains that demons can see perfectly in the dark. The shadows only hinder humans. Midu then says he wants to confirm something once more. Their small squad's mission is to eliminate the enemy commander while the main force draws the attention of the demon army. On the brink of battle, he assured everyone that he would lead the platoon, but they would need to buy enough time for the rest of the group. His classmates immediately understood that they needed to cooperate. A soldier approached, delivering a message for the captain. He came from the main force. The operation had already begun. Filling himself with courage, Heinrich announced that they would advance right away. He and the hero candidates began marching at full speed. The assault on the fortress had finally started. Human forces stormed the gates. The demons inside were furious, but that didn't change their fate, to be annihilated by Amelia's sword. The fierce battle quickly drew everyone's attention. But inside one of those towers waited a high-ranking demon. The hero squad, led by the class representative, moved in quietly. Along the way, they ran into a few demons who were swiftly dealt with. The human soldiers were in awe of Midu's combat prowess. Even so, Heinrich warned him not to let his guard down. There was a strong chance that the enemy leader was waiting at the end of that corridor. Just as he finished speaking, several demons appeared, and to make things worse, they were completely surrounded. The students began to panic. At that moment, Heinrich declared that his soldiers would protect the heroes, allowing the class leader to advance safely. He called for Reina's help to clear a path. The girl unleashed her flames, burning through the demons, while the class president sliced the rest apart with his sword. With that, the small squad kept pressing forward until they reached a massive metal door. The students walked through it, tense and uneasy. That's when Midu came face to face with his enemy. A large demon stood in the middle of a grand hall, calmly waiting for his visitors. The students immediately felt something off about the situation. At that moment, Arashi asked if the old man before them was the leader of all demons. The demon, Stonagaya, replied that he was one of the 4 divine kings. The very mention of that title filled the students with terror. Midu, leading the operation, could feel that this opponent's presence was unlike anything he'd ever encountered. Slamming his massive shield into the ground, the demon showed no sign of intimidation. Instead, he looked eager to test each of their strengths. Midu raised his sword and ordered his team to prepare. He knew he couldn't afford to show fear. If they failed here, everything they'd accomplished would be for nothing. While some trembled with dread, Arashi was genuinely thrilled by the challenge. With all the heroes gathered, the demon crouched down and placed his hand on the floor, tracing a massive magic circle. Instantly, the humans grew tense as the ground beneath them began to shift. Earth rose from below, taking on humanoid form. The sight of it left the students horrified. They were golems. Dozens of them emerged, an army of living stone ready to crush everything in their path. Stonagaya grinned wickedly, commanding his summons to wipe out the arrogant young heroes. Sword in hand, Midu urged his teammates to hold their positions and secure the perimeter. One student, skilled in wind magic, managed to slice through a golem. Its stone body shattered easily. Arashi joined the fray, fists blazing with fury. His flaming strikes exploded against the golems, reducing them to rubble. He didn't feel challenged at all and even taunted the demon to summon more. Stonagaya, on the other hand, looked at his arrogance with disdain. Then, before their eyes, the shattered golems began to reform. To the students' shock, every single one of the destroyed monsters regenerated completely. Arashi hadn't expected that, and for the first time, he started to look surprised. Besides that, the golems are extremely dangerous and have now started attacking for real. The other hero candidates charge into battle. They know they have to figure out a way to defeat these enemies, and to do that, they need to fight. Cutting the golems into pieces isn't that difficult, but the problem is they keep attacking even after being damaged. The poor short-haired side character is on the verge of being sent to the next Isekai. Just then, the girl with the power to create barriers protects him, completely immobilizing that golem and giving the Lancer a chance to strike. He thrusts his weapon at the creature, thinking that would finish it off, only to be brutally struck by a counterattack. Seeing that, the nerdy girl uses her ability too, hurling several stones toward the golems. This time, she manages to destroy one, but she hesitates, waiting to see what happens next, only to witness the creature regenerate completely. Arashi is growing frustrated with how repetitive the fight is. Then he and the class representative hear a voice, one of the boys who remembers reading about this kind of situation in manga. The best choice for all of them, he says, is to defeat the summoner who controls the golems. Manipulating the wind, he tells them to leave the creatures to the side characters. Midu and Arashi get the message and rush forward to strike the real leader. With his exceptional agility, Midu darts past the golems with ease. Stonagaya, noticing their approach, feels insulted by how much they're underestimating him. He slams his hand against the ground again, forming several more magic circles. More stones rise across the hall, and now they're flying toward Midu. The boy uses his agility to dodge the attack, but to his shock, the stones curve through the air, following him. He's hit directly by the impact, leaving him badly shaken. His teammates are deeply worried. He's been thrown across the room and is visibly injured. Even so, his determination still burns strong. Arashi seizes the opportunity to get close to the demon without being noticed and prepares a devastating strike. After a massive explosion, the other students ask if they finally won. But the room is filled with dust, and when it settles, they see that the demon created a massive stone barrier for protection. He then uses that same barrier to strike Arashi in the stomach, knocking him to the ground, completely out of action. Now furious, Stonagaya demands to know if this is really all these so-called heroes have to offer. While the class representative and his friends face off against Stonagaya, our protagonist finally arrives in the city of Neutrat. He and the girl are sneaking through the city's underground sewers. The girl clearly hates the idea. It reeks down there, but the boy asks her to be patient, assuring her they'll soon reach the city center. Given the city's heavy security, entering through the underground passage turns out to be a smart decision. After walking for quite some time, they find a staircase. Climbing it, they finally emerge into the city above, which looks strangely deserted. At that moment, the boy grows alert. He senses someone approaching. They quickly hide inside a large chest. A group of demons walks by, patrolling the area. One of them seems quite pleased with the job, while his partner complains that working for the witch depends too much on personal achievements, and he's not exactly motivated. The two continue chatting casually about their work, walking right past the spot where our protagonist is hiding, completely unaware of the humans nearby. Mare notices that the demons are already moving away. Our protagonist knows exactly which witch they're talking about. She's the demon princess and the ruler of this city. Mare confirms it. Apparently, this witch holds the title of the Witch of Space, and she's their current target. That information also came from the sage who made it clear that this witch might be capable of granting the boy's wish. All that's left now is for him to figure out how to approach her safely, since without a solid plan, he could easily end up in multiple battles. Mare doesn't know what to suggest either, and the boy decides they should gather more information first. He orders Mare not to act alone. The girl promises she'll obey. Sneaking quietly through the city, they notice the place is crawling with demons. Hiding inside a building, they can finally observe everything more closely. Mare is stunned to see how the demons seem to be living normal lives. It's almost disappointing. For the protagonist, it makes perfect sense. Since they have intelligence, it's natural that demons would live in a society similar to humans. He immediately points to something in the distance. Mare looks over and sees that among the demons are human slaves, people being treated horribly by their masters. Witnessing that shocks her deeply. The boy, on the other hand, finds her reaction strange. From a logical standpoint, anyone with common sense would expect demons to behave like that. And indeed, Mare already knew this kind of cruelty existed, but seeing it with her own eyes fills her with anger and disgust. The protagonist realizes she's losing control of herself. Before either of them can react, they're caught off guard by a mysterious girl asking whether they're demons or not. He has no idea when she appeared, he hadn't sensed her presence at all. But before he can do anything, she tells them to stay calm, assuring them she's not there to fight. Still wary, the boy demands to know what she wants and how she found them. For him, it should be impossible for anyone to approach unnoticed, which means this woman must be using demonic techniques. She explains that she's been searching for them ever since they crossed her magical barrier. Mare, shocked, insists there wasn't any trace of a barrier along the path they took. That's when the mysterious girl reveals that there's not a single place in this city untouched by her demonic art. Realizing these are spatial techniques, the protagonist immediately activates his appraisal ability. Her stats are extraordinary, and her name is Isekai'd, the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. At last, the protagonist realizes he's found exactly who he was looking for. Growing slightly impatient, Isekai'd warns that if they don't answer her questions, she'll summon the soldiers. She wants to know what a human and an elf are doing together since they don't look like spies. Knowing he can't guarantee their safety if a fight breaks out here, the boy decides to negotiate. He tells Isekai'd that the story is long, but since she seems bored, she decides to listen. Within minutes, she learns that the protagonist wants to return to his original world. He came to her after discovering that demonic arts might make that possible. And indeed, Isekai'd confirms that the information he received from the sage is true. The boy becomes visibly excited and hopeful. He never imagined he'd be so lucky as to find the city's witch this quickly. What surprises him even more is how different she is from the other demons. Isekai'd explains that the technique could work, but only if she knows the coordinates of the boy's original world. Right now, however, she admits she doesn't know where that planet is. As soon as he heard that, the boy grew confused. The truth is, without the coordinates, it's basically impossible to send him back to his original world. Still, determined not to lose hope, he looked at Isekai'd closely. He wanted to know if there was any way to discover the coordinates of his home planet. The witch explained that there are countless parallel worlds, and pinpointing the right one among so many variables is extremely difficult. Thanks to the Eye of Truth, the protagonist could tell Isekai'd wasn't lying. His appraisal skill had leveled up several times, and now it was showing some very intriguing effects. The witch also mentioned that there's a limitation caused by his body itself. Since he came here with divine protection, it would be impossible. Her demonic magic couldn't pierce through that barrier. The boy realized that maybe this was the will of that god, that he wouldn't be allowed to return home until the Demon King was defeated. Isekai'd agreed that it sounded like a reasonable theory, though she didn't have the knowledge to say whether it was truly possible. The protagonist now understood that he had no other choice. He really would have to fulfill his purpose in this world. Isekai'd could see the determination in his eyes. The boy understood that returning home wouldn't be easy, even with help from demonic arts. Finally, Mare decided to join the conversation, asking why the witch was being so cooperative if she was a princess of the Demon Kingdom. Isekai'd answered that the kingdom was divided into several factions, and that there was something she herself desired. Right after saying that, a wave of dark energy spread through the room, making both the boy and Mare tremble. Isekai'd opened a portal to leave, warning them to be cautious, because escaping this city would be very, very dangerous. Then she vanished, leaving the two alone again. Letting out a deep sigh, Mare admitted that she was terrified. She truly thought that might have been her last day alive. The boy realized that the Demon King's bloodline was indeed powerful, and in his current state, he had no chance against them. Mare thanked God that the witch hadn't been hostile. For the protagonist, having such unexpected luck could only mean that something worse was bound to happen next, which immediately made Mare uneasy. Moments later, they heard noises coming from outside and rushed to the window. The city was in chaos. The demons were panicking. They already knew that humans were inside their territory spying. Frightened, Mare thought they had been discovered. And the boy knew this happened right after the witch left, meaning she must have alerted her subordinates. Mare couldn't understand why the witch would do that, but for him, it did matter. Trying to figure out her motives was irrelevant. The priority was getting out of there alive. A few minutes later, they were sprinting across rooftops at high speed. The demons below couldn't spot them, but the protagonist noticed that everyone was now on high alert, and the individual power of those demons was remarkably strong. Suddenly, he stopped, startling Mare. They both crouched low. He told her not to move, no matter what happened. His eyes were fixed on something fascinating. The mana signature he sensed was the same as the witch's, maybe even stronger. The The boy spotted a peculiar figure among several demons, someone who clearly held authority. Mayor recognized him immediately. That was Wimberg. The boy was taken aback by the name, but the girl was completely focused on that figure. She hadn't expected to find him here, and it confirmed that following the boy had been the right choice. The protagonist asked if that was the target of her revenge. Furious, Mayor confirmed it. He was one of the 4 divine kings. Upon hearing that, the boy used his appraisal skill, confirming that Wimberg was indeed an incredibly strong and formidable enemy. Right after that, he tried to calm his companion down. If they fought here, they wouldn't stand a chance. Mayor understood that perfectly well. That was the divine king of wind, and his element made him an expert at scouting and detecting enemies, so they needed to be extremely careful. Quietly, the two began climbing down from the rooftop. Leading the demons, Wimberg was searching for the intruders. Believing them to be weak, he didn't take the task too seriously. But one thing he was sure of, once he found them, he would crush them with his own hands. He also knew that the human hero candidates were fighting on the front lines, and that during moments like this, they'd be trying to stabilize their nation. One of the demons asked if it was really alright for a divine king to be there with them, saying it would be better if Wimberg were on the front lines as well. The king replied that his position here benefited him greatly, and that manual labor could be left to the other units. Using his ability, he felt something carried by the wind. Wimberg had confirmed the presence of intruders. The demon accompanying him was shocked, and the divine king explained that he'd learned their position through the wind itself. They were moving carefully, but they wouldn't be able to escape his detection. The demon was amazed that Wimberg could sense anything just from shifts in the air. It was truly incredible. Annoyed by all the praise, Wimberg ordered his troops to prepare for pursuit, though he was quite entertained by the thought that these intruders had entered the city under the witch's permission. Trying to escape the city, the boy and Mare ran at full speed until he suddenly ordered her to stop. Nearby, demons were searching the area with determination. The protagonist realized they had already been located. Even if the enemies couldn't pinpoint their exact position, he could feel the wind moving unnaturally for a while now. Mare mentioned that the spirits were restless. For the boy, that could only mean an elemental tracking ability was at play. The situation was turning dangerous. Mare could disrupt that technique with her magic, but doing so would reveal their exact location. He realized they shouldn't do that. Instead, they needed to keep moving. Demons were roaming through the city streets while the boy dashed desperately through the alleys. Unfortunately, they were found. Mare apologized, saying it was her fault, but the protagonist told her they could still use the terrain to their advantage. For that, though, he needed her to act as bait. The girl didn't like that idea at all. While she hesitated, the boy leaped between the walls, climbing back onto the rooftops. Mare panicked. She didn't have the agility to move like that. The boy asked if she truly wanted her revenge because crying like a child wouldn't help in this situation. After that, he slipped back into hiding. The demons soon realized the intruders had split up. Some began searching for Mare, while others went after the boy. With her staff in hand, Mare understood she only needed to act once. She'd unleash a massive fire spell. The demons, seeing that, went into a frenzy. Those who had split up quickly realized their comrades had been burned alive. In the chaos that followed, the boy appeared suddenly among them. With swift, precise movements, he began cutting down his enemies. The demons didn't understand what was happening. All they could hear were the sounds of blades slicing through the air. One of the creatures turned around, wondering what the noise was, only to see all his allies already defeated, right before his own neck met the edge of the boy's blade. Desperate, the demon called him a coward, but that didn't change his fate. Mare kept fighting, but this time she changed her spell, summoning a massive surge of water to block the advancing demons. She tried to push them back as best as she could. All she managed to do was slow them down a little, and at that rate, they'd soon catch up to her. That's when she noticed something strange. The number of demons was decreasing rapidly. One of them turned around in panic, only to be struck in the face by the knife of the boy who had been working from the shadows to silently eliminate their pursuers. Retrieving his weapon, the protagonist thanked Mare for her effort. She had been an excellent distraction. The girl, however, was still upset about the situation, realizing how dangerously close she'd come to death. Elsewhere, the Divine King was furious. The intruders had still not been captured. One of the demons tried to apologize, saying he would send more troops immediately. But to the Divine King, that was pointless. It would only lead to more casualties. He decided to hunt the intruders down himself. Meanwhile, the boy and Mare continued trying to escape. They began to notice the wind growing stronger around them, and to make things worse, they could feel mana gathering in their direction. Mare immediately summoned the Spirit of Wind. At that moment, the boy realized their enemy had arrived. Hovering above the city, the Divine King was watching them intently. To him, these intruders were nothing more than lost rats. Mare looked up at Wimberg with hatred burning in her eyes. Her long-awaited chance for revenge had finally appeared before her. The boy asked if she was ready, and she answered that she'd been prepared for this ever since her life had changed forever. The two of them braced themselves for the battle that was about to begin. He whispered to her that they couldn't win a long-range fight. They would have to use everything they had right from the start and finish it quickly. Mare agreed with the plan. She immediately called upon the Spirit of Wind again, sending several fierce gusts toward their enemy. The demon watched carefully as the attacks approached, thinking his opponents were foolish to use wind against him. He was completely surrounded by that energy, yet every one of Mare's attacks failed to hit. Each blast was deflected with ease. The boy noticed that the demon had partially blocked his own vision with his defense. Just as he realized this, he had to dodge an incoming strike. He couldn't understand how it had been possible for the enemy to attack while hidden within that barrier. The demon had already predicted that his enemies would try to close the distance, thinking they could find an opening in his elemental control. But with his sensitivity to the wind, he would never lose. The boy understood now how dire the situation was. Even if he managed to find his opponent's blind spot, the demon's arts would stop him. But Mare was still there, and she promised she'd fix this. She used wind again, but this time with greater force. At first, the demon wasn't alarmed, until he sensed something unusual coming from her spell. Mare knew that demonic arts relied on precise manipulation of wind. All she had to do was disrupt that control with her own techniques. The demon quickly realized that he couldn't handle the wind as finely as before. The boy could now see that Mare had been planning her revenge her entire life. He seized the opportunity to move closer, but the demon was still watching carefully. The boy rushed forward, blade in hand, yet he couldn't reach him. The enemy simply used the wind to soar through the air, leaving the boy seething with frustration. That's when someone told him he just needed to jump. Following that advice, the boy stepped onto the wind and was suddenly propelled straight toward his enemy. The demon had no idea how that was even possible, while the protagonist was determined to finish this once and for all, pouring every bit of his strength into it. Now close enough to strike, he used his eye ability to predict exactly where the demon would move next. But to his surprise, the enemy's weak points started to fade away. He didn't expect something like that, and before he could strike, a massive sword materialized in the demon's hands. The creature had never imagined he'd be forced to draw his weapon against such intruders. The boy realized that he was no longer on the offensive. He now had to focus entirely on defending himself. His agility wasn't good enough to keep his guard up against all those attacks. At that moment, the demon decided to reveal that he was the one who personally taught Hector how to wield a sword. Right after saying that, the creature had to pay attention to his surroundings as a huge boulder was suddenly hurled in his direction. That interruption forced both the demon and the protagonist to stop fighting. Reuniting with Mare, it was time to rethink their strategy. Up above, the demon stared down at the boulder and the two young fighters, trying to make sense of what just happened. Moving something that size shouldn't be easy, and now he realized that the elf girl could use more than one element. He remembered that the nearby elven village should have been wiped out long ago, and suddenly it clicked. These two must have been the ones who killed Hector. Fueled by rage, Mare confirmed it. With a faint smirk, the Divine King recognized her identity. The girl was a survivor from that same village. Mare told him that she'd spent the last 10 years training for this moment, just to destroy him. Recalling the day of the massacre, the demon said it had been quite the spectacle. His words caught Mare off guard, and he continued, saying how much he had enjoyed watching the elves suffer in their final moments. That raw emotion they displayed, their despair, was what drove him to keep killing, as he took pleasure in the hopelessness reflected in their eyes. Hearing that, Mare completely lost control. The protagonist had to remind her not to give in to the demon's provocations, since her abilities were crucial for their victory. Regaining her composure, Mare decided to listen to him. Now it was up to the boy to analyze every variable. He was the kind of person who would do whatever it took to win. The demon, on the other hand, understood that his opponents were far more troublesome than he'd expected, and that the human he fought was still standing, something that shouldn't even be possible. There was only one explanation. That boy must be one of the summoned candidates. With his eyes glowing, the protagonist said they were being underestimated in this fight. The Divine King replied that he always kept the strongest warriors of enemy nations in mind, and that red-eyed boy wasn't among them. That could only mean one thing: he wasn't from this world. Floating above them, the demon realized he still had the strategic advantage. There was no need for him to rush. The protagonist, however, knew he'd only had about 3 minutes left before the power of his eyes would fade, and once it did, victory would become impossible. Mare then told him she had an idea for how they could turn the tide of the battle. Knowing that she might actually be useful, the boy told her not to slow things down. Offended, Mare snapped back that she should have been the one saying that. The demon, meanwhile, grew irritated at how casually his enemies were talking in the middle of a fight. With fury burning in his eyes, the protagonist declared that they were going to launch their attack, while the demon, filled with anticipation, was eager to see what they could do. Using her wind abilities, the girl hurled the boys straight toward their enemy. At the same time, she used her earth manipulation to summon additional spirits, launching several massive boulders in the demon's direction. Seeing the incoming assault, Wimberg didn't feel threatened. He used his own wind techniques to defend himself, controlling the air to neutralize every rock that came his way. But that was just a diversion. In the very next moment, he was forced to defend himself against a precise strike from the protagonist, who had closed in while he was distracted. Still on the ground, Mare hadn't stopped her offensive. She altered the course of the boulders midair, catching Wimberg from behind. He hadn't expected that possibility at all. His only option was to dodge. But even then, Mare didn't let up. Wimberg's expression shifted to one of shock as his magical formation was shattered by the barrage of rocks. The protagonist finally saw an opening. He was about to drive his blade into the demon's chest. The demon had to act instantly if he wanted to survive. Blood splattered into the air as Wimberg realized the strike hadn't been aimed at his heart, but at the hilt of his sword. The boy seized the moment, disarming him and claiming the weapon for himself before quickly retreating. Wimberg glared at the boy in rage, only to be struck by more of Mare's boulders. The demon was surprised that their strategy had worked at all, though he made it clear that someone of his level wouldn't be defeated so easily. Mare was terrified. Their coordinated attack had been perfect, yet the enemy remained unscathed. But to the protagonist, everything was still going according to plan. Mare had mentioned that Wimberg's wind technique, while powerful, had a weakness. It couldn't handle heavy attacks from the earth element. If they couldn't break through his defense, she could still use her wind magic to disrupt his control over it. The boy knew Mare had spent her entire life preparing for this moment. Even so, their combined techniques still weren't enough. Resolutely asked her for just one thing, to create another opening for him to strike. Now that he had stolen Wimberg's weapon, his determination flared even stronger. With that sword in his hands, his next attacks would be far more devastating. Mare wanted to know what he intended to do. Trying to provoke him, Wimberg said he wasn't a swordsman and couldn't possibly win just because he'd stolen the weapon. But the boy, completely unfazed, stated that things were going to unfold exactly as he said. He charged forward again, only to be met with a barrage of wind spears. Now armed with the demon's sword, he managed to block every single one of them. His eyes tracked the path of each attack, allowing him to close in once more. Wimberg was shocked. He barely managed to defend himself, and now he could no longer follow the boy's movements. The protagonist had fully taken the offensive. He pressed the attack relentlessly, giving the demon no time to react. Seeing the chance, Mare called upon the wind spirits again, throwing Wimberg off balance midair. The demon couldn't comprehend how these humans were managing to fight with such precision. And then the boy appeared right in front of him, to finish the battle once and for all. Wimberg felt deeply insulted by those words. Channeling all of his remaining energy, he formed a massive wind spear to pierce his enemy. But that final act of desperation amounted to nothing. The protagonist swung his blade and severed the demon's head, ending the fight instantly. Drained of all his mana, the boy could barely stand. Wimberg never imagined that he would fall that day. My god, the guy's head is gone and he's still talking. Yeah, he's definitely a demon. Only then did the protagonist reveal that his eyes allow him to copy his opponent's abilities. He'd been replicating Wimberg's sword techniques all along. At first, he wasn't familiar with those moves, which made him hesitant to use them. But once Wimberg understood that, he realized the hero candidates were humanity's true trump card. The protagonist explained that he gained this power after defeating Hector. Amused, Wimberg admitted that his disciple had been a fool. He ended up helping his own enemy grow stronger by losing to him. Now that the battle was over, the boy needed time to recover. He'd just gotten a first-hand taste of the strength of one of the Demon Empire's 4 divine kings. There were still 3 others of that same rank, and without a doubt, the Demon King himself had to be far stronger. Not to mention the Demon King's descendants, who were said to rival Isekai'd in power. His current strength wasn't nearly enough to overcome all of those threats. As he was deep in thought, he noticed Mare walking toward him. She wanted to make sure the demon was truly dead. That's when the boy asked her how she felt now that she'd finally gotten her revenge. She said that after everything, she didn't feel anything at all. She risked her life to reach this point, and now that it was over, she just felt empty, but still relieved in a way. The people of her village had finally been avenged, and she was free from the past that had haunted her for so long. The protagonist admitted that having her by his side was invaluable. Without Mare's help, he never could have defeated Wimberg. That feeling was mutual. She knew her revenge was only possible because of him. Because of that, she thanked him. He'd helped her fulfill one of her lifelong dreams. The boy brushed it off, saying it was just coincidence, nothing worth so much gratitude. But Mare didn't agree. She was content with the choice she'd made to follow him. If not for this journey, she admitted she probably would have lost control and rushed to her death without meaning. The protagonist asked what she planned to do now. She hadn't thought about it and confessed she felt lost. He told her that she should create new goals for her life. After all, elves lived for a very long time. Still, since she was half human, she wouldn't live as long as her master. For now, she decided to continue traveling with him. He asked if she was sure about that, since his goal was to defeat the Demon King. But to her, that was exactly why she should stay. If the Demon King fell, there would be fewer people like her, fewer tragic stories born from his reign. That made her journey worth following. Even if he told her not to, she'd still stay by his side. As they set off again, the protagonist said they needed to find more clues soon. Reinforcements would arrive in the city before long, and that would become a serious problem. Mare understood what he meant. She'd been accepted by him, and now they were walking the same path. As the two made their way toward the outskirts, someone was watching them from above. It was the witch, Isekai'd, surprised by how well this unlikely pair had done. Their victory over Wimberg had made her next moves much easier. After that grueling battle, their journey continued. The protagonist eventually returned to Yubana. The wise woman was relieved that both of them had come back safely, admitting she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Mare had something to say to her, but Yubana already knew what it was. She could tell her disciple wanted to travel alongside the boy. Because of that, the sage wished them both an excellent journey. Yubana's enthusiasm was so genuine that Mare actually felt embarrassed. As they sat together drinking tea, the sage asked the protagonist if he'd heard the latest news from the front lines. Hearing that, the boy immediately asked what had happened. From what it seemed, the hero candidates had been defeated, Midu included. Now the protagonist wanted to know who the enemy was. Yubana explained that the one responsible for that crushing loss was one of the Demon King's highest-ranking executives, Stonagaya. Mare guessed he must be just as strong as Wimberg had been, which made him an extremely dangerous opponent. The boy, however, wanted to know whether his former companions were still alive. Yubana told him that somehow they had managed to survive, but their defeat had completely shattered their morale. Because of that, the protagonist wanted to understand what would happen from here on. His goal was still to defeat the Demon King, and to do that, you needed to gradually weaken the enemy's forces. Mayor asked if the other hero candidates were as powerful as he was. The boy said he couldn't say for sure, but even if they possessed great strength, it wouldn't matter much if they couldn't use it properly. Back at the human fortress, several soldiers were being treated, including the hero candidates. Miru tried to reject the excessive attention, saying his companion shouldn't use her healing technique for too long. She knew that, but insisted on helping everyone as much as she could. After saying that, she went back to focusing her energy on healing Miru's wounds. During that battle, thanks to Heinrich's auxiliary forces, they had managed to retreat safely. Still, the injuries suffered by his team were severe, and the worst of all wasn't physical but psychological. After their defeat, the hero candidates were in shambles. Miru was deeply frustrated, blaming himself entirely for what had happened. High above in the Arliss fortress, Stonagaya was surveying the perimeter. Far away, someone had already located him. It was the protagonist, using his AliExpress-grade eyes. Mayor asked how he could see things from such a distance. The boy explained that ever since his appraisal skill leveled up, it had been providing him with extra benefits. Mayor was amazed. It was an incredibly convenient ability at times. Even from that far, the boy could tell that the demon's stats were formidable. Deciding to push further, he used the advanced version of his appraisal skill to analyze Stonagaya in more detail. He discovered that the demon's defense could multiply based on his base attributes. Since the boy's appraisal had reached level 4, he could now use the enhanced version of the ability, granting him access to deeper insight about his opponents. He took the opportunity to search for a weak point, yet Stonagaya remained motionless, and the boy couldn't identify a single one. It was a clear sign that he was still too weak to perceive the demon's vulnerabilities. If he could only access that information, the fight would be far easier. From what he'd learned so far, Stonagaya was skilled with a sword capable of using earth elemental magic and possessed a special ability that greatly enhanced his defense. Mare had already expected such an impressive description, considering he was one of the 4 divine kings. She also mentioned that the earth element was weak against water. That made the boy ask whether there was any compatibility system between the elements. Mare explained that it depended entirely on the abilities being used. Even if Stonagaya had mastered many forms of demonic arts, there was no way he had perfected every single one. If she could identify which technique he planned to use, she'd be able to determine its weakness. The protagonist then decided to visit the fortress personally to gather more information. Meanwhile, not far from there, Miru stood staring at the horizon. He wondered what would happen if the protagonist were there, but quickly pushed the thought away. He had already taken it upon himself to bear the responsibilities of the heroes. His companions had gathered around him that day, wanting to know what was on his mind. Reina pointed out that he kept trying to shoulder the burden of everyone all by himself, which only made the class representative even more uneasy. The blonde boy told him not to make that kind of face. Then the short-haired nerd reminded him that he wasn't alone in that fight. Miru was surprised that his companions still trusted him after everything. At that moment, Rina stepped closer, asking if they shouldn't act together like before. As she passed by Miru, she told him he was really an idiot sometimes. Right after that, the blonde boy wrapped an arm around his shoulders, saying he needed to trust his friends more. Miru was still confused by everything happening around him. The truth was, he had never thought about depending on those people before. The blonde boy said that everyone had been getting stronger, which was exactly why Miru shouldn't carry the weight alone. After hearing those words, Arashi decided to join them as well, and several other students came along with him. Arashi wanted to know why Miru had such a pathetic look on his face, since they needed to recover and crush their enemies. The class representative was stunned by Arashi's sudden appearance, which only made the guy more irritated. After all, he hated realizing during the battle that their strength hadn't been enough. That's why he was now waiting for Miru's command so they could go back and destroy that enemy. The blonde boy and Amire were both shocked to see the tough guy cooperating like that. Feeling his spirits lift, Miru asked everyone to work together to defeat that enemy. That renewed determination was exactly what Arashi had come to find. While everyone was talking, a girl watched them from afar. Rin felt relieved to see her classmates finally cooperating again after such a long time. Completely lost in thought, she was caught off guard by a familiar voice saying it had been quite a while since the last time. It was the protagonist who had appeared. He also told her not to make a fuss since he didn't want to be discovered. Immediately, Rin covered her mouth with both hands. The protagonist already knew they had lost the last battle, and Kanzaki confirmed it. He then asked for details about the enemy's abilities, and she began explaining what she had seen. Now the protagonist knew that Stonagaya could create and control golems. The demon's entire skill set was centered around constructing those creatures. Thinking about that, the protagonist realized Mare had been right. Kanzaki wanted to know who that person was and if she was a girl, but the protagonist completely ignored her while thanking her for the information. Kanzaki then asked if he was finally going to join the war effort and help the others. He had considered it for a moment, but after seeing that his former companions had regained their morale, he decided to keep operating in the shadows, just like always. At Fort Arliss, several demons were guarding the perimeter, and not far away, the hero candidates were taking their positions. The short-haired girl mentioned that they now had an army of hundreds of soldiers with them, which made the pink-haired girl visibly happy. Among them was Yaomi, who promised to give her all this time. She was joining the combat unit. Rina asked what made her decide that, and Yaomi said she had heard her friends were in trouble, and since she was a hero too, she couldn't just stand by. Still, she wasn't entirely sure it would work out. 5 days earlier, she had been busy with household chores, which had left her completely exhausted. It had been a while since Kinoshita last saw the protagonist. She actually agreed with what he said, but once she realized who she was talking to, she was completely shocked and asked how he had managed to get into that building, and if he was really the same Shinju she knew. The protagonist noticed she had come back to her senses, but she was furious that he had infiltrated straight into her room. Getting straight to the point, he told her that the other heroes were struggling on the front lines and needed her divine protection ability to win. Kinoshita was stunned by that, since she wasn't part of the combat unit, but he told her not to worry. She had everything it takes. Still hesitant, she asked how he could be so sure, and he reminded her that she wanted to fight too. He told her that Leonora, the one who had haunted her heart with fear, was no longer among the living. No one could sabotage her anymore, and in time, even her psychological wounds would heal. It was time for her to stop pretending to be a waitress and start taking things seriously, because he knew she had wanted to help others for a long time. Kinoshita fell silent after hearing that. Apparently, the protagonist really did know everything, and that realization left her surprised. Only then did he reveal that he had come looking for a reliable pawn. Kinoshita reminded him that he was being hunted as a criminal, so it was shocking that he was even planning to take part in the fight. He admitted he couldn't officially join the army while being pursued, so he would keep working from the shadows. He had only come there to share that information with her. That's why Kinoshita was now on the front lines. She was determined to do her best. Rin watched carefully as her fellow girls talked, since she had also spoken with the protagonist and already knew the plan. Kinoshita's presence was essential for executing coordinated movements against the enemy's defenses. For the protagonist, all that mattered was that everyone gave their best in each situation that arose. He also wanted to see how much his classmates had grown in his absence. He told her to pass that message along to Midu, and she promised she would. As she was thinking about it, someone called her name. It was the class representative approaching to go over the strategy once again, since losing this time wasn't an option. Rin fully understood that. Soon, all the students were gathered, discussing the strategy in detail. Watching the group closely, Mare asked the protagonist if his plan wasn't much more refined than theirs. He replied that people can't grow if they're always in comfortable situations with someone telling them exactly what to do. He needed to strengthen his allies. Among them, there were powerful people who simply didn't know how to use their abilities properly. That's why he planned to help them as little as possible. Just small hints here and there, because the most important part of battle was learning to act on instinct. The fortress was still heavily guarded by demons, but the human army could already be seen approaching. Finally, the time for the assault had come. The captain ordered the troops to advance. The demons were preparing to fight and were confident of victory. The captain knew they needed to clear a path so the hero candidates could breach the fortress, but the demons wouldn't make that easy. A fierce battle erupted, and in the middle of that chaos, the heroes began carving their way through. Midu led the charge at the front, spotting the tower where Stone Gaia was waiting. The demon smirked at him mockingly, as if he had been expecting those children to arrive all along. Stone Gaia called out to them, radiating confidence as he declared he would win once again. The massive gate was still closed, but it was immediately blown apart by Arash's ability. Alongside him were the other hero candidates, and Stone Gaia was already waiting for them with his golems. Midu wasted no time, ordering everyone to put the plan into action. Watching everything from the shadows was the protagonist. The hero candidates were determined to win this battle. On the other side stood countless summoned golems. Midu drew his sword and commanded everyone to begin the operation. As they advanced, Rian asked Yumi if she was okay. Still uneasy, Yumi told her not to worry and immediately began summoning a massive surge of water. Her control over water was vital for defeating those golems. Stone Gaia quickly noticed that someone with such an ability hadn't been part of the last attack. His golems were overwhelmed by Yumi's water. Arashi appeared right after, ready to incinerate them all. His blazing fists were devastatingly lethal. Midu showed no mercy either, striking down anything in his path. Every student fought fiercely. Even the background characters were fully engaged. In just a few seconds, all the golems were reduced to rubble, but just like before, they began to regenerate. However, those struck by water weren't able to recover. Everyone noticed that the strategy was working perfectly this time. Stone Gaia was now focused on that water user who hadn't been present last time. Because of her, some of his golems couldn't regenerate. The protagonist praised Mare as things were unfolding exactly as she had predicted. Her theory was that the joints between the golem's limbs wouldn't regenerate properly in the presence of moisture. Midu encouraged his allies, shouting that the golems wouldn't be able to regenerate anymore. That fired Yumi up, and she unleashed an even greater surge of water, creating a huge wave that crashed over the enemies. After that, her teammates rushed forward to press the advantage, determined to destroy the golems for good. Stone Gaia, though, grew even more excited. The strategy against him was effective, but he still remained defiant. After drawing several magic circles on the ground, he declared that his golems were nothing more than expendable subordinates. Then, lifting multiple massive rocks into the air, he said he would show them what true power looked like, hurling all of them at the hero candidates. Before they could be hit, Mary stepped in front, using her telekinesis to stop the barrage of boulders. Stone Gaia was shocked to see someone capable of overpowering his control over stone. While he was still processing that, Rin used her domination ability directly on Stone Gaia's body, immobilizing him completely. She was a master of restraining techniques. That gave Arashi the opening to unleash his fury, but before his flames could hit, a thick wall of earth rose up, blocking his attack. Even though the strike was powerful, it wasn't enough to break through. The demon was pleasantly surprised that his defense was stronger than the boy's flames. What he didn't realize, however, was that Midu had used instant movement and now stood behind him, sword poised. He struck a lethal blow at Stonagaya's back. The demon reacted swiftly, parrying the attack with the blade in his hand. Even so, the hero candidates pressed the assault relentlessly. The nerdy girl launched the boulders back at their summoner, while Narumi used her wind manipulation to amplify the force of the counterattack. Stonagaya was completely surrounded. No matter where he looked, attacks were coming at him from every direction. Even so, none of their attacks were able to pierce his defense. Seeing that, Yami acted once again, manipulating water against the creature and striking its barrier with a massive surge of moisture. Stonagaya, now completely cut off from the outside world, felt something was wrong. Once his defense became damp, it would no longer be as resistant to attacks. Midu was determined to end that battle no matter what, and Arashi was equally resolute to finish the enemy immediately. The two attacked in perfect coordination, striking the demon's body, and for the first time, Stonagaya was actually wounded by the hero candidates. Still weakened, he believed he could withstand the damage. The real problem, though, was that with the strategy the humans were using now, his defense would eventually be shattered even further. He decided to go all in, converting all of his defensive mana into raw attack power. At that moment, a spark of light flashed in the protagonist's eyes. He saw the demon's weak point and hurled his dagger straight at Stonagaya's forehead, delivering a lethal blow. The impact was tremendous. Stonagaya fell to the ground, writhing in agony before all of the students. The creature was finally defeated, and the heroes celebrated their victory. The efforts of Midu and Arashi had brought down that vile monster. However, both of them, standing closest to the enemy, knew they weren't the ones who had landed the final blow. Something had struck the demon's head in that final instant. Arashi picked up the dagger lying on the floor and immediately recognized it. Looking around, Midu tried to spot something, noticing a small crack in the ceiling above. There was no doubt, it was the work of the protagonist. Arashi grew irritated, realizing they'd been helped by someone like him. Narumi approached the two with an excited grin, thrilled that their plan had worked. Midu agreed, forcing a faint smile, knowing deep down that they had only succeeded thanks to Kinoshida's support, and that, in the final moment when the demon was about to unleash a devastating power against them, the battle had ended before it could happen. If not for the protagonist's interference, they would have been wiped out again. Mary asked why the class representative still had that expression on his face when they should all be celebrating. Midu tried to say something, but she ignored him completely, saying she'd listen later. The students had just defeated one of the 4 divine kings. They'd been through enough stress for one day, and all they wanted now was to enjoy the victory. Midu looked at his teammates' excitement, taking a moment before finally letting himself feel something positive. Eventually, he gave in to that sense of relief. Still, the representative remained calm and distant. His companions called out, urging him to celebrate too, but he ignored them, quietly revealing that he hadn't been the one to finish off their enemy. They apologized for getting carried away. One of the boys, someone who clearly admired Arashi, already suspected why his friend's mood had soured. Since he'd been close enough to witness everything, he knew the truth, but even then, he told Arashi not to worry about it. All the protagonists had done was steal the last strike from their team. The ones who had truly cornered the enemy until the very end were Arashi and Midu, and they should be proud of that. Now holding the creature's severed head, Midu lifted it high and announced their victory to everyone outside. The demons who witnessed it were devastated, while the human army erupted into celebration over their great triumph. Amid the battlefield stood Heinrich, bruised, battered, but still alive. The fortress had finally been taken. From the outside, the protagonist watched the battle's conclusion. Even though Stonagaya was dead, the number of soldiers on each side remained nearly the same. Our protagonist knows that the demon army is usually led by someone with high charisma. When their leader is defeated, the rest of the army can't hold their ground the same way. Mare noticed that the same thing happened after they defeated Wimberg. No demon tried to chase them after that victory. While pouring himself a cup of tea, the protagonist said that this is the greatest weakness of the demon army. Concerned, Mare asked if it was really alright for him to have done that. After all, he was the one truly responsible for the victory, and she believes his real goal is to train his companions. He explained that he sensed an intense killing intent coming from that creature in its final moments, and he couldn't allow his allies to get hurt. The primary duty of an assassin, after all, is to prevent the worst from happening. Mare thought he was being overly protective of his comrades, which slightly irritated him. He asked her to start calling him by his name. Embarrassed by the sudden closeness, she hesitated and asked if she could just call him Kay, a shortened form of his long full name. He told her that was fine, but then asked why her face was turning so red. After that, he started reflecting on their recent victory. 2 of the celestial kings had already been defeated. Even so, there were still powerful enemies remaining like Isabelle. His journey to defeat the demon king was only just beginning. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a girl seemed to have been defeated, and someone commented that she had done it on purpose. She stood up furiously, while the demon responsible for her downfall was impressed that her willpower still had been broken. He ordered one of his soldiers to deliver a message to the auxiliary forces. The princess had been captured. From that point forward, the Beastman Federation had finally fallen. A week passed since the hero candidates' last battle. Thanks to their recent victories, morale throughout the Empire had risen greatly. Even the soldiers were now more enthusiastic about their military duties. The popularity of the hero candidates continued to soar. They had become the symbol of hope for the people. Because of that, they were summoned to the presence of the king, who had already heard about the defeat of one of the 4 celestial kings of the demon army. He granted Midu the title of Knight of the Realm. After the ceremony, when he gathered with his companions, the class representative said the whole thing had been exhausting. Mary was surprised by that, as she had never imagined he'd get nervous or tired. Captain Amelia joked that if he was feeling like that, then he must have gotten older. That's when Heinrich reminded everyone that, unlike them, Midu never received a noble's education, and he handled everything very well. Midu admitted the situation had been a bit nerve-wracking. He was worried about being rude in front of the king. Heinrich reassured him that nothing bad would happen. Now that Midu had been promoted to a knight, he would soon have new responsibilities to fulfill. Midu realized that being a noble wasn't easy. Heinrich said he wouldn't complain about his own position and assured Midu there was no need to worry about where he stood now. Amelia added that the church also held great power within the kingdom. After the ceremony, Midu officially became part of the Royal Knight Order and was appointed to lead the 11th Division, also known as the Hero Battalion, currently the strongest force in the entire kingdom. When people asked whether the knights were under the church's control and what his new title truly meant, Heinrich explained that the situation was complex. There were many political ties within the state. Even so, Midu now shared the same standing as those nobles, and with authority always comes responsibility. Outside, our protagonist heard about Midu's promotion. Rin was the one who told him everything. Mare didn't fully understand the situation yet, but believed that the promotion was something very positive. Surely, the kingdom wanted to turn Midu into a symbol for everyone. Giving him authority was the path to achieving that goal. Mare couldn't see how that could be anything but beneficial. However, our protagonist reminded her that after they defeat the Demon King, they'll have to return to their original world. They're only being used by the kingdom. In the end, they're being treated the same way Leonora once treated them, just as expendable tools. Mare said she'd be more cautious from now on, but had another question. She wanted to know who the girl accompanying him was. He finally introduced her, explaining that Mare was a half-elf and a spellcaster. But Rin wasn't asking for her qualifications. She wanted to know what kind of relationship he had with her. Mare explained that she was only accompanying him on his journey, but now she wanted to know who Rin was to Kai. She was surprised to hear Rin call him by a nickname and ended up confused. Rin said they were friends, but our protagonist immediately corrected her, which made her feel embarrassed. He clarified that Rin was just a collaborator. Mare wanted to know if they had been that close back in their original world. The boy explained that they'd never actually spoken before. Besides, Rin already knew his mission was to completely subjugate the Demon King. Our protagonist said he'd continue moving in the shadows, and now Rin would act as a messenger between him and the others. The girl asked if she could go with him, which caught him off guard. Rin thought about it for a moment, and his silence made both girls anxious. But he eventually decided it wouldn't be a good idea. Rin was needed to stay in contact with the rest of the group, who were still rather hostile toward him. Rin accepted that there was nothing she could do about it for now. She revealed that some of their classmates still saw him in a positive light, especially Midu. Our protagonist said he wanted Midu to become more independent, though his growth was crucial if they were to defeat the Demon King. Rin asked if he truly intended to make each of his classmates stronger. He told her he had already defeated one of the Celestial Kings, though it had been an incredibly difficult battle. Rin was stunned when she learned he had done it with only Mare by his side. Mare added that the fight had been extremely close, and had barely won. Rin was astonished by this, knowing that their victory over Stone and Gaia had taken the combined effort of everyone. The half-elf girl traveling with the protagonist definitely didn't seem ordinary, and it made Rin feel increasingly useless. Our protagonist said there were still beings far more powerful than the Celestial Kings, ones they couldn't possibly defeat right now. That's why he asked Rin to closely observe her classmates' progress. He'd contact her again soon. The girl accepted his orders. As he turned to leave, he told her he was refining his own way to defeat the Demon King, and that it would be her job to relay that information to Midu. After that, he called for Mare to follow him, leaving Rin alone in the forest. With her current strength, she couldn't do anything, and in that moment, a new determination began to grow inside her heart, the will to become stronger. Now that one of the Celestial Kings has been defeated, the humans have launched a full-scale offensive. With the collaboration of the hero candidates, now part of the 11th Division, the army's morale has risen greatly. As a result of this campaign, several fortresses have been reclaimed, and the city of Neutrate has finally been liberated. All of this was made possible not only by the fall of Stone and Gaia, one of the demon commanders, but also by the defeat of Wimberg, who had been responsible for the Demon King's army logistics. However, this last part remains completely unknown to the army of the Holy Kingdom. Thanks to their string of victories, celebrations have become routine. The hero candidates are taking full advantage of the chance to drink alcohol in this new world. Since the legal age there is 15, it's perfectly acceptable. Even so, Murray keeps scolding her teammates, warning them that if they return to their original world, this kind of behavior would be unacceptable. She even went as far as snatching a beer mug right out of Narumi's hands, poor guy. Midu saw that and couldn't help but laugh. Reina, dressed elegantly for the occasion, noticed that her friends still looked tense despite the celebration. At that moment, Mare realized Reina was drinking too, but the girls swore it was just grape juice, a claim none of them believed. Amid the festivities, Midu began to overhear rumors. It seemed the enemy's chain of command was collapsing. Something wasn't right, and there were still things they didn't know. Midu agreed. He had his doubts. No matter how he looked at it, the enemy appeared weakened. He even wondered if it might be a trap. Hearing that, Reina said they were all being too cautious, claiming that demons were just a bunch of idiots. For Midu, the answer was obvious. Our protagonist was moving in the shadows. Reina refused to believe that he could pull off something like that. That's when Rin joined the conversation, confirming exactly what Midu had said. While they fought at the front lines, someone else was attacking deep within enemy territory. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Rin revealed that our protagonist had defeated another celestial king, which explained why the borders were so weak now. The background characters were stunned to hear it. Midu, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all. He expected something like this from that guy. Narumi, after processing the information, realized just how much of a monster the protagonist really was. Rina, however, refused to believe any of it, calling it slander. She asked Arashi for his opinion, but he was too busy enjoying the banquet food. Even so, he remembered the dagger he found during the last battle. With that in mind, he simply said he didn't care how the discussion ended. Mary was also frustrated. Even if it were true, she still couldn't forgive him. Now she joined Rina in badmouthing the guy, while Midu moved closer to Rin to gather more details. Rin didn't have much more to share. All she knew was that he was using his own methods to infiltrate enemy territory and get closer to the Demon King. Our protagonist had been doing this every single day, fighting deadly creatures that all wanted to tear him apart. He was skilled and ruthless. A monstrous hand lunged toward his face, and under such relentless attacks, it seemed like he wouldn't make it. But fortunately, a fire spell erupted, burning his enemies to the bone. He told Mare not to do anything reckless, but she had only intervened because he'd been in danger. He thought he'd already learned to control his mana, but the truth was he still couldn't properly use even basic magic. Mare explained that his element was extremely rare. Very few people could master lightning, and it was one of the hardest to perfect. If he had divine protection like his classmates, things would have been much easier. Even so, through relentless training, he managed to wield that power barely. Mare pointed out that he hadn't been able to unleash it with full intensity because he was distracted by the enemies surrounding them. That's why magic shouldn't be used in close-range combat. It requires far too much focus. But our boy is an assassin, so he has to fight up close. Mare suggested that he first learn how to use magic properly in the traditional way before trying to perfect his own methods. Our protagonist knows he has to grow stronger because in his current state, he has no chance of defeating the Demon King. Still, he complimented Mare on her skill as a teacher. She really absorbed a lot of knowledge from Yubana. The girl became embarrassed by the praise, but a moment later, our protagonist suddenly went on alert. They were completely surrounded by dangerous creatures, all eager to tear off a piece of him. And instead of fear, excitement flashed across his face. Training was about to begin sooner than expected. Since this was a training session, he began gathering lightning in one of his hands. Using his new attack, he unleashed it on the monsters around him. Bolts of electricity struck the beasts, but the result wasn't fatal. It only disoriented them for a few seconds. He realized he still needed to refine his technique. The damage output was too low. As he was thinking that, one of the creatures lunged at him, but its strike hit nothing but air. Taking advantage of the opening, he moved swiftly and threw multiple daggers, each one finding a vital point. The remaining monsters were now terrified. Given the situation, it was more effective for him to channel mana into his daggers and throw them. That approach was deadly. Suddenly, one of the monsters tried to attack from behind. With his incredible agility, he spun around and sliced off its head. Grabbing onto a tree branch, he took a brief moment to collect his thoughts, only to notice more creatures rushing toward him with killing intent. He let mana flow through his entire body, and the moment they reached him, their bodies were turned into a scattered mess of limbs. Still watching carefully, he noticed one monster trying to topple the tree he was on, slamming its trunk repeatedly. Unfortunately, there were too many of them. The tree came crashing down, forcing him to move fast. Before him stood a massive army of monsters, all focused on tearing him apart. But among them, one stood taller than the rest and immediately caught his attention. That one must be the leader. With his dark eyes glowing, he decided that this creature would be his next test subject. Mare, exhausted, summoned her flames, realizing there was no end to the onslaught. The poor monsters were completely obliterated by her fiery spells. Panting, she told him they needed to leave, that it was impossible to stay here any longer. He agreed. That was more than enough training for one day. The path ahead of them was littered with bodies and broken pieces. Both he and Mare pushed forward, trying to escape. The girl complained about her exhaustion, while he noted that beyond their overwhelming numbers, those creatures were also at a very high level. Clearly, this was not a place where humans could survive. Mare explained that the demon folk were capable of controlling monsters with low intelligence, which made this region perfect for them. Finally, our protagonist understood why humans had never settled here. As they moved deeper through the forest, something caught his eye. Beyond the trees, he could see the true demon territory. The air itself was thick with a dangerous mist and crawling with monsters. Meanwhile, elsewhere, his companions were pressing deeper across the enemy borders. They had finally reached that perilous land, a land filled with monsters. For the first time since the offensive campaign began, the situation had taken a turn. The creatures here were truly dangerous. For the knights and hero candidates, they weren't much of a threat, but for the regular soldiers, it was a massacre. They were being completely wiped out. The captain tried her best to keep everyone's spirits up, while Heinrich already knew it was only a matter of time before they were completely surrounded. They were under attack from both demons and monsters. Mindu, on the other hand, realized this had to be the work of a high-ranking demon. His eyes locked onto a girl with horns. She was the one responsible for defending this territory, and she would do it with absolute devotion. No matter how many monsters she had to send to the front lines once the humans were exhausted, she would unleash her own army to finish the job. Seeing the demon army approach, the soldiers began to panic. Meru told Captain Amelia they needed to retreat immediately. She agreed and relayed the order to the troops, leaving behind only the bodies of those who hadn't survived. For the demons who arrived afterward, the victory couldn't have been easier. They had acted under the command of Elsa, a very cautious and strategic individual. Thanks to her, this battle ended effortlessly. One of the demons mentioned that the war against the Beastmen Federation had already been won and that soon they would turn their focus solely to the humans. The victory over the Beastmen had been easy, but the same couldn't be said for the humans who had already managed to defeat 2 of the 4 divine kings. Hidden among the bushes was our protagonist. Mayor was shocked by what they had just overheard from those soldiers. For him, though, that was valuable information, they needed to gather even more of it. Back in the city, the atmosphere had changed drastically. Many church priests were overwhelmed treating the wounded soldiers while the heroes gathered with the army's high command. Since their last defeat, every territory they had reclaimed had been lost again, according to Captain Amelia. Now, she wanted to know if any of the knights had suggestions. None did. An elderly man pointed out that they needed to deal with the approaching monster hordes. Another officer said he never imagined demons could resort to such deceitful tactics. He suspected this had to be the doing of a powerful, high-ranking demon. Heinrich noted that recently the enemy forces had shown no real strategy in battle until now. Something had changed and they'd started delivering heavy losses. Someone very clever was clearly orchestrating this. Mighty was certain it was the work of a demon. One of the knights reported that his men had gathered intel suggesting there was a commander within that forest leading the enemy troops. If they could force them out of the forest, the battle might turn back in their favor. Captain Amelia understood that advancing the entire army through dense forest terrain was nearly impossible. The other knights agreed that reorganizing their forces was the best option for now. Although they'd seen success reclaiming certain territories, the recent defeats had been devastating. Initially, their primary goal to retake lost lands had been achieved, but now that morale was crumbling, maintaining that pace of victory would be difficult. In the middle of that discussion, Maire reminded everyone that their ultimate duty was to defeat the Demon King. But the knights all knew that it was far easier said than done, so the captain asked if she had any concrete ideas. A bit embarrassed, Mireille suggested expanding the army. However, the captain explained it wasn't that simple. Sending a larger force would only slow their advance. Medio, meanwhile, pointed out the real danger, the growing number of casualties. He didn't want to see any more soldiers lose their lives. Since the issue lies in the army's strength, he suggested focusing on their elite forces. The captain agreed, but pointed out that even if they searched the entire kingdom, they wouldn't find soldiers better than the ones already on the front lines. If the goal was to strengthen the troops, they'd have to focus on training them further. It would take time, but it was the only realistic solution. Everyone seemed to agree on that. Now, Minu finally understood why his mind had been so exhausted lately. The goals of those people and his own were completely different. The people of the kingdom were focused on maintaining the current state of affairs, while the heroes wanted to destroy the Demon King, no matter the cost. Heinrich noticed the hesitation in the boy's eyes and asked what he thought about all of it. Mita realized it could take years before they'd be strong enough to defeat the Demon King, but he wanted to end it as soon as possible. Amelia explained that training elite troops would take a long time, 2 years at least, even in the best-case scenario. For him, that was far too long. One of the knights agreed that defeating the Demon King was indeed the best solution, but they had already suffered several defeats, and advancing further into enemy territory was too dangerous. Still, their recent victories were already a great success. They had managed to liberate several regions. Minu was grateful, but he couldn't bring himself to feel happy about it. He and his companions just wanted to go home. Heinrich kept an eye on him, noticing his discontent throughout the meeting. When it finally ended, they left the hall together. The captain understood how the boy felt, but Amelia's judgment was based on the current state of affairs. They needed greater political influence to overcome this situation, something that couldn't be decided overnight. Midu agreed with that reasoning. Seeing his concern, Heinrich told him not to get lost in distant thoughts. That's when Midu realized the captain had understood exactly what was troubling him. Heinrich said he must value the lives of his friends and that impatience would only lead them all to disaster. That's why they had to use time as their ally. Midu understood his point. It made perfect sense. Even though the hero candidates were already strong, they still had the potential to grow far stronger. Listening carefully to the conversation, Murray agreed that time might not be on their side, but a well-crafted strategy was better than dying recklessly on the battlefield. When they were first defeated by Isekai'd, they were only saved by Heinrich's intervention. He told the hero candidates that there were likely demons even stronger than the Divine Kings. Apologizing for his bluntness, he explained that he needed their strength to eventually take down the Demon King. Minu promised to gather everyone and pass the message along. They couldn't rush things, and he wouldn't allow any of his companions to die, no matter how long it took. He was determined that all of them would make it back home. Later, he gathered his companions and shared the news. Many were shocked to hear it. There was nothing they could do about it for now. One of them, clearly frustrated, asked when they would finally return home. Mireille said it might take around 2 years. That was far too long for most of them. But Mita refused to risk anyone's life unnecessarily. It would be better to spend that time preparing properly. Arashi, however, was furious when he heard that. To him, it sounded like a cruel joke. Mido explained that he wanted to defeat the Demon King as soon as possible too, but their goal and the kingdoms were not the same. Then, full of determination, he asked Arashi if what he truly wanted was a reckless assault with just their group alone. And that was exactly what Arashi wanted. To him, the kingdom was no Uli. Those nobles only saw them as tools to be used. But to Mido, that reckless strategy would bring everyone to ruin. They couldn't keep fighting without the kingdom's support. Arashi disagreed, saying they could win using guerrilla tactics. Their objective wasn't to destroy the enemy army, only to kill the Demon King. Mido understood the idea but saw it as a huge risk. People would definitely die if they tried that. Arashi, however, argued that they couldn't lose sight of their goal. Even if it was dangerous, they couldn't back down out of fear. Mido said he wouldn't let anyone die, which was exactly why he shared what he believed to be the best course of action. Furious, Arashi called him a coward and swore he'd open his eyes through force. Enraged, Mido raised his sword and shield, blocking Arashi's blow completely. The other students nearby were stunned by the sudden fight. Mido told him they should defeat the Demon King together. They had already struggled immensely to take down just one of the Divine Kings, so they should be training, not fighting each other. Arashi ignored him completely, and before they could continue, both of them were suddenly restrained. Chains coiled tightly around their bodies. Rin was the one who cast them, demanding that they calm down before they ended up destroying the castle. Mido apologized, admitting he got carried away. Arashi shattered the chains with his bare hands, visibly furious, which shocked Rin since she had poured a huge amount of mana into that spell. To Arashi, the best way to grow stronger was through real combat, and he was sure Mido understood that too. As the argument continued, Mari spoke up, saying she sided with Mido. Rin agreed, supporting a more cautious approach. The others, who had been unsure, finally admitted that staying in that world wasn't so bad. It was far better than dying in a pointless battle. Kaori, however, took Arashi's side, which surprised Rina deeply. The truth was that Kaori completely understood what Arashi meant. She too wanted to go back home as soon as possible. Yumi said she felt the same way, and with tears in her eyes, confessed that she'd left behind only her mother, who was already frail and sick. She worried about her health every single day. The boy, who supposedly loved his Trembolona, also agreed that returning home was urgent. He'd been abandoned by his parents, and the only person waiting for him was his little sister. Another girl confessed she wanted to go back immediately as well, though not because of any tragic story. She simply came from a normal family and didn't want them to wait 2 long years. After that collective outpouring, Mido realized just how complicated everything really was. Among them stood Narumi, whose reason for wanting to go back was to reunite with his many girlfriends. Slowly, the discussion turned into a heated argument. The students, once just background characters, were now split between following Mido or siding with Arashi. After hearing everyone out, Arashi made his final stance clear. There was no point in continuing the argument. He moved forward on his own terms. Anyone ready to die should follow him. And indeed, when he set off, several of the students chose to go with him, while the rest, those too afraid to risk it, stayed behind. Reina and Yumi watched the group break apart, filled with unease, especially when Kaori decided to follow Arashi. Mirai asked Narumi if he was going with them, but he said he would stay neutral, acting as a bridge between both sides. Rin, uncertain of what to do, stayed silent, though deep down she also longed to return to her family. That night, the group finally split for good. Arashi asked if everyone was ready. They were leaving the place immediately. But before they could move, a mysterious voice echoed among them, saying that things had gotten worse in their absence. Arashi turned toward the sound, his eyes landing on someone he hadn't seen in a long time, our protagonist. He wanted to know what this boy planned to do after being gone for so long. The presence of our protagonist left all the students completely stunned. One of them quickly asked everyone to quiet down so they wouldn't draw too much attention. The muscle-bound guy told Arashi to calm himself a bit, but Arashi shot back, saying he didn't have time to waste on useless people like our boy. The truth was, the protagonist agreed with that, but decided to be honest with them. He wanted their strength. Arashi was taken aback, recalling what had happened earlier, right after he'd left the meeting hall. During that whole argument, our protagonist had been watching everything through the window. Mare noticed how serious the discussion among the classmates had gotten, but for our protagonist, both sides were right in their own way. Just as Midu had said, they couldn't do this alone. On the other hand, the kingdom's approach was far too passive. Arashi had pointed about the 2-year time frame being real, but his plan was dangerously reckless. Mare asked what our protagonist would do in a situation like that. He said there were 3 possible paths to overcome the current stalemate. The first was to change the mindset of the people in positions of power within the kingdom. If they could do that, the military's strength might eventually be redirected towards supporting the hero's cause. The problem was that Midu would never agree to such a method. Hearing that, Mare asked what the second option would be. Our protagonist explained that they could take the approach Arashi suggested, using guerrilla tactics to fight against the enemy. Based on what they knew so far, mostly thanks to Isabel, the demon realm wasn't unified. There were plenty of ways to sabotage their enemies from within. But he doubted that Arashi could pull off something that complex, and Mare actually agreed. His temper would make that impossible. So she asked what the third option was. Our protagonist said he'd base his strategy on the information he had gathered so far. If everything went well, he could collect even more from the other factions, which would force the kingdom to take the initiative in the war. Sitting around a campfire, he shared new intel with the group. The Beastman princess had been captured. Arashi didn't understand what that meant for them. Our protagonist explained that the girl was the daughter of an important leader and had been taken by the demon army. He confirmed the information himself after, as he put it, creatively interrogating several demons. Hearing that, some of the girls looked unsettled, while others were just curious about what he'd actually done. One of the guys even seemed jealous because he was in love with Mare. Arashi, however, still hadn't connected the dots. He couldn't grasp what the beastman had to do with the hero's situation. Some of the others, on the contrary, got excited, saying they'd love to see that new race in person, imagining they must be adorable. Our protagonist went on to explain his plan. South of their current territory was the Beastman Nation, a federation well known to everyone. Up to this point, that country had remained completely neutral in the war between humans and demons. Arashi realized that our protagonist intended to form an alliance with them, but scoffed at the idea, saying the beastmen were nothing but cowards too afraid to stand against the demons. Mare said those tribes' soldiers were stronger than they imagined. Their physical abilities and senses are extremely enhanced. If that's true, Arashi couldn't understand how they'd stayed neutral during the conflict. Mare explained that in the current situation, the beastmen wouldn't be able to secure a victory on their own. Besides, the Demon King's army has always focused its efforts on humans, but if those two nations joined forces, they might be able to achieve something unlikely. After she explained that the boy finally understood why they needed the princess, Corey suggested they simply rescue her and use her as a political bargaining chip. That was exactly what our protagonist wanted, and he already had information on some supply routes. He asked Arashi to act as bait, bringing destruction to those routes while he moved through the shadows. After all that explanation, one of the students wondered why those nations hadn't already cooperated despite having a common enemy. There was, in fact, a reason. Mare said the Beastman Federation also hated the demons because of repeated invasions. Unfortunately, humans refused to accept the Beastmen, calling them a lower subspecies. Because of that disdain, there's no alliance between those nations. He realized getting their cooperation wouldn't be easy, which is why they needed a bargaining chip. Our protagonist knew the princess was being held hostage, and that situation could work in their favor. Mare added that the Beastman's word was rock solid. If they were helped, they'd be willing to cooperate. When the discussion ended, the clearing fell silent. For the protagonist, the plan was worth trying. He was sure Arashi hadn't come up with anything to execute right now. Furious, Arashi complained that the protagonist's sudden appearance brought a lot of demands. Before he could keep being rude, another student asked him to consider the plan. This decision would affect everyone's lives. The others watched Arashi closely, and he finally sat down, still furious. With no other option, he asked what they should do. The hero candidate's caravan began to move out. One girl asked if it was really okay. They'd been heading south for a while, but the protagonist assured her the Beastman territory lay exactly in that region. Meanwhile, the demons were moving prisoners along a northern route whose final stretch cut through the heart of the forest. Because none of the countries had real trade treaties, there were only a few roads in that area, which actually made the plan easier to pull off. The boy knew they were infiltrating demon territory and worried they might be found in ambush, but he also knew exactly what he was capable of, so that possibility didn't concern him too much. Even if the journey would be harsh and full of monsters, their carriage and caravan would pass, and the boy could hardly believe it. They could also rely on Sorero Tomoko's ability, a spatial protection that stores equipment and items. For heaven's sake, now even the background characters were getting names. Patience required. Approaching the protagonist, one of the extras said it'd been a while since they'd seen each other. He remembered her ability. The protagonist said it's hard to forget the good things, and the girl lit up at the comment. The burly kid who only wears sleeveless shirts now had a few questions. He wanted to know how the protagonist had managed to infiltrate enemy territory. Answering him, the boy said he hadn't always been in that region. He'd been searching for clues about another way to get back home. Curious, his companions asked what conclusion he'd reached. Getting straight to the point, the protagonist said the only chance was to defeat the Demon King, and since then he'd been gathering information on how to make that a reality. That's how he learned about the kidnapping of the Beastman princess, which was actually quite interesting. Annoyed by how slow things were going, Arashi asked if they were really fine moving at that pace since they needed to ambush the enemy. In response, our protagonist agreed they should move faster and said they'd rely on Sorero's ability to store supplies in her virtual space. It was already nighttime, and the group of students kept moving through the forest. Arashi suddenly sensed monsters nearby and ordered everyone to get ready. Several wolves were surrounding them now. One of them lunged toward a terrified girl, but the muscle-bound guy finally proved those muscles weren't just for show. He punched the creature right in the mouth, shattering its teeth. A hit like that would never pierce the kind of physique sculpted through countless gym sessions and a solid dose of testosterone menanthate. He immediately finished off the beast afterward. Another student shouted that they were surrounded and needed to fight back. He used a support skill to strengthen everyone, and now the group was ready for some action. The students charged the wolves, slashing and striking with their weapons. Even the usually useless girl managed to pull off a few decent moves. The students were actually winning until one wolf thought it'd be smart to go after Arashi. Before it could even reach him, he grabbed it by the throat. Arashi hated being targeted by weak creatures, so he burned the wolf alive with his bare hands, tossing its charred corpse away. Once the fight was over, he asked if any of his weak companions were hurt, but it looked like everyone had come out fine. After all, our protagonist had been watching the whole thing, but there was still one problem left. A massive beast suddenly charged at them. The attack caught Arashi completely off guard, but Mare wasn't there just for decoration. She unleashed a powerful flame spell, incinerating the creature and turning it into a pile of burnt remains. The other heroes were amazed by her firepower. Arashi, on the other hand, didn't like being saved and complained to the wife of our protagonist. But since she obviously wasn't his wife, Mare got flustered and snapped back that she'd never marry someone who couldn't even take his hood off at night. Arashi had only said that to get under her skin, and it clearly worked. Mare was waiting for some kind of compliment given she just saved him. But our protagonist completely ignored the topic and changed the subject. The other students were irritated by how much special treatment he seemed to get, thinking he was still insufferable even with a beautiful girl by his side. The other girls went over to Mare to get closer to her. She glanced at our protagonist as if waiting for some kind of permission, but he didn't care either way. It was entirely up to her. That little gesture made Mare genuinely happy, and she went off to chat with them, leaving the protagonist by himself, which was honestly a relief for him. The place they were in now seemed ideal. Arashi asked if the enemy caravan would pass through there, saying he didn't want to wait too long. But with his AliExpress eyes, our protagonist assured him that the action would start soon. He could already see the demons approaching from the distance. Thanks to the stealth ability granted by those AliExpress eyes, our boy could clearly see what they were dealing with. Some low-level demons, around 15 mid-level ones, and possibly even more hidden inside the caravans. Among them, there was a single high-level demon. My god, that guy must have had one hell of a rough puberty. He looked like the living embodiment of every bad joke ever made. When Arashi saw that thing, even he looked a bit shaken, assuming it had to be the leader of the convoy. Our protagonist confirmed it and warned everyone not to underestimate him. He might not be as strong as Stone Nagaya, but he was definitely trouble. Frustrated, Arashi said he wanted to take him down himself. Our protagonist just gave him a long look, actually hoping he would. He was getting tired of saving these almost background characters. Half joking, he said that from the start, the high-level demon was meant to be Arashi's problem anyway. The plan was simple. The hothead would draw attention with his explosions, then once the enemy formation broke apart, it'd surround them. The side characters were already on board with the plan. The muscle guy's job was to collect and escort the wounded, while Mare would provide area support for the fighters. Arashi couldn't afford to lose focus. He had to deal with the enemy leader. While everyone else fought, our protagonist would sneak in and rescue the princess. Once that was done, he'd give the signal. As for the rest, every person for themselves. Whoever wanted to live better, fight, and whoever wanted to die, well, just stand still. Arashi told our boy not to worry, promising the mission would be a success. Hearing that, the protagonist couldn't wait to see if those words would actually turn out true. After all, everyone was there because of Arashi's big motivation. Some of the others were offended and said he should be more humble, but Arashi snapped back, telling those idiots to shut up. It was time to start the operation, and they needed to focus. Meanwhile, the demon Zaganda, with his intimidating stare, was keeping a close eye on the forest. He probably spent more time judging people's outfits than strategizing. His troops were whining about exhaustion. They'd been marching all day, but Zaganda barked that they'd reach their destination soon and ordered them to keep moving. The truth was, even he was dead tired, riding his prize horse imported from Dubai. His back hurt like hell, and the saddle felt made for torture. What he really wanted was to sip tea at 5 o'clock while a famous podiatrist pampered his feet. As he daydreamed about his ideal evening, maybe a soak in the hot tub, followed by an acupuncture session, he decided to check on the prisoner. He told his soldiers to stay alert while he rode ahead. But from the look on his face, the soldiers knew their boss just wanted an excuse to rest and maybe get a manicure. Inside the caravan was the beastman princess, Xena, still furious and defiant. Zaganda approached to check on her condition, informing her that they'd soon arrive in the city, where she'd be sold into slavery forever. Her people wouldn't be able to do anything to save her. Xena snapped back that the caravan was shaking horribly the entire trip and called it miserable. Zaganda didn't like that complaint at all. He told her that if her federation behaved and followed orders, she might be released eventually. But the princess spat back that his words were worthless. As long as she remained a prisoner, her people would never bow to demons. Zaganda coldly said she didn't understand her role in the war, reminding her that she was the daughter of an important leader. But Xena, fully aware of what she'd left behind, told him he was nothing but a fool if he thought such words could break her people's spirit. Her defiance made Zaganda's composure crack, and fury began to burn in his eyes. Acting on pure impulse, Zaganda grabbed her clothes, tearing the top half right off. In a fit of deranged frenzy, he decided to do something unspeakably vile. But even facing that danger, the princess didn't flinch. She watched his fat, stubby fingers reaching toward her body, and before he could touch her, a blinding flash lit up the night outside. Zaganda froze, his panic rising as he tried to make sense of what was happening. When he saw his soldiers panicking, he realized they were under attack by humans, a shocking turn of events. He never imagined enemy forces could be lurking here. More explosions followed, tearing through his troops and wiping out the weaker ones instantly. Zaganda scrambled onto his horse to save himself, barking orders for his men to counterattack at once. Soon the forest was engulfed in chaos. The candidates for hero status were proving their worth. They completely overwhelmed the demon forces. Even though Zaganda's unit was supposed to be elite, they were being crushed. Calmly stepping forward, Arashi approached him and asked if he was really a high-level demon. Drawing his weapon, Zaganda sneered and demanded to know who this red-haired brat was. Arashi refused to answer, saying his opponent wouldn't live long enough for that to matter. Furious, the fat demon shouted that humans were always so arrogant, then unleashed a massive destructive attack that blew up everything around them. The explosion accomplished nothing. Arashi had already countered, striking Zaganda, who barely managed to block with his spear. Puffing out his chest with pride, the demon laughed, saying the boy would never defeat him. His BMI was far too small. Arashi realized his attacks weren't hitting as hard as he'd hoped and quickly had to dodge a retaliatory strike. Keeping his distance, he studied his opponent carefully. The demon was strong, not on Stonegai's level, but still powerful. If Arashi wanted to inflict real damage, he'd have to pour an immense amount of mana into his blows. He could only manage 7 more explosions. After that, he'd be drained, and that would be the end. So he decided the best option was a direct, lethal strike straight to the heart. Meanwhile, Zaganda surveyed the battlefield. Judging by their strength, these were clearly hero candidates. He knew these kids had taken down other high-level demons, so he'd have to be careful. Tightening his grip on his spear, he prepared to charge forward on horseback. Thanks to his not-so-useless observation skills, Zaganda quickly figured out what was happening. The enemy team was here to rescue the captured princess. Luckily, he'd already stationed several guards around her. They were entirely focused on her protection, which would make the human's job much harder. Realizing the tide could turn if he didn't act fast, Zaganda decided to finish off the one who seemed to be leading them. He charged with his spear, convinced this strike would decide the battle. Arashi narrowly dodged, though his clothes were ripped in the process. Despite his opponent's not-so-modest body mass, the demon was fast, probably thanks to his powerful steed. Now Arashi felt his blood pumping. The bulky demon had wandered right into a minefield. Moments later, a series of explosions erupted all around them. The poor horse went down first, blown apart in the chaos. Zaganda, wounded and disoriented, realized too late he'd fallen into a trap. Dust and debris filled the air, cutting off his vision. Arashi had used those blasts only as a distraction. Their firepower wasn't strong enough to kill, but that was exactly what he needed. Now, all he had to do was strike from the shadows with a clean, fatal hit. The only problem was that Zaganda was already anticipating his next move. Zaganda lunged forward, thrusting his spear straight at him. There was no way Arashi could dodge that in time. He took the hit square in the chest. His friends panicked, realizing the hothead was getting absolutely wrecked. Even injured, Arashi forced himself back to his feet, furious, yelling for the others to focus on their own jobs. Zaganda tried to taunt him, though deep down he was shocked the boy had managed to block that attack on pure instinct, like some kind of wild animal. Still, he'd seen enough to understand Arashi's fighting style. Anything the kid touched could explode. As long as he kept his spear in hand, victory was possible. All he needed was to control the distance. With a sly grin, Arashi realized the fool had fallen right into his trap. The fat demon charged, striking over and over with his spear. Arashi dodged every single one, and the demon grew overconfident, convinced the advantage was his. That arrogance was all Arashi needed. His hand started to glow, and he unleashed an explosion right from his palm. The fight was going exactly how he planned. He blasted the demon with an energy surge so strong it looked straight out of a classic 80s action movie. The poor oversized demon was engulfed in flames and blown to pieces. Arashi let out a sigh of relief, noticing his powers had leveled up after the battle. Mayor was impressed. Somehow, the hot-headed fool had actually won. And once the demons saw their leader defeated, they went right back to being dumb beasts. The extras celebrated wildly, morale shooting through the roof. Those without names charged ahead, leaving nothing but bodies in their wake. Meanwhile, working unseen in the shadows, our protagonist had already made his move. He slipped into the caravan, where the princess was held, spotting her with her hands bound. Sina was startled to see a human appear out of nowhere. She had asked if he'd come to save her, and he casually replied, something like that. After a short exchange, he drew his knife and cut her free. Finally, able to move again, she demanded to know what he wanted. He told her plainly he wanted the same thing the demons did, to use her for his own goals. His blunt honesty left her stunned, but lying wouldn't help anyone. Given that, the princess decided she'd rather fight than play along. In an instant, her hand morphed completely. That was partial beastification. She was about to slash his throat when he darted out of the carriage like lightning, ready to fight back. The princess lunged at him with her clawed hands, fast and fierce. Luckily, his agility outclassed hers, though her speed still caught him off guard. He was witnessing firsthand the power of a beastkin, but once he unleashed his lightning, the poor princess froze on the spot, her body stiff with electricity. She couldn't tell what kind of power that was, but guessed it had to be magic. He took the chance to knock her off balance with a kick, sending her crashing to the floor completely still. In one smooth motion, he pinned her down with a clean judo hold. Yeah, it was technically an arm lock, but if it were jujitsu, he would have done it way better. After all, jujitsu is a martial art, judo's just a sport. Our protagonist was honestly shocked by the effect of that electric strike. Thanks to him, he was able to completely disarm his opponent. Now, subdued and defeated, the princess couldn't stop wondering how a human could possibly be this strong. With the upper hand, our protagonist asked if she had any idea of the power gap between them. She had only 2 options, to be obedient or to obey. It was up to her to decide which one suited her best. The princess eventually agreed, realizing that siding with humans was far better than siding with demons. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the hero candidates continued wiping out the remaining enemies. One terrified demon tried to flee, trembling as he questioned what these people even were. They were worse than monsters. Arashi gave a simple order to his companion, who made the vines of a nearby tree glow and lash out, wrapping tightly around the demon's leg to stop his escape. Now completely terrified, he was caught by Arashi, who told him to deliver a message to the Demon King. Nothing personal, Arashi said coldly, but your time's up. Later that night, everyone gathered around the small campfire. The demon caravan had plenty of food, which got the group excited. After pulling off the ambush, some of them joked they were starting to feel like bandits. The princess, on the other hand, was shocked by how well she was being treated. Our protagonist noticed she hadn't eaten yet and asked why. Clearly starving, she didn't understand why they were treating her so decently. Arashi mentioned that finding good food in this world was rare and nothing compared to what they used to have back home. Our protagonist reminded her that he still needed something from her, and it'd be a real problem if she suddenly decided to die. Hearing that, the princess cautiously took a bite of the food and was immediately amazed by how delicious it was. Everything cooked by the black-haired girl tasted incredible, or so the hero candidates claimed. Mayor then asked if the princess's name was really Xena and how she ended up being captured. The girl sighed deeply, as if regretting what happened. She explained that she had run into the Demon King's army while hunting in the forest, in her people's territory, where demons had no reason to be. It was almost as if they knew she'd be there. To our protagonist, that could only mean the demons were planning to invade her country, and capturing her was just one step in their strategy. One of the girls asked if the demons intended to control the Beastman's entire nation. The princess replied that the demons planned to dominate the entire continent. The question now was what the humans intended to do with her. Our protagonist told her plainly that they planned to use her as a bargaining chip. They needed the cooperation of the Beastman Federation to defeat the Demon King. It was an ambitious goal, one that left the princess genuinely impressed. But our protagonist clarified that he also had personal reasons until the Demon King was defeated. They couldn't return to their original world, as Arashi pointed out. Finally, the princess realized who they were, the rumored hero candidates she had heard about. After hearing the full truth, our protagonist asked for her opinion, saying her help would be far more useful if it came willingly. With surprising warmth, she admitted that she owed them a favor since they saved her. Though, as our protagonist pointed out, it had all been a coincidence. Even so, she insisted that a favor was a favor, and to purge the demons from her federation, she needed the backing of another faction. She suspected there was already a spy among her kingdom's officials. Accompanied by our heroes, Princess Xena finally managed to escape demon territory. They made their way back to the city of Neutrat. Inside the training grounds, Midu was in the middle of an intense session, pushing himself to become stronger when a familiar voice interrupted him. It was Rina. Curious and a bit annoyed, he asked what she wanted. Clearly excited, she told him that Arashi's team had finally returned and were now at the city gates. Midu froze for a moment, completely shocked by the news. At first, the soldiers didn't take their return well. To them, Arashi's team were deserters, and they demanded to know what those runaways were doing back after abandoning the kingdom. Arashi said he couldn't care less about those rules. They were never made to benefit the hero candidates anyway. Seeing that he was visibly irritated, the generic background soldiers decided to ease up a bit. Arashi told them he had no time to waste with extras and needed to speak directly with Captain Amelia. The soldier in charge refused, ordering his men to arrest the deserters immediately. Arashi really didn't want to resort to violence, but things were heading that way fast. The muscle-head of the group complained that Arashi's lack of manners was exactly what caused problems like this. Before the situation could escalate further, several chains appeared out of thin air, binding the soldiers in place. Rin had stepped in, surprised that Arashi's group had returned so soon. The soldiers couldn't move under her power, and one of them asked if she planned on becoming a traitor too. Then, the most charismatic of the bunch, good old Narumi, spoke up, telling everyone to calm down a bit. With that, Rin's chains vanished. It was no surprise. Narumi's special power was pure charisma, and just by speaking, he managed to diffuse the tension. Arashi was baffled that the soldiers listened to Narumi's voice instead of his own orders. Narumi said he was sure they had come back with something important for the city, and Arashi replied that they would discuss it soon. What mattered now was preparing a proper place for a meeting. Later that same day, Arashi finally met with the army's officials. He wasn't exactly thrilled about it, though Heinrich, ever the diplomat, stayed as friendly as usual. Some of the other knights were visibly upset. Meirei asked Arashi to tone down his attitude a bit, pointing out that his arrogance was making the atmosphere heavy. But Arashi had long since stopped caring about the customs of that kingdom. Even so, Meirei insisted he at least try to be polite, since she had gone through the trouble of gathering everyone he wanted to speak with. With an exaggerated sigh, Arashi lifted his feet off the table. It was time to start. A random soldier walked into the room, escorting the princess of the Beastmen. The moment the humans saw her, they were stunned. Captain Amelia demanded to know what the girl was doing there. Xena confirmed her identity as the daughter of one of the Beastmen Federation's great leaders. She explained that she'd been captured by demons but was rescued by these brave young men. Miyu couldn't believe it. His classmates had fought demons and survived. Xena revealed that the demons had been lurking near her nation's borders for some time. When she was captured and taken into enemy territory, Arashi's team saved her. Arashi then explained his plan to use the princess as leverage for an alliance with the Beastman Federation. since waiting 2 years was simply too long. Captain Amelia immediately understood the strategy. She admitted they were already in the early stages of considering such an alliance but would need to consult her superiors now that the princess was in their custody. Arashi appreciated her honesty, but Amelia was clear. She wouldn't risk losing half the hero candidates over this. Heinrich stepped in, reminding everyone that these heroes were the kingdom's greatest trump card and their presence alone kept the army's morale high. Even so, Amelia agreed that forming an alliance would greatly improve their odds of winning the war. And that was exactly what Arashi wanted, an end to this conflict as soon as possible. Even so, it wasn't a bad deal for the kingdom, since the will of the people was for the Demon King to be defeated. The captain said she had been rescued and well treated by the humans and hoped they would also help her people wipe out the demons still occupying the Federation's lands. Maida promised he would do his best to make that happen. But then Heinrich raised a question. He wanted to know how those kids even found out the princess had been kidnapped. Arashi explained that they'd interrogated a few demons in a rather creative way on their journey, and that answer seemed to ease the captain's mind. A week passed since that event, and fortunately, the kingdom had managed to open a line of communication with the Beastman Nation. The news filled everyone with excitement. Our protagonists, still working from the shadows, wanted to know how things were progressing. One of the nameless soldiers told him everything was going according to plan. A small caravan of 4 students was heading to the Federation to establish diplomatic relations. The leader of this expedition was, of course, Heinrich. Alongside him were a few soldiers and some administrative staff. Our protagonist asked about Arashi, how he was handling all this. Apparently, Arashi preferred staying near the front lines, since diplomacy wasn't exactly his thing. In Midu's absence, the temporary leadership of the heroes group was handed to Marin. After delivering his report, the soldier wanted to know what our protagonist planned to do next. That's when it was revealed that he would also be heading toward the Federation, but not alongside the caravan. Once the group was ready, Heinrich ordered his men to set off. The journey officially began. Reina was already exhausted, even though they had only been traveling for a short while. Midu told her they'd stay on horseback for a few more hours. Narumi, amused, said he never imagined she'd be part of this trip too, which made Rena snap at him immediately. She didn't like sounding lazy, especially in front of everyone. Then she pointed at someone, saying that if he were left alone, he'd end up doing something reckless. Mighty was surprised to realize she was talking about him, which of course made Narumi grin from ear to ear. Rena didn't stop there. She added that Narumi wasn't exactly reliable company for something this serious. That comment hit his pride hard. Farther back in the caravan, Rin muttered to herself about how noisy her classmates were. She knew that our protagonist was also heading toward the Federation, and she couldn't help wondering if he was nearby. Heinrich noticed her distant look and started to grow suspicious. The truth was, the little caravan was being watched. Hidden among the tall grass, our protagonist observed everything alongside Mare. Even though maps of the region existed, he chose to tail the caravan since he wasn't familiar with the terrain. It was a safer approach. After several hours of travel, the group entered a dense forest. Rin was still on edge, scanning her surroundings constantly. Seeing this, Heinrich asked why she kept looking around so nervously. She didn't have a clear answer, saying only that she was worried about possible monsters nearby. Narubi tried to reassure her, reminding her that he and Midu were there to protect everyone, which seemed to calm her a little. Heinrich then shifted his focus to Midu. He pointed out that Arashi had returned to the city in just a few days after leaving and admitted that he still found the whole thing suspicious, especially how Arashi got the information about the princess's abduction so quickly. Midu reminded him that Arashi said he got it from interrogating some demons, but Heinrich thought the timing was too convenient, too smooth to be a coincidence. Midu wanted to know exactly what made the captain so doubtful. The captain told the group that someone out there must be gathering intelligence independently, moving in the shadows, and the look on the boy's face said it all. He was sure there were things being kept secret. Narumi realized this whole situation was getting complicated, since the captain's suspicion was actually true, and to the kingdom, their protagonist was still considered a criminal. If the higher-ups found out about their cooperation, they could all be punished. That's when Rina cut in, asking what kind of nonsense the captain liked to put inside his own head. Heinrich replied that there were still some among them who didn't really understand what was happening. Their connection to this world, considering they came from another one, was still fragile. He also knew that their protagonist was indeed operating from the shadows, the assassin of the saint. Midu asked what would happen if that were actually true, but the captain just smiled widely and said he was only joking. Still, it was obvious he was a bit of a narcissist, toying with them just to watch their reactions. Narubi joined in on the conversation, saying that even if they had been in contact with the so-called traitor, they'd still benefited from his voluntary help. Heinrich said he no longer cared about that, claiming he wouldn't punish anyone over it. It had just been his curiosity talking. In truth, he even admitted he felt relieved that the saint had been killed. Narumi was caught off guard by how casually he said something like that, and Heinrich laughed it off, saying that if he'd said that anywhere else, he probably would have been lynched on the spot. Judging by Rin's anxious behavior throughout the trip, Heinrich was sure the protagonist had to be nearby. Meidi was shocked to hear that, since he had no idea. Now Rin was cornered, unsure of what to do. Acting as the messenger between the protagonist and the heroes, she feared she'd accidentally drag him into an unwanted confession. But the protagonist, having overheard the entire conversation, decided there was no point in hiding anymore. He revealed himself to everyone in the caravan. The princess immediately spoke up, saying he was the one who had rescued her. Heinrich was astonished that his suspicions had turned out to be correct, while the soldiers quickly raised their weapons toward the supposed traitor. The protagonist, however, was impressed that the captain had pieced everything together with so little information. Heinrich explained that he also had his own network of informants. He knew Wimber had been taken down by a mysterious hooded figure. The protagonist claimed he'd never even heard that name before and added that he didn't defeat that enemy alone. He had help from Mare, a spellcaster. The moment Rina laid eyes on the girl, she exploded with anger. She demanded to know how the protagonist even had the nerve to come back to them. Midu tried to calm her down, but she was furious, accusing him of being too lenient and reminding everyone that they were standing in front of a traitor. Outraged, she asked the protagonist what he had to say in his defense, but he made no attempt to deny it. He admitted outright that he had betrayed them. Narumi tried to diffuse the tension with his charisma, but Rana shouted for him to shut up, then conjured a massive ball of fire aimed directly at her enemy. The protagonist hadn't expected things to escalate so fast. He glanced at Merv and noticed Rin preparing to support him as well. The fiery orb came flying his way, but he told everyone not to interfere. The moment it struck, a deafening explosion filled the area. Narumi panicked, thinking the protagonist had been reduced to ashes. But Rina was certain that if something like that had been enough to finish him off, he wouldn't have been such a problem for them in the first place. While she was still watching the smoke from the explosion, Rina was suddenly caught off guard. Our protagonist grabbed her by the clothes and yanked her down from her horse. As soon as she hit the ground, she scrambled back defensively, summoning more fireballs in panic. This time, however, our protagonist was done playing. He unleashed his lightning, completely electrocuting the agitated girl. The shock was strong enough to make her lose control of her flames and collapse helplessly onto the ground. Still paralyzed, she demanded to know what kind of power he was using. The truth was, he couldn't cast spells easily. Without divine protection, magic didn't come naturally to him. But even without talent, nothing was impossible for someone willing to work hard. He took the opportunity to tell her that despite all the privileges she'd enjoyed in this world, she was still weaker than him because she never trained properly. Everyone around was stunned that he'd subdued Rana so effortlessly. Midu, who had been watching everything, realized that the protagonist wasn't just fast. He was incredibly efficient in combat and had clearly gained another skill. Weakened, Rina got up, insisting she would never accept him again. But for the protagonist, her approval had been meaningless from the start. That only made her angrier, since she hated being ignored or dismissed. Seeing the tension rise, Rin summoned her chains to restrain her friend, asking her to calm down. Later that night, everyone gathered around a campfire to talk. Heinrich knew they were being cornered in their current situation, and he finally understood why the protagonist had decided to eliminate Leonora back then. He was forced into an impossible position. Midu also understood his reasoning, admitting that the protagonist had taken the blame on himself to protect everyone else. Rena, however, still couldn't accept that explanation. She argued that the protagonist hadn't acted out of friendship, and he admitted that was true. Keeping the saint alive would cause endless problems. The simplest option was to end her life quickly. The more he explained, the more defiant Rena became, saying she refused to believe a word from that so-called criminal. Still, she had a few other questions, ones that actually mattered. She wanted to know if the protagonist really was searching for a way for everyone to return home safely. And of course, she wanted to know who the elf girl beside him was. The protagonist admitted he hadn't found any clue about returning home yet, and that the elf had chosen to accompany him of her own free will. Either way, Minu pointed out that to catch the spies infiltrating the Beastman Federation, they would need everyone's cooperation. Heinrich didn't mind working with the protagonist, since he was the one responsible for reporting back to the kingdom. All he had to do was omit a few details from his reports. Everyone turned toward Rena, worried she might stir up more trouble, but she stayed silent this time, realizing it wouldn't change anything. The truth was, despite everything, their goal was still the same. As the fire crackled, the group continued talking quietly. A short distance away, Manu had gone into the forest to speak privately with the protagonist. He wanted to know if it was really okay to share this information with the captain. What had happened with St. Leonora was a serious matter, but Midu still believed Heinrich was trustworthy. Even so, the protagonist warned him that there were some things that should never be entrusted to anyone. Midu replied that he'd take full responsibility for whatever came next. After all, Heinrich had already been reaching that conclusion on his own. Hiding it any longer would have been pointless. To the protagonist, that was simply Midu's way of handling information. The next morning, the delegation continued on their journey. Heinrich informed everyone that they had officially crossed into the Federation's borders. The princess suggested they head straight to the nearest tower, but just as she spoke, our protagonist sensed someone approaching to greet them. A single arrow struck the ground right in front of Midu's horse. The boy instantly tensed, looking around only to realize they were completely surrounded. One of the beastmen demanded to know what humans were doing in their territory. Now, every word mattered. One wrong move and they'd be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Desperate, Midu stepped in front of everyone, explaining that they hadn't come to fight but to form an alliance. The woman leading the ambush didn't believe a single word, and the beastmen around her scoffed, calling humans deceitful and vile. Reina quickly realized this negotiation was going to be far more difficult than expected, while Narumi, ever the optimist, tried to cheer everyone up by saying they should stay positive. Then the princess finally revealed herself, stepping down from the carriage. The beastmen froze in shock upon seeing Sheena again. She explained that the humans had rescued her, but her words were ignored. The The beastmen believed the humans had taken her hostage and decided they had to reclaim their princess at any cost. The blonde beastwoman leading the group lunged forward to attack. Heinrich, understanding there was no avoiding a fight, ordered his soldiers to defend themselves but not to use lethal force. Within seconds, the battlefield erupted in chaos as humans and beastmen clashed. Our protagonist turned to Sheena and asked if she couldn't stop this before things got worse. But the princess explained that the blonde warrior wouldn't listen to anyone in her current state. She just asked that they disable her without killing her, since most of the beastmen's soldiers there were inexperienced. Knowing that, our protagonist called out to Midu, telling him it was his time to shine. The boy, sword in hand, had been waiting for that signal. With just a few swift movements, he disarmed his first opponent and turned his focus on the ones nearby. Thanks to his agility, he outmaneuvered several enemies, striking with precise and fluid blows. His eyes gleamed with intensity, lightning surging through his body like raw energy. One by one, he knocked his opponents unconscious, leaving the beastmen terrified. From across the battlefield, our protagonist shouted for Rin to focus on the archers at the back line. Immediately, she sent her chains flying through the air, ensnaring the archers before they could retaliate. More beastmen dropped from the trees, charging forward to rescue the princess. That's when our protagonist ordered Mare to join the fight. She unleashed her wind magic, non-lethal but powerful enough to send approaching enemies tumbling through the air. Narumi watched in awe, realizing the elf girl wielded the same element as him. Our protagonist noticed Reina's flames flaring up and immediately told her to stand down. Annoyed, she protested, but he reminded her that if she hit anyone with fire magic, the result would be fatal, and that would make things much worse. Realizing he was right, she grudgingly kept quiet. Finally, the blonde beastwoman noticed that her unit was being overwhelmed by the humans. Midu told her they had only come to talk and that they had no intention of killing anyone, but she was stubborn and refused to listen. She charged at him, slashing with her sword. Midu stopped her blade with his bare fingers. The woman stared in disbelief. She couldn't even pull her weapon free from his grip. And then, to her utter confusion, she saw the princess calmly walking through the middle of the battlefield. Looking at the blonde girl, Sheena asked her to be patient and listen to what the humans had to say. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, the beastmen bowed deeply, apologizing for what they had done. Midu, clearly embarrassed, urged them to stand, insisting that such formalities weren't necessary. The blonde warrior hadn't realized she was attacking the very people who had rescued the princess, and now she felt humiliated for her foolishness. Considering the delicate relationship between the two nations, Heinrich understood why she was acting this way. The poor girl seemed desperate to punish herself just to find some peace of mind. But our protagonist calmly suggested that if she truly wanted to make amends, she could start by becoming their guide through the region, since it was time for the two races to discuss an alliance immediately. After all, Sheena owed her rescuers a favor, and the princess confirmed that before her people, asking them to treat the humans with respect. The blonde girl accepted her words, promising to guide them to the capital. Tears welled up in her eyes as she confessed how relieved she was to see Sheena safely back in the beastmen's lands. The princess, too, was happy to have returned home unharmed. After that brief clash and tense exchange, the caravan continued toward the capital. Their mission was to establish an alliance with the beastmen. The Federation was ruled by several tribal chiefs, and all important matters were discussed and approved by the parliament located in the capital city, Mainslaya. Midu couldn't help but be impressed by the stunning architecture surrounding them. The blonde warrior apologized once more, explaining that she could only escort them this far. As much as she wanted to express her gratitude further, she couldn't go against the Empire's laws. For Midu, that was already more than enough. From there, it was up to them to make it to the capital on their own. When the human caravan finally entered the beastmen's city, their presence immediately drew attention. It was an extremely rare sight. The citizens stopped to stare, visibly irritated by the unexpected visitors. Midu tried to stay calm, taking in all that hostility around them. To our protagonist, the reception wasn't as bad as he'd expected. There was more than hatred in those stares. He could feel fear, curiosity, and tension mixed together. Mayor noticed the same thing. The people weren't just angry, they were afraid. Narumi, ever the charmer, tried to use his charisma to ease the tension, but Heinrich pointed out that the people here weren't warriors. They were just ordinary citizens unprepared for conflict. As he said that, someone suddenly shouted the princess's name at the top of their lungs. A man in royal attire came sprinting toward her, panic written all over his face. It was her father, the chieftain of the feline tribe. Shanna quickly reassured him that she wasn't hurt. Overcome with relief, he embraced his daughter tightly, saying his heart had been heavy with worry ever since she'd gone missing. The princess laughed softly, telling him he was squeezing her too hard, and the man immediately let go, apologizing for losing control of his emotions. Once he had calmed himself, his eyes turned to the group of strangers standing nearby. He quickly realized these must be the humans who had rescued his daughter, something Sheena confirmed right away. Grateful beyond words, he invited them to stay in his mansion as honored guests. Introducing himself properly, the chieftain said his name was Alto, father of Sheena and leader of the feline tribe. Speaking with formal dignity, he expressed his deep gratitude to the humans and promised to repay their kindness. Heinrich then introduced himself as a captain from the Holy Kingdom and said there was something he wished to ask. With great enthusiasm, Alto told him he could request whatever he wished. And just like that, everyone was escorted to a grand meeting room. Because of course in this story, no matter what happens, it always ends with people sitting around a table. Heinrich presented the human kingdom's proposal to form an alliance between the two nations. Alto said he owed them a favor for saving his daughter, so he agreed to the proposal. Edgar, chief of the wolves, acknowledged that the demon threat was growing and the attacks were becoming more frequent. Camilla, representative of the birdfolk, still believed an alliance with humans was absolute madness, saying they were forgetting who they really were. Max, leader of the fishfolk, agreed with her. His father had been enslaved and killed by prejudiced humans. The dog tribe's leader admitted that they owed gratitude for the princess's rescue and said they would repay that properly, but they still couldn't ignore what had happened in the past. Confused by that stance, Alto hesitated, and the dog chieftain reminded everyone it was the humans who started the discrimination, separating beast folk from those considered normal, a point Camilla and Max immediately endorsed, since they also dislike humans. Heinrich said the past absolutely couldn't be forgotten, but right now they shared the same goal, defeating the demons. Max erupted, declaring he would never cooperate with bigots. At that, Edgar called for silence. He'd already received word that the war's momentum was shifting. He wanted to know what kind of cooperation the humans were actually asking for. Heinrich drew a long breath to lay out the terms, but Midu answered first, stating their intent was to eradicate the demon realm completely and take the demon king's head. His words were so firm and unflinching that the beast folk fell silent. Edgar then began to smile. He saw truth in Midu's eyes and found it very interesting. Camilla asked what he meant. He revealed his information. The humans already held the advantage in this war. In other words, they weren't timid or desperate in proposing this alliance. Midu said slaying the demon king was the highest objective and they needed every ally they could get, only to be interrupted by Alto, who said, just as Edgar had noted, they wanted to help exterminate the demons. He had been suspicious of humans entering his land, but he hadn't expected such honesty. Edgar raised his hand in agreement with the unlikely alliance since the demons were a growing problem. If the humans defeated their enemies in the future, beast folk would be next in line, so they needed to seize this chance to forge an alliance. Those words made the students light up with relief. Camilla, even after hearing all that, refused. She said they'd never know when humans would betray them again. Max also rejected the pact, insisting humans couldn't be trusted. The dog chieftain shared their view, saying such an alliance would only sacrifice their own people. The princess noticed he had changed a lot. He used to lean towards supporting humans, but over time the dog leader's thinking had shifted. Alto realized more voices in the room still needed convincing. He confirmed it would be unwise to decide something this important right then. He also wanted to hear more details about the visitor's proposal. Alto said he would host the human caravan in his own residence. After all, they were his daughter's saviors. The princess stressed again that she wouldn't change her mind, and Max accompanied her. Our protagonist used his gaze at that table to search for the traitor. He coolly analyzed the dog chieftain, as if he particularly suspected him. After that intense meeting, the group of humans was at the princess's father's house enjoying a hearty meal. Completely drunk, Alto said it was his way of repaying their good deed. Midu, speaking for everyone, expressed his gratitude while the girls curiously asked what kind of food they were eating. It looked like arthropods. Without a second thought, our protagonist cracked open the shell of the first one and ate it like it was nothing out of the ordinary. Mare was eating some fruit instead. Apparently, elves in this world don't eat meat either. The beast folk present were already getting along with Narumi, urging him to drink more since he was such a fun person. The princess, keeping her composure, told her father to get straight to the main point. He explained to his daughter that the politics regarding their future needed to be discussed, which immediately caught everyone's attention at the table. According to the princess, the demons were getting dangerously close to the capital, something that should never have been possible. They had even pinpointed her location with uncanny precision. She was certain she'd been ambushed. One of the men might have understood if it had happened at the borders, but near the capital, that couldn't be a coincidence, or so she wanted everyone to understand. Someone insisted that if demons had infiltrated their territory, they would have noticed it long ago, but the princess quickly silenced him with a cold glare. Alto explained that the beast folk had an extremely sharp sense of smell, making it almost impossible for demons to go unnoticed. That meant the presence of a spy was all but certain. Our protagonist said there must be someone collaborating with the enemy, feeding them valuable information while covering their own tracks. Because he said it so assertively, a few of the beast folk took offense, their fur practically bristling. Alto immediately ordered everyone to calm down, reminding them they were only discussing possibilities. After witnessing his authority, the bystanders apologized. In truth, Alto didn't want to suspect his own people either, but if not for the humans' efforts to find his daughter, none of this would have happened. He hadn't been able to find a single trace of her in the forest. On the day she didn't return, he'd had a terrible feeling, as if someone inside the Federation had been leaking information. Heinrich realized how dangerous the situation was. The informant might have already exposed them. Understanding that, Rin grew worried, remembering how important their meeting earlier that day had been. Narumi then asked if any of the tribal chiefs themselves could be the traitors. Alto dismissed the idea. The chiefs were responsible for discussing the nation's future, and he didn't want to cause unnecessary chaos with the little information they had. Hearing that, the lesser members of the group understood they needed to stay quiet. For now, Alto's main concern was that the princess should not leave the mansion. She found it very frustrating, especially after just returning home. Midu quickly reminded everyone they still needed to decide the fate of the alliance. A heavy silence filled the room. Alto ran a hand through his hair and apologized. He had expected his peers to be a bit more receptive. So far, only he and Edgar were in favor of the alliance. That worried Midu deeply. Without a majority of votes, they couldn't establish it. Negotiations would have to continue, persuading the other tribal leaders. Heinrich understood this perfectly and planned to use every bit of his diplomatic skill to make it happen. Later that night, our protagonist stood quietly, gazing over the city lost in thought. He was surprised when the princess approached him, asking if he wasn't tired at that hour. But our protagonist was deep in thought. He wanted to gather more information, yet he couldn't move freely in a foreign nation. The princess agreed. His scent alone would give him away immediately. So he had a favor to ask of Sina. Earlier, he had used the power of his red eyes to observe the canine leader closely and discovered that the man had fallen victim to brainwashing. When he shared this with the princess, she was immediately shocked. Our hero explained that his crimson eyes allowed him to see the status of any individual, and unlike demons or humans, beast folk weren't as accustomed to the use of magic. It was clear that what had happened to that man was the work of a demon. Only then did the princess realize that the canine leader's manner of speaking had changed slightly. He had always been in favor of an alliance with humans, so now she wanted to know if she should tell her father about this discovery. However, our protagonist relied solely on his own ability to prove his words, so it was better to keep everything secret for now. Sitting down, the princess said her father was already much more open to the idea of an alliance after being saved by the humans. Hearing that, our protagonist agreed to eventually speak with Alto himself. During their talk, his sharp ears caught something unusual. Alto had overheard the entire conversation and commented that the boy was underestimating the beast folks' sense of hearing. Now that he had been completely exposed, the protagonist asked if he could just get straight to the point. Alto didn't mind. It wasn't every day he got to negotiate with his daughter's savior. Besides, he had also noticed the strange behavior of the canine leader. Because of that, he entrusted our protagonist with uncovering the truth, promising to provide him with full support. In return, the protagonist vowed to start gathering all the necessary information beginning the next morning, while Midu and Alto would focus on persuading the other tribal leaders. That was the agreement they reached that night. Night fell over the city and everything outside was calm. Meanwhile, the canine leader secretly met with someone of authority, the demon Bright, to deliver information. Now aware of everything, Bright realized the situation was becoming troublesome. Just when he thought the Federation's chiefs were under control, everything had changed overnight. Slamming his fist on the table, Bright growled that he hadn't expected humans to interfere with his plans. Zaganda was nothing but a worm. He had failed at the simplest task and was a disgrace to his entire race. The canine leader growled back that the humans in their territory were shameless. They'd even proposed an alliance, something he would never accept. Bright seemed pleased to see that attitude from his subordinate. They needed to stop that alliance from happening at all costs. Standing up, the canine leader declared the humans were mortal enemies of their people. The next day, something happened in the aquatic tribe's domain. The fisherman chief sat on his throne, surrounded by guards, ready to hear what Alto had to say. But from the start, he made it clear, no matter what was said, he wouldn't change his mind. Midu already knew that, but he still asked to be heard. Showing at least a bit of respect, the fisherman motioned for him to begin, which made Midu visibly happy. Then Heinrich stepped forward to explain the situation of the Holy Kingdom. Afterward, they went to the home of the birdfolk leader. The guards there were openly hostile, saying humans would not be allowed to enter. Narumi was frustrated by that response, but the refusal stood firm. Even if the request came directly from Alto, they would not grant the humans access. Rin watched the entire scene quietly. She knew she could use her technique to control that man, but there was a risk. He might realize it. In the end, Narumi accepted the refusal and said they'd try again another day, which left Rin genuinely surprised. The boy knew that any complications could turn them into enemies of an entire nation, and that simply couldn't be allowed to happen. After hearing his calm reasoning, Rin felt a bit more at ease. Later that same day, the princess returned to speak with our protagonist, and things were exactly as he had predicted the night before. He wanted to know what she had found out. The girl had visited the canine territory, and the atmosphere there was disturbingly tense. They were clearly far more hostile toward humans now, and the soldiers seemed restless and on edge. It was obvious they were plotting something against the human visitors. Our protagonist wasn't about to sit still in the face of danger. They needed to gather crucial information and change the situation immediately. That night, he decided to leave alongside the princess to conduct a proper investigation. The girl only asked him to be careful. Finally, under the cover of darkness, they slipped out to begin their search. At first, none of the guards sensed their presence. The steps of the silent assassin were nearly weightless, his movements precise and stealthy. Leading the way, the princess whispered that the chief's chambers were just ahead. She opened the door, realizing no one was inside. The canine leader must have been in his personal quarters. Conveniently, that gave them time to search freely for any evidence. As she approached the throne, her expression froze. She caught the same scent as the one from the person who had kidnapped her in the first place. Moments later, shouts echoed through the mansion, and the princess panicked. She immediately found the canine leader, who was furious after discovering an intruder in his room. Still shaken, the princess begged him to come to his senses, but the man didn't seem to understand a word. She told him he was being controlled by demons, that he wasn't even aware of what was happening. Thinking it was a lie, he warned her to watch her words, because he was going to arrest her himself. Within seconds of his shout, several guards burst into the chamber. The leader raged at the sight of intruders, and his soldiers were determined to capture the princess no matter what. Trying to avoid being caught, she bolted, diving through a window and landing in freedom while angry guards yelled behind her. Somewhere else in a hidden chamber, a demon calmly sipped wine. He hadn't expected any intruders and now wondered whether the humans had discovered his presence. He had been moving carefully in the shadows, managing to infiltrate the capital undetected. It was possible he was already under investigation, but he didn't think it would happen this soon. To him, everything still seemed under control until our protagonist appeared right behind him, ready to offer him an involuntary haircut. The demon barely had time to react before feeling his underwear shredded apart by the sudden flash of that blade, and a moment later, the carpet beneath them was stained. Back in the mansion, the canine leader was still furious about the intruders, but the princess managed to escape easily across the rooftops. She also realized that our protagonist had already vanished. Now she wondered if he had managed to find the demons. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. Among the soldiers stood the blonde girl, the same one who had first encountered the human caravan in the forest. The princess hurried over to her, asking what she was doing there. The blonde explained she had been assigned by Alto to keep watch and prevent anything worse from happening. Seeing the feline tribe's soldiers there made the canines even angrier. They still wanted to capture the intruder. Faced with their outrage, the blonde girl turned to the princess and asked what they should do next. The princess told them to fight back, but without taking anyone's life, since they were only confused by what was happening. Meanwhile, our protagonist hadn't managed to finish off the demon. The creature dodged the fatal strike but ended up injured, and now our protagonist was determined to end it once and for all. He threw his dagger, piercing straight through the demon's arm. While distracted by the pain, the demon grabbed the first thing within reach, a flower vase, and hurled it toward the boy. With a swift motion, our protagonist sliced it clean in half, only to see the demon leaping out the window in retreat. There was no way he'd let his enemy escape like that. Now, both of them were on the rooftops, locked in a relentless chase. Bright couldn't allow his existence to be exposed. That would draw far too much attention. Using his mind control techniques, he called out to the canine leader. The man now knew his superior was in danger, but it would be nearly impossible to reach him under the current circumstances. Alto joined the fray, and in true cat and dog fashion, he was about to give his coworker the beating of his life. The canine demanded to know if Alto understood how serious this was. He couldn't forgive the princess. But Alto wasn't about to let that happen. He was there to knock some sense into his old friend. That only made the dog even angrier, but Alto ignored the complaints of the poor, brainwashed fool. Driven by rage, the canine lunged at him, convinced violence would solve everything, which honestly only made Alto more fired up. The two began trading blows in the middle of the plaza, and a surge of raw power spread across the city. Watching all this unfold, Narumi realized that things were finally heating up. Still, they couldn't interfere in an internal dispute. It could easily create more problems for the Alliance. Rin, however, was deeply worried about our protagonist's safety. Narumi tried to reassure her, saying he was probably carrying out his mission with full focus, searching for demonic traces and clues. To Rin, it would be better if they helped him, since that task couldn't be easy. But Narumi knew that even if they tried, they'd only slow him down. So the poor side characters could do nothing but wait for the story to play out. Even so, late that night, someone was still out searching for our protagonist. Running through the dimly lit streets, Bright was trying to escape his pursuer. The boy realized they were being drawn toward a deserted area. Bright knew his wound was deep, he could barely move his arm properly, and fighting might not even be possible anymore. As he fled, a group of women caught sight of him, terrified. Not wanting to leave witnesses, he silenced them in cold blood. Our protagonist knew he had to stop the demon before more innocent people got hurt. Channeling mana into his legs, he drastically increased his speed. Within seconds, he was right beside the demon again, striking with his dagger and sending Bright flying backward with a powerful kick. The wretched creature spat blood, realizing the dagger had just been a feint. After slamming into a wall, Bright knew he was losing. This was the power of a hero candidate. Bleeding and desperate, the demon wanted to know how he'd been discovered. Our protagonist told him his eyes held abilities beyond description. Bright cursed his luck, thinking he had simply run into the worst possible opponent at the worst possible time. Still, he grinned, muttering that as long as he erased this hero from existence, his plan could still move forward. With that twisted smile on his face, he prepared to make his final move. But with his crimson eyes glowing, our protagonist already knew the demon was planning a surprise attack. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between the cats and the dogs continued to rage. Some of the soldiers were still confused. They wanted to know why they were even fighting their own kind. The blonde girl told those who hesitated to back out of the battle immediately. The princess was also in the middle of the conflict, asking the canine warriors if they didn't think their leader was acting strangely. Her words made some of them stop and think. Something really did feel off. The princess quickly noticed that one of the soldiers seemed to know more than he was saying. He admitted he didn't understand what his chief was thinking, but the job remained the same. Then the princess asked what he would do if the canine chief had become a puppet of a demon through mind control. The other soldiers who heard that were shaken, but the first man barked an order to his troops, telling them not to be fooled by lies. Seeing that persuasion wouldn't work, the princess braced herself. Before the fighting could resume, a brilliant blue flash erupted between the two armies. It was a human who caused it. It was none other than our boy Midu. He descended into the field accompanied by the wolf leader. It was time to put an end to this pointless battle. Edgar's presence immediately brought a sense of reason back to the scene. Far from there, Bright had finally been defeated, or at least that's what it looked like. His body was riddled with injuries and he'd lost a lot of blood. Our protagonist took a closer look at him, using his eyes to analyze the demon's technique in detail. He discovered that Bright's brainwashing only activated when both of his hands touched the victim's head. The guy was dangerous, but not exactly hard to take down. Just as he thought that, our protagonist's crimson eyes caught a sudden glint, a spear flying straight at him. Several demons had joined the party. Barely standing, Bright grinned. It had all gone just as he planned. He wanted reinforcements to arrive, and now they had. The realization made our protagonist sigh. The demon bragged that there was no way a mere human would leave this place alive, but our protagonist just looked at him with pure disdain, saying he was nothing but an idiot, words that made Bright's face twist in rage. The boy already knew Bright had been stalling for backup. To be honest, he found it annoying to have to hunt down each demon one by one, but now with them all gathered here, he could clean them up in a single sweep. That smug confidence infuriated Bright even more. Burning with hatred, he rallied his troops, declaring that the human would pay with his life. They might not be high-ranking demons, but they were still elite soldiers, and he believed that gave them the upper hand. With a furious shout, he ordered the attack to begin. Then, a violent gust of wind exploded outward, shielding our protagonist. Every demon was thrown into the air, and the nameless grunts couldn't comprehend what just happened. Of course, our protagonist would never fight a demon alone. That's why he brought Mare along, just in case. Bright wasn't impressed, though. To him, two opponents still meant nothing. Ignoring his arrogance entirely, Mare calmly asked our protagonist whether he preferred big rocks or small ones before hurling a storm of boulders at the enemy army, crushing demon after demon into paste. One of them barely managed to defend himself, feeling proud for surviving, only to be instantly stabbed through the chest by the boy's dagger. He already knew these soldiers were weak. Furious, Bright shouted for his army to close their ranks, while one of his soldiers stepped forward, empowered by the other's energy. It was an illusion spell, but our protagonist couldn't tell which copy was real, so he simply aimed and hit the one who tried to strike him. His accuracy was flawless. Hitting vital points like that was child's play for him. Another grunt decided to use wind magic, launching a high-speed projectile toward the boy. But before it could hit, Mare intercepted it effortlessly, floating in the air as she surveyed the fight. The calm authority, she called upon the spirits of wind to end it, piercing the poor fool's body with countless wind lances. Severely injured, Bright realized he was only delaying the inevitable. That's when Mare noticed something strange in the battlefield, and our boy turned to see what was coming. Up in the sky, several winged beastmen were approaching, led by none other than Camilla. He hadn't expected her to show up, and immediately suspected that she might be collaborating with the demons. Camilla admitted she hated humans. To tell the truth, I despise them, she said. Concerned, Mare wondered if she had also fallen victim to brainwashing, but our protagonist wasn't sure since he hadn't used his appraisal on her yet. It could very well be that she was willingly working with their enemies, which would make the situation even worse. The demons believed the Federation would soon fall completely under their control, which would tip the war against humanity in their favor. Bright, relieved, chuckled when Camilla arrived late to the fight. She mocked him, saying that demons could never win on their own. Bleeding and exhausted, he admitted he wouldn't complain about getting help. With a sly grin, Camilla flexed her claws and said he was awfully needy for a supposed demon commander. Now our protagonist was facing 30 flying enemies, and things were about to get messy. Back on the ground, Mare looked worried, but he simply said they had to defeat every single one of them. Camilla ordered her troops to attack at once. The other tribes couldn't find out what happened here. The winged beastmen dove toward him with their claws, ready to tear him apart, but before they could reach him, a massive, earth-shaking punch exploded nearby. Turns out we jumped straight into another fight. Alto was going head-to-head with the canine leader. Their battle looked like something straight out of Super Saiyan 2 Goku versus Majin Vegeta. The shockwaves from their punches shattered nearby windows and made the city trees tremble. Alto was thoroughly enjoying the brawl, and even though the dog was completely crazed, he seemed to be having the time of his life too. Then, unexpectedly, the canine leader landed a hit, but Alto only grinned mockingly. Compared to him, the dog was weak. One solid punch to the jaw sent the poor guy crashing to the ground, dazed and struggling to stand. As he staggered to his feet, he felt strange. His thoughts were clearing up. Slowly, Alto realized that through the miraculous power of getting punched in the face, his opponent was regaining his senses. The wolf leader was shocked that one of the beastmen chiefs had been under mind control, but that was exactly what the princess confirmed. A demon had infiltrated their territory. Midu wanted to know if they had found the culprit yet, but the princess said no. Our protagonist had taken that responsibility and was currently missing. Hearing that, Midu concluded that the boy was probably practicing violence somewhere in the city. Edgar, on the other hand, felt like everything was happening way too fast that night. His poor wolf brain couldn't keep up. Despite the chaos, the blonde girl suddenly drew everyone's attention, and the princess asked what was wrong. The girl said she had spotted a group of harpies flying north, which made Edgar very uneasy. Harpies never flew at night. Midu, realizing something was off, decided to investigate the area himself. Meanwhile, Narumi and the beautifully drawn girls were watching the city's destruction from afar. Rin remained anxious and wanted to jump into the chaos. But Narumi's logic wasn't wrong. They needed to stay out of the conflict. Still, someone nearby spoke up about it, confident that our protagonist would defeat the demons, and Narumi fully believed he would. Worried, Rin wanted to know what would happen if he ended up losing. Narumi hadn't even considered that possibility. He read a few chapters ahead in this story and was convinced things would turn out fine. But Rin couldn't break the fourth wall like him. She just wanted to help their protagonist. Rina understood her point of view, but she had no idea where he could be. which crushed whatever hope Rin had left. Clasping her hands against her chest, Rin tried to gather every ounce of her energy to do something miraculous. She wanted to become his strength, and that's when a mysterious voice echoed inside her head. Startled, she let out a small gasp that scared everyone around her. Using her ability, she managed to reach out to our main character, though he couldn't clearly tell where he was. The truth is, this was a new power of hers. She could hear his voice directly in her mind, almost like they were speaking over a telepathic phone call. Once again, she asked where he was. He told her he was somewhere north of the city and that things were getting complicated. He could sense that she wanted to be his strength. After all, he could literally read her thoughts, which left Rin blushing furiously and feeling flustered. Our protagonist was getting beaten badly and told her to bring everyone there as soon as possible. He needed her strength right away. Reina, hearing Rin talk to herself, assumed she'd finally lost her mind. Then Rin explained that thanks to her new power, she had managed to contact him and now knew his location. It was time for them to join the chaos too. Meanwhile, the Birdmen were furious, determined to rip our protagonist apart. Mare used her wind magic to keep them away, forming a barrier that pushed them back. It worked for a moment, but then she resorted to one of the oldest tricks in the book, throwing rocks at birds. Launching several large stones, she hit the poor flying extras, who quickly realized that at this rate, they'd never reach their targets. Among them, though, were Birdmen armed with bows. They loosed a flurry of arrows toward her, but Mare once again summoned her wind magic, diverting every projectile midair. That only enraged the enemy even more, frustrated that all their efforts kept failing. One of them, apparently a bit more self-aware, thought to himself that elves used spirit energy, and that meant she would soon tire out. Indeed, the elf girl was nearing her limit. Her wind magic was almost depleted, and she needed to change elements fast. The Birdmen realized the battle might drag on, but Mare's goal wasn't to win, it was to hold them off until her allies arrived. On the ground below, demons were being wiped out mercilessly. The terrified ones could only watch as their comrades were torn apart, but our protagonist didn't care in the slightest. He just provoked them further, feeding their rage with his brutal efficiency. Some tried to counter with dark magic, but it was useless. Camilla decided to unleash one of her secret techniques, steel feathers slicing through the air, but our boy blocked them with his dagger. Unfortunately, one of them still managed to graze him, and it hurt like hell. He had to think fast now. Worrying about Mare's safety left him momentarily distracted, and Bright tried to take advantage of it. But the boy called upon his lightning, electrocuting the demon in a sudden surge of power. The elemental strike completely caught Bright off guard. With the demon now paralyzed, our protagonist shifted focus to another enemy charging toward him. In a flash, he vanished like lightning itself and reappeared behind the target, cutting the demon down at the exact moment the fool tried to attack his own general. Bright hit the ground, even more battered than before. That was a close one. Our boy could feel his mind almost being completely shattered, and he didn't have any kind of countermeasure against that attack. Ren finally arrived at the battlefield, seeing him badly wounded. Reina and Narumi showed up as well, taking in the chaotic scene before deciding to join the fight too, which only terrified the demons even more. Their leader was barely hanging on, and the Harpies had full control of the skies. Our boy told his teammates to handle the lesser enemies, and they quickly agreed. He'd only asked Rihanna not to burn those poor things to death, while Rin wanted to know if he was planning to fight alone again. It gave her flashbacks. He was about to face another Leonora-type battle, but a lot had changed since that day, and now Rin was full of confidence. She used her domination power, amplifying his strength. Camilla thought she was being underestimated, but Bright warned her to stay cautious. That hooded boy was serious trouble. With his death glare fully active, our protagonist said he'd make their end painless. A dark, sinister aura began pouring from his body, frightening everyone around him. If Camilla wore underwear, it would have been completely obliterated by now. Meanwhile, the Birdman tried to swoop down on the elf, but before they could get close, someone shouted, demanding to know what they were doing. It was the feline tribe, led by Edgar, demanding an immediate explanation. The extras looked confused, but their leader said they were just following Camilla's orders, which gave them a false sense of confidence. They declared that all witnesses must be erased, no matter the cost. Edgar stared, completely baffled, while Midu instantly realized what had to be done. It was slicing time. Mayor stepped in front of them, shouting that the Harpies were working with demons, leaving Edgar absolutely speechless. She pointed toward a nearby street, saying there were demons over there fighting the protagonist. The princess was stunned. She hadn't expected anything like that, and neither had the wolf leader. Minu was confident, knowing that his friends were already heading toward the main fight, so he stayed behind to help the elf. Edgar, clearly upset, hadn't imagined that demons had infiltrated their territory to such a degree. Unfortunately, those soldiers were just following orders, and he didn't want to take their lives if he could help it. That's where Midu excelled, a good guy through and through like Batman. He didn't kill, but he definitely caused enough pain to make his enemies reflect deeply on their life choices. Back at the main fight, both Bright and Camilla realized they were in serious trouble. Camilla couldn't even look at him anymore. His figure kept distorting, flickering in and out as if he were phasing between dimensions. Bright couldn't even register how fast he moved. A moment later, the demon's neck erupted in a spray of red. And yet, in a disappointing twist, our boy had only managed to slice the demon's arm superficially. Camilla shouted for everyone not to look directly into his eyes. He was using an illusion technique. It looked suspiciously similar to a certain iconic manga ability, if you know what I mean. Our protagonist could tell she caught on to what he was doing through his technique. He could now use illusions thanks to the evolution of his eyes. a power that had awakened after his victory over Weinberg. He'd been training that ability against powerful monsters, and at close range it was devastatingly effective. Camilla was furious. That power had given her nothing but headaches. Bright, meanwhile, realized you'd have to fight his opponent without ever meeting his gaze. As soon as she looked at his feet, she realized the illusions had ended. Our protagonist knew that trick wouldn't work anymore, so it was time to go back to the classics. He showed the demon that his agility was still absurd. Bright tried to look to the side, but that only earned him a very personal introduction to our protagonist, Dagger. This time, a strike landed right around his eye. Our boy knew that an opponent's eyes reveal a lot during a fight, but by the look of it, this one wouldn't be seeing or hearing anything else anytime soon. Up in the air, Camilla grew frustrated, realizing her demon ally was completely useless. Our boy promised she'd be next in line. Furious, she shouted that she already knew all the humans' tricks and refused to be underestimated by some kid wearing a hood at night. She swung her claws at him, only to be outmaneuvered with ease, then launched several sharp feathers his way. His dagger proved incredibly efficient, and his reflexes allowed him to dodge every attack. Even though she couldn't look him in the eyes, the winged woman was adapting fast to the fight. Camilla said she didn't need her sight to win. The senses of beast folk were far superior to those of humans. Our boy wanted to know what she planned to do next, just fly around like a bird or actually try to win. The longer she stalled, the worse things would get for traitors like her. Meanwhile, the other heroes were holding back the remaining rebels, which only made Camilla angrier. She yelled that humans were always interfering with her plans. Our boy paid close attention to those words while watching her undergo a full beast transformation. He had no idea what kind of ability that was, but he knew beast folk gained enormous strength through it, at the cost of their sanity. Screaming like a wild creature, Camilla darted through the air, her movements far more dangerous than before. He had to be extremely careful. Activating his cursed eyes again, he could now see her future movements. He dodged her first strike, but she was still too fast, driven entirely by rage. This time she attacked using her steel feathers. He knew the transformation wouldn't last long. Eventually, her instincts would consume her completely, leaving no way to return to normal. Still, he was running low on mana and needed to finish the fight quickly. Using his eyes to scan for weak points, he found the best way to end it. If he couldn't use this power in moments like this, it would be useless. Gathering lightning around his body, he unleashed it to pierce through his enemy. Electricity surged through Camilla's body, paralyzing her midair. Our boy slashed her repeatedly, his blade carving deep into her flesh until she crashed to the ground, badly wounded. At that point, there was no chance she'd be flying again. After that brutal attack, her transformation began to fade and she fell unconscious, likely for good. All that remained now were the regular soldiers, and our protagonist was still burning with vengeance. With the demons defeated, it became much easier to explain everything to the beast folk. The battle between the heroes and the harpies had also come to an end. Once Camilla was down, the remaining soldiers surrendered. With the demon gone, the brainwashing caused by his techniques was finally broken. As the sun rose, the shadow's influence faded completely. A few days later, and good grief, the author really loves this recurring everyone sitting at the table scene. Isekai'd wanted to know what had happened to the Harpy tribe. Not everyone had been infiltrated, only those who were directly involved in the battle, according to Edgar. Still, those who took part in it couldn't just walk away without punishment. They would certainly face consequences. Our protagonist was now at the mansion of the feline chief, wanting to know what would happen to the dog tribe. Other influential figures were also present. Unfortunately, the chief would be punished. Even though he had been brainwashed, his actions still counted as treason against the nation. To the princess, it was his own carelessness that led to it, so he had to take responsibility. And as ironic as it was, being kidnapped by demons was also considered punishable in that kingdom. Meanwhile, unusual things were happening in the Fishman district. Their leader refused to believe that the dog chief had been brainwashed or that the harpies had cooperated with demons. He was hearing all this for the first time, and Narumi didn't even expect him to believe it. The Fishman leader was shocked when he learned the truth. Narumi, on the other hand, grew uneasy when that massive shark of a man suddenly lunged at him, but it turned out to be just a hug. The shark admitted that these humans were good people. Thanks to their heroic deeds, the nation had been saved, and he would never forget it, promising his tribe's cooperation with the humans. Narumi asked if the decision was really fine considering how sudden it was, but if there was one thing the shark hated more than humans, it was demons themselves. Narumi quickly realized that talking to this guy was pointless. He only listened to his own thoughts anyway. Several days later, the tribal leaders gathered again, this time to finalize the alliance with the humans. Alto expressed his deep gratitude for everything that had happened, saying it was a debt he could never truly repay. They also confirmed that the demons were retreating from their lands, news brought by the dog chief. Finally, they reached the main point of the meeting. Halto announced that they had agreed to form an alliance with the humans. All the leaders raised their hands in approval, filling the heroes with joy. They celebrated immediately, knowing this could change the entire course of the war. Afterward, they could finally return to the capital. Reina double-checked that nothing had been left behind, while Narumi admitted he wasn't ready to say goodbye to that land. At the gate stood the leaders of each tribe, promising to lend their aid whenever needed. Everything had finally been settled. Looking toward our protagonist, Mare asked what the next step would be. He replied that they'd achieved their goals for now. All that remained was to wait and see what came next. The princess asked if he would remain in the Federation, and indeed, he planned to stay for a few days, since returning to the kingdom might cause trouble given his status as a criminal. The princess was overjoyed by this news, much to Mare's jealousy. His ultimate goal was still the same, to defeat the demon king and return to his homeland. When the time came, he would go straight for his enemy. The princess promised to assist him in that journey. Hearing that, Mare was caught off guard while our boy asked what exactly the princess hoped to achieve. She explained that as her father's only daughter, she would eventually inherit leadership of her people and wanted to strengthen herself further before that day came. Our boy told her that the war was only getting fiercer and she could definitely benefit from the experience, especially since he operated in the shadows. What truly caught her attention, though, was his determination to defeat the demon king. She wanted to help him accomplish that. It would be a legendary feat. Hearing their conversation, Alta requested that she be allowed to accompany him on this journey. He imagined the boy might be hesitant to take on another companion, but as the daughter of a chief, she was bound to be quite talented. For our protagonist, the greatest source of concern is the danger that the ongoing war might bring to them all. But the princess understands that they have to resolve this issue as soon as possible. Becoming stronger isn't a choice, it's a necessity. Helter said that if his daughter had truly made up her mind, he would fully support her decision. Looking straight at our protagonist, the princess declared that she wanted to join him on that dangerous journey. In response, he said he would train her before they left the city. If she proved herself useful, then she would come along. Those were his terms. Far away in the demon capital, fire and sulfur filled the sky. A lesser demon came to speak with its leader, the fifth princess, Isabel. She announced that the revolution was about to begin. After successfully persuading the Federation of Beastmen, the heroes returned to the front lines. To do that, they first had to meet with Captain Amelia. A representative from the Beastmen Federation traveled with them. It was Edgar. Amelia introduced herself to him immediately, as she was in charge of that front. The group still didn't realize the full impact of what they had accomplished, but the unity between those races would indeed bring massive changes. That night, Miru tried to rest peacefully, but he woke up in the middle of the night after having a strange dream. Miri was standing nearby, saying he had gone to bed quite early. Her presence in his room startled him. Then she explained that he had actually fallen asleep in the resting chamber and she used her telekinesis to carry him there. Embarrassed, Miru apologized for being a burden, but Mirai assured him it was nothing. After all, he had returned safely. That alone meant the negotiation had succeeded. Eager to catch up on recent events, Miru asked how things were going at the front lines. Mirai explained that the enemy army had launched several offensives, but none of them posed any real danger. And though she didn't like to admit it, Arashi had been essential to maintaining their defenses, a fact that made Miru feel relieved, knowing they could rely on that guy. He then asked about Edgar, and Mirai told him the Beastman was resting after the long trip. The next morning, a strategic meeting would be held to formalize the alliance. Miru knew the Beastmen were incredibly strong, especially Edgar, who at the moment was even stronger than him. That statement surprised Mirai, but Miru continued, saying that all of those warriors were elites. With their help, crossing the forest would be no challenge, and they could finally advance toward the Demon King. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Mirai asked if he didn't feel afraid of what was coming. Many dangerous battles awaited them, and some of their fellow hero candidates might not survive. Thinking about it, Miru admitted that he was scared, but if he stopped now, their group would end up splitting apart again, and eventually more lives would be lost. Miru then asked what kind of person their mysterious ally, the protagonist, really was. Miru replied that he was an ally. Even if he didn't always act out of emotion, that didn't change the fact that he helped them. After hearing that, Mirai said she believed the protagonist was simply selfish, which made Miru smile. He said he actually wished he could be a little more like the protagonist, or like Arashi. That surprised Mirai, since she believed Miru was far better than either of them. But to him, both of those people never let their surroundings dictate their actions. They always moved forward without hesitation, while his own tendency was to follow common sense. Now that their talk had turned personal, Mirai asked what truly motivated him to want to return home. At first, he seemed confused, saying that everyone wanted that, so he just went along with the majority's wish. But it was as if Mirai already knew something deeper about him. Before their conversation could continue, Rena suddenly entered the room. Seeing the two of them talking there, Rena immediately got the wrong idea about that little meeting. Midu and Mirai tried to explain, but to Rena, they were just a couple of liars. And that girl in particular had stepped into the boys' dorm with suspicious intentions. Mirai tried to explain that she'd only used her telekinesis to move him to his room, but Rena was still upset, especially since Mirai was supposed to be the defender of morals and good manners. The argument between them was getting more heated by the second, while Midu just watched everything closely. The whole situation was so absurd that he couldn't help but smile. The next day, Arashi and Edgar were about to face each other in battle. Both charged forward to begin the match, but the Beastman's agility was incredible. He dodged every strike from Arashi and countered with his sword, nearly grazing the top of the boy's head. Arashi narrowly avoided it, but quickly realized his opponent was every bit as fast as he was. The Beastman pressed the attack, aiming for what seemed to be the final blow. Frustrated, Arashi shouted that he was being underestimated. He managed to block the wooden sword, which surprised Edgar completely. It was magic. Arashi had used mana to strengthen his arms and hold off the strike. With that, he pushed the weapon away, forcing the Beastman to retreat several steps back. Even so, Arashi's arm was left sore from the impact. Captain Amelia stepped forward and told them both to stop the sparring session. It was time for the strategic meeting. Arashi was annoyed since things were just starting to get fun. Edgar sheathed his sword and agreed with the boy, though he knew his duty to the alliance came first. To Despite his frustration, Arashi, despite everything, respects that opponent. Since he values the like on this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers, activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out.